lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Bunch of firings around the NFL took place yesterday, the first of which was Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns. He is out following a pretty significant run for a head coach in Cleveland. Pete Carroll of the Las Vegas Raiders also fired after their 3-14 start. Well, not really start. That was their season. 3-14 was how they finished. Zach Taylor of the Cincinnati Bengals, he is retained, however. And, all right, headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, And I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I asked you to sit down, but it's like moving heaven and earth. Please sit down. Or you have security come ask you. Or tell you. They'll tell you.
There's 20 people that want to stand. There's one person that wants to sit.
Like, one? Okay, one. My man. Obviously, it's for first game, right? I'm being as nice as I can be.
Staff member trying to kick us out for standing up the whole time. What the hell is that about?
Was it just at the end, or was it throughout the whole game?
Oh, it was throughout the whole game. He's telling us to sit down. I'm like, dude, it's week 18. We're playing the Baltimore Ravens.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This is live radio in the morning. It's always live, actually, here on 93.7 The Fan, live sports talk radio. And I'm here every morning from 5 a.m. to about 5:35, 5:40. Waking you up. Some context to those clips. That I just played. Steelers beat the Ravens on Sunday night. We know that. So there's a guy that called me yesterday and was talking, and I thought it was peculiar, but the guy was like, in that clip, he said, hey, there was this guy trying to sit us down during a game, which I haven't heard of a lot. I know in baseball they started having ushers guide people to their seats in between at bats because they didn't want foul balls coming up and striking fans, which I think was a good idea. It's a good evolution for spectators in baseball, is to wait per batter so you're not walking to your seat and getting blindsided with a foul ball. It makes sense. Sometimes out of courtesy, I think that if you're fans and you could talk to each other and say, hey, maybe don't stand right now because I can't see. I'm a person. And usually that kind of stuff gets resolved. But this guy called yesterday and he said, yeah, for the entire game there was this usher who was trying to get us to sit down. I didn't know what to do because I hadn't seen anything, so I just told him I'm sorry for his experience and moved it along. But then online on social media, I saw this video, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Like, I want to talk about this. I want to see what people think about this, because to me, it's it's interesting, and the fact that it was brought to my attention directly yesterday makes me just think about etiquette in sports and spectatorship. Typically, if I'm at a baseball game, there's a good chunk of time where I'm standing. I don't go to football games as much, but I can also say that there's plenty of plays for the few Steeler games that I've been to where I'm standing up and I'm being obnoxiously loud, because I feel like that's what you're supposed to do when you're a fan, is to be that. And you guys know me, if you listen to me enough, you know I love being over the top. I love taking it far, perhaps too far sometimes. So then I saw this video. There's this guy online who does a Napoleon Dynamite impersonation. His name's Patrick Cutler. Pretty funny guy. I've seen a lot of his videos, but I saw this one, and it's the exact same scenario. There's this guy, Acrisure Stadium jacket, who I thought was being a little much. Now, sometimes you have to be sassy. I know that as being an official, as being an umpire, that sometimes you can't just say, please, you know. You got to be affirmative. Affirmative was not the right word. Assertive is the word I was looking for. You got to be assertive. I thought there's some lines he didn't need to say. I don't know. But it just made me think. I mean, call in. Let me know. 412-928-9370. Let me know on X, at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Talk to me on the YouTube chat. Have you ever even thought about this? Have you ever even thought, like, okay, should I not stand up during a football game? Especially one like that. I mean, we're talking Week 18. There is a lot of hype. There's a lot of people that want to see the Steelers go to the playoffs. Is there a time where maybe you shouldn't be standing? Now, they were also right by a field goal, so they're field-level seats. They're right by one of the field goals. It's different in other places, I think, in the stadium, too, just to kind of go back and forth on this, because the seats back rise. So you could have people in front of you standing, but you can still see in a lot of those cases. But the further you get to the field, the more flat those seats are. And maybe there was this one person allegedly there that couldn't see. And the guy apparently told this group. I've just never heard of this before, which is why I wanted to talk about it and get some opinions on it. If you want to weigh in. I mean, have you ever been told by staff members at a game to sit down? Have you ever been to a big-time game, kind of like that, where there's literal playoff implications for winning and losing? You're either in or you're out. You ever been told to sit down? Let me know. 412-928-9370. I already got somebody on YouTube. Neil, who says, good morning, Callis. If everyone's standing, then I'm standing. Apparently that was the story, is that this whole group was standing. There was one person that couldn't see, that was choosing to sit. And there was a staff member that came up and was being pretty assertive with saying, hey, sit down. Now, again, I mean, I've also been to... I kind of look around and I try to make sure that I'm reading the area as well. So, like, if a bunch of people are standing in my section and I'm getting excited and pumped, like, I'm going to stand too. That's just what you do. That's what you do in baseball, too. I mean, I just take it back to baseball because, like I said, I've been to more baseball games than football games in my lifetime. But, like, the big thing in the ninth inning is if your team's winning, that you stand and you applaud and you get extra pumped up for every pitch because you want to apply that pressure to the hitters as your closer tries to mow them down. That's just a thing that happens. I don't think anybody's going to be yelled at for doing that at a baseball game. Apparently the majority of that section was standing, though, and I got to say, if I'm in a section where everybody's standing and getting pumped up, like, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm still young, though. It seemed like those guys were on the younger side of things. Might be easier for them to stand than whoever else was choosing not to stand. I don't know the whole story other than that video, where I can really only judge some of the demeanor of the staff member. Well, just tell me what you think. I just thought this was an interesting conversation this morning because that guy called in yesterday. He was the first call that I took, and I didn't know quite how to address it until I saw clips of something that actually transpired in that area. So let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. Got some callers on the line now that want to talk about it. Talk about the Steeler game on Sunday. You're welcome to if you have anything else sports-related, Pittsburgh sports-related as well that you want to address. Phone lines are open all morning for this show. 412-928-9370. Go with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Dan.
What's up?
Hey, you're talking about people standing at a game. Well, if you're in the first row and you're standing up, you think that the people behind you could see?
They weren't in the
first.
I saw that they weren't in the first row, but they were on field level, so there's less rise in the seats behind. So that's some of what I said is maybe that was the issue because they're more flat down by field level, you know?
See, that's the problem. People think, well, I'm entitled to stand. I'm this. I paid for the ticket. But there's people that are behind them that they cannot stand. So, like, they have a heart condition. They have a bad leg. So that's why the staff tells the people, hey, can you please sit down during the play? That is, you know, because you get a kid there that's 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, he can't see over someone that's a grown man. Do you see my point?
I do see your point, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I totally understand that perspective. That's a unique area, too, like I said, where it is tough because it's flatter seating. I mean, there's a lot of rows when you get to peanut heaven, or even before that, too, on that first level where you start to go back further and further, and the seats rise up, and then it's more of that classical stadium seating. And so even if you're standing, the people in the row behind usually can still see. But the further down you get to the field, the flatter it is. I can totally understand from that perspective. I still thought the guy was being a little sassy. A little too sassy for my liking, but I understand the I guess from that perspective that, you know, if you got people that can't see behind for whatever reason. But from what I understand, though, the whole section, it was the whole section that was being ridiculed. Allegedly. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. Good morning. It's GP. How you doing?
I'm feeling good this morning. What's up?
Not much. Hey, a couple things. I got to fess up about the Steelers.
Oh.
When I called you earlier this year before we actually kicked off the first game, I did say they were going to be around 9-8, but I did also say they're not going to make the playoffs because I didn't think that the division was going to be that weak. You know what I mean, with the injuries and everything. But I think I can't believe they won and they got in. But so anyway, on the thing about the standing at the Steeler game, this has been going on for years, Harry. I mean, it's a Steeler game. It's at night. If you're handicapped or if you're older and you can't, then you buy the seat that you can sit in. There's areas that you can sit in that you can see the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, you know what I mean? And I understand the usher coming over, and if they do come over, then if I'm at a Steeler game, I'll sit down. The man comes over and asks me, but if everybody around me standing up, I'm not going to sit down. It's common sense. I don't understand why that guy would even call in. If I'm at that game, I'm standing the whole game, Harry. I'm standing the whole game. So
yeah,
I'll listen to your thoughts. I'll listen to your thoughts, Harry.
Thank you, GP. I appreciate the call. Yeah, like I get that. I get that. And again, the couple Steeler games that I've been to, and there's been big plays, you know, when there's 3rd and longs, when there's 4th and longs, like I'm standing up and I'm yelling obnoxiously. It just seems like what you do. The only line, like I said, the thing, I mean, he had to be stern. I get that. That's his job. You gotta be firm with people if you're trying to get them to do something. I get that. When the guy was like the whole section standing, you know, there's only one person sitting down. When the guy was like, "This is your first game?" "Oh yeah, it's your first game." That's it. That's when you take it too far. That's a lot. Didn't appreciate that comment in particular, but I want to hear your thoughts. 412-928-9370. There's a whole section of people allegedly here around the seating behind the field goal posts. And they were standing, and an usher came up and said, "Don't do that. There are people that can't see." Have you ever experienced that? What's your perspective on it? 412-928-9370. And I'm getting both sides, and I'm understanding both sides as well. Somebody named Mariano on the YouTube chat says, "Hi, guys. I'm from Argentina. Here, if you stand up repeatedly, you get kicked out. They have a section for people to stand up the entire game, and then they have the seating areas." Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Mariano, for your perspective. Dave, also in the YouTube chat down below, says, "Is this a public service announcement?" I guess. Again, the only reason why I'm even bringing this up is because somebody called me yesterday and talked about it, and then immediately after, I saw a notable shorts maker, like Reels, TikTok guy, Patrick Cutler, guy acts like Napoleon Dynamite on social media. I've seen his post before, and then I see him in the section where this all was going down, and he had video of the staff member in particular that was saying the things, and now I have a visual to go along with the story that I was given yesterday, and I just thought, hey, this is interesting. It's interesting. I mean, because I've never heard this happen before, but I can understand why a staff member might tell people to sit down. 412-928-9370. Keep calling in. Got this caller on now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Hello. This is Junior from Chippewa. How you doing, Nicholas?
Good. You're on the air. What's up?
Nicholas, it's funny this is brought up. I was at the AFC Championship game. Last time it was at Gillette Stadium when the Steelers played. Mm-hmm. And what surprised me, they might as well not even have seats at Gillette Stadium. Those people never sat down the whole game. They might as well just have spots marked up where they stand because the seats were worthless. And the excitement in that stadium drove that team. There was no doubt that game, there was no doubt that the Patriots were going to win. The stadium was electric. And anytime you try to stifle a fan, you're losing home field advantage.
I love that. Thanks for the call. I love that call. Good call. That's fair. I mean, the more you distract fans, the more you kind of sedate fans with not being as rowdy and engaged as they possibly can be and excited as they possibly can be, you might be hurting the home team. I mean, the more I think about this, too, like, I've never gotten to sit so close to a football game before, an NFL game like that before. Like, the two times I went that I can recall in recent memory, I think I've been to 2 or 3 games over the last 10 years. And I remember I was up in more of the, like, third deck seats. Standing was fine, yelling was fine, getting rowdy was fine, terrible towel twirling was all fine. Never thought about that. But if you're sitting, and the more I think about it too, I'm trying to visualize, like, okay, what's it like? I bought tickets to this game, and the Steelers win and they're in. They lose and they're out, and they're playing for the division against the division opponent. I mean, if I'm sitting right by the field goal post, right? If I'm in that section where you're right behind the field goal post, like, why is that not? Why is there not like a box where you got people like standing up and cheering, like almost like a student section in high school and college? I mean, those are the places where you want people to be rowdy too. That's you get a lot of camera shots from those fans behind the field goal posts. I mean, why is the expectation not to stand in those seats? I mean, if you're not going to stand and get rowdy in those particular seats, I kind of understand GP's call when he called back before. Like, why? I don't know, why even choose seats where there's a lot of action, where you're right by the seat, right by the field? And I guess the counter to that would be, hey, I want to see the field. I want to be close to the field. I don't know. I mean, it seems like if you're that close to the field, too, though, you want to be excited. You want to feel engaged. I've just never heard of this before. I understand both sides. There's the one side where you never know who's around you and who can or can't do what. The other side is, well, if you can't stand in these seats, then don't choose those seats, but they're seats for a reason. I'm going back and forth. Keep giving me opinions. 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. There's a video of a group of fans being sat down by the staff member at Acrisure Stadium in the seating behind the field goal posts, or the one field goal post during the Steelers' win over the Ravens on Sunday night. Standing, is that something that should be cautioned when you go to a sporting event? Let me know. 412-928-9370. I got a few more minutes left to talk, so get your opinions in now. Take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Harry. It's Joe. How are you?
I'm feeling good. What's up?
No. I'm going to use the analogy. I'm not sure. Do you remember the wild card game in Pittsburgh?
Which one?
I don't. When Cueto dropped the ball.
Oh, yeah, baseball. Yeah, of course. 2013. Yeah.
I'm just saying, 2013. Go back and watch the game. I don't think there was a person standing or sitting in that stadium. It was so loud. It was so obnoxious. It was so rowdy that Cueto drops a ball for crazy.
Yeah.
But people standing there, you want to be in the moment, and you may never do that again. You may never get there. You may never get to that situation again. So the only thing I could think of is why they came over was maybe they were being obnoxious and asked them to sit down. That's the only thing I could see. But other than that, leave them a go. It's a game. So it's a playoff game. You're supposed to cheer, get the whole crowd going. Renegade, what are you going to do, sit down when Renegade's playing? Come on.
That's good. It's a fair point. Fair point. Hey, Joe, thanks for the call. I appreciate the perspective. That's a good call. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I'm just not for... Now, again, you could be obnoxious and be sitting, too. Like, there's plenty of times where I've sat at games and I've been like, rah, I'm still been loud. I still could be classified as obnoxious if the people around me didn't appreciate the heckling or the shouting that I was doing. So, I don't know. I mean, can you be more obnoxious with your voice standing than sitting? Maybe. I don't know. That's what's uneasy about this, and that's what I like about the calls that I've gotten here from Joe and then the other guy a little bit earlier, was like, if you start distracting the fans from being fully invested and engaged and energized, that part doesn't sit well with me. And again, I don't know who the person was that was sitting down. That person wasn't identified. They weren't singling out that person in this video that I saw. But it just seemed like the staff member he is a little assertive, which, again, it's his job to do that. If he wants the people to do something, he's doing techniques that let him be in control. I understand that. It just doesn't sit well with me. Let's keep on rolling. 412-928-9370. This caller's on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod. I've been going to the Steelers games since Three River Stadium. So fans get up and cheer. The players are waving and telling you to get loud and get up. So who do you listen to? And to me, you listen to the players. You want to support the players. That's what you're here for. So that guy needs to maybe pipe it down a little bit, Usher. I'm glad I don't sit in his area because he'd probably, with the gentleman and everybody who I sit with, he probably wouldn't last the game. Have a good day. I'll listen to your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I mean, there's nothing new there. It makes sense. Who wouldn't want to be in his area? Because that's what you do. You're encouraged to get up. You're encouraged to get loud and support the team. All right, I got time for one more call. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on now. Good morning. What's your name?
Nick, what's up? It's Sean. Good morning. Hey, 2 quick points. If you want to, obviously somebody was complaining to this Usher, I would imagine. You're going to have that everywhere. But, if you want to sit down, watch from your couch. Number 2, it was so cold, you would think you'd want to stand to get the blood flowing to your extremities. I mean, sitting just makes it even worse. So That's my take on it. Have a good day, bud.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370 I lied. I have time for one more call. Now that somebody got here on the line and reassessing, and that person's gone. Never mind. I have more time than I thought. This is great. No, I appreciate all the comments, though. I appreciate the feedback, though, because this is just an interesting story. There's plenty of stuff to get into. There's a lot of coach firings that happen that we can get into later in the week. We can also preview Steelers and Texans coming up later in the week as well, because they're playing on Monday night. So we'll have all of this week and Monday to kind of assess this game. The more I think about it, the more optimistic I'm getting in this game. The Steelers haven't lost on Monday night at home in a long time. It's a lot of regular season games that have been tallied. It's pretty rare when you get to play on a Monday, though. In the playoffs, the Steelers have this opportunity. They're good on Monday nights at home. They're blessed to get a home game, which is a nice perk. So there's a few reasons why I think that the Steelers could have some benefits in this game and could be put in a position to win. But time will tell. We'll see. I'm getting more and more excited, though, about this playoff game because it's different. It's a different feel. The bottom line, too, through all this is that it's a different feel this season than it has been before. Like, you're not playing a superpower in the first round. You're not playing the Chiefs. You're not playing the Bills. You're not playing a powerhouse Ravens team. You've got the Houston Texans, a team that is been inconsistently in and out of playoff talks over the past couple years now with C.J. Stroud at quarterback. There are good aspects of their team, but they're also flawed. Steelers, kind of the same thing, an inconsistent team, but a team that has a lot of talent when plays and strategies are executed properly. So we'll talk a little more about that, about the playoff game coming up later in the week. We'll see how much this stadium conversation continues to move through as well. We're just talking about standing at a stadium. When you're in the stands, are you allowed to stand? The consensus, there's two sides to this, and I appreciated all the perspectives as well this morning for that. I'm just talking about that. It's an interesting story, though. Interesting story. And now I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show every weekday morning at 5 a.m. It's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Parkways east and west, a little bit heavy, but mainly steady and possibly slick heading into their respective tunnels. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in downtown Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene at the intersection of 9th Street and Penn Avenue. Also, a vehicle fire tying up a lane of I-79 northbound in Kennedy Township, just north of Forest Grove Road, heading toward Route 51 Coriopolis. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Black and Gold Football is brought to you by Schley Deck and Fence Company, composed of skilled professionals who take pride in their work, ensuring that every project is completed to the highest standards. Schley Deck and Fence, SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how that fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I went from a size 40 to a 36. I went from a 48 jacket. I bought a suit the other day, 44. And they took me off 3 meds, including blood pressure. It's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. I actually had a steak the other night. I had asparagus, and I had a piece of cake. And that's the week I lost 5.8 pounds. So you know what? If you think you can, you can. I feel like a young man again. Energy levels popping because I'm doing 14 to 16,000 steps Monday through Friday. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss. Go get it.
Thanks, Brian. This is Donnie Football. Increased energy, reducing medications. The benefits are endless when you do what Brian did, what I did, and over 21,000 others have done. We call the solution for weight loss Awaken 180 weight loss. Proven weekly results, and then you receive free support for life. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again. My blood pressure went down and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Stop smoking, lose weight now without cravings, irritability, or your money back. Only $59.99. Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar and lose the weight. Stop smoking, feel great for only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. A quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Crews on the scene of a couple of problems. One of them northbound I-79 in Kennedy Township. A vehicle fire just moved off to the side of the road just before the S-Bends heading up toward the Neville Island Bridge. Watch for delays past those as you get over toward the left lane to get around it. Also an accident in downtown Pittsburgh, still tying up the intersection of 9th Street and Penn Avenue. Watch for delays around that as well. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. HOV lanes open along along the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, Doran on paternity leave. Nicholas Harry Callis is here, still basking in the glory of Steelers 26, Baltimoreans 24. Good morning, Harry. How we doing?
I'm good. And speaking of the Baltimoreans, someone sent a video in our producer group chat yesterday where there was this Ravens fan who was like, let's watch it together. The Steelers season's ended. Let's watch it together. And then he missed, and all these Steeler fans waving their terrible towels or medallions around him. And he's just sitting there like, ah, man, I messed up.
I made friends with a Ravens fan tailgating prior to the 2008 AFC Championship. His name was Ernie. We smoked a lot of cigarettes together.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, during that game, I got into it with a couple of Ravens fans that were sitting right behind me, and they kept screaming for the defense, and I turned around to them at one point. I said, defense? You want to talk about defense? We invented defense. And they laughed at me, and they should have, because that's corny as hell. But we wound up hugging it out after the Steelers swept the Ravens and sent them packing and headed on to Super Bowl 43 to get their 6th World Championship, baby! And the vibes are high in town. The Penguins have won 5 straight. The Pirates have added a couple of hitters. Perhaps another one on the horizon in Eugenio Suarez. We'll get into that at some point during the show. And the Steelers, yes, 10-7 again, but this 10-7 feels different. We'll get to that later on as well. Harry, that was a good topic you did in the early morning show.
Right?
It was.
Oh, you listen, because you don't have a choice, because Doran's not here.
This has been a problem for a long time at Acrisure Stadium.
That's what some people were typing in, too. They were saying, I haven't been to a Steeler game in a while because the people just make you sit. I've never been to a Pirate game where that's happened, so.
Well, no one stands generally at Pirate games because of the futility, unfortunately. Pirates' atmospheres are bad unless they're really, 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 really good. Like, even when they're flirting with it, it's still not like Wrigley where the whole crowd stands on a full count or like Fenway or Yankee Stadium. You know what I mean?
I got a different experience, though, because I grew up in the era where they were winning.
Yeah,
so
good point.
There's a lot of games where I remember you'd stand. If there's a big moment, you stand and you root for the team to get out of the inning, or you root for the team to score.
When I was growing up, it was you're standing if there are 2 outs in the 9th inning. And that
not even two outs. In the 9th inning, if the team has a lead and your closer's in, you stand.
You're supposed to.
The whole inning.
You should.
Yeah.
That's not the way it's been around here, because only 3 times in my entire cognizant life have they actually been good. But we used to have season tickets in the 500 level, and it was tough because we would always get into the game and you'd want to stand up and swing the terrible towel, and 80% of the stadium would be standing, but the season ticket holders that sat behind us were elderly. So eventually because they would complain, and they were very nice about it. And we weren't trying to be rude, right? We would if they would tell us to sit, we'd do everything we could. Eventually, we just switched. Eventually, we just, you know what? Why don't you sit in the front row? We'll sit in the second row, and it'll all be good. Then it was all good. Nice lady. Wonder whatever happened to her. Anyway, but that's been a problem. My brother-in-law goes to games all the time, and it's been a complaint. There was, for the Bills game, first half, Steelers led. They were up 7-3. And there was a Bills fan who I guess is some sort of blogger or podcaster or whatever, who he was taking videos of Acrisure Stadium when there were the key weighty moments of that first half. And he's like, this is Pittsburgh? This is it? This is as loud as it gets? Really? Now, I think there's two exceptions this year. I think the Miami crowd was awesome because it allowed for people, because the tickets were so cheap because it was so damn cold and the team wasn't great at that point. It allowed for people who don't usually go to games, so the crowd was awesome. And then obviously the other night, that place was electric because it amounted to being a playoff game. But Acrisure ain't been what it used to be. I think a lot of that has to do with the damn team being mid, being, how do I want to put this fairly? High-end mediocrity. I'll steal Starkey's. High-end mediocrity, like the 14th team into the playoffs. And we grew up with Super Bowl contenders, AFC championship contenders. 12-4 teams, 13-3 teams, 15-1 teams. So when you're fighting just to get to 10-7, and you feel like you know the end of the movie already before it even starts, then I guess you're not going to be as excited. I think it's an interesting topic, Harry, and I'm happy you brought it to light.
Thank you.
Texter, Father Max won't be on your show because you are obviously satanic.
The church actually got back to me, but apparently the Steelers need to give him permission to talk to people.
Yeah, then that's going to be the end of it.
Yep.
Yeah, they
don't like us.
They're not huge fans of us. Each show attempted to get him on yesterday. Varying degrees of success. We started it out early, so it was the infancy. Then I think Starkey thought they were going to get Father Max, and it didn't happen. And then Pony and Muller thought they were going to get him because Donnie is so tied in doing play-by-play for St. Vincent football, and that didn't happen either. So, yes, I'm thinking the Steelers put the kibosh on it. Why am I satanic? That seems harsh. I have a stuffed nose, by the way, so I'm going to apologize if I sound a little Ray Romano-y. I listened back to some of the clips from yesterday, and I could tell. I'm sure you could tell, and thank you all for dealing with it.
When I think about somebody religious, you and your habits don't really
fair
line up with that.
Fair.
So maybe,
but I think that is a. I think that's quite the leap to go from, it's Crowley the most religious guy to, he's satanic. Not satanic, I'm a wonderful man. Texter, you stand during big moments, and during big games like this, it's always a big moment. I agree. And I was told that most of the lower bowl was standing the entire game.
That's what I understand, too.
Yeah.
Do you know the guy I'm talking about, too, Patrick Cutler?
The guy the Napoleon Dynamite guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's from Pittsburgh. He makes a lot of sports videos. I think he's a silly guy.
You like that movie?
I've never seen it.
Oh, man. It's right up your alley. It's terrible, but it's not, if that makes sense.
Sure.
It's kind of so bad it's good. I think you'd like it. Texter, Three River Stadium should still be here. Hines/Acrisure stinks. I like Acrisure. The lack of frills. It's about football. I hope they never tear it down and put a dome up, but at some point I'm guessing they will because that's where everyone's going. But I think Ralph Wilson Stadium, which they just played probably the last game there for the Bills, I think that was built in 1973. And Three Rivers was built in 1970. Think about that. Three Rivers was a 30-year-old stadium when they imploded the sucker. Ralph Wilson Stadium pretty much built the same time. That place is a dump. But it's their dump. Like Civic Arena, Mellon Arena, that was our dump. Love that place.
Can you believe that, Acrisure Stadium and PNC Park, too, they're 25 years now. Coming up on 25 years in existence.
Yeah, now that's crazy.
How about, right?
When you think about it, so Three Rivers was 30, and it's been, 25? Yeah, 25 years of Acrisure Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Holy bird milk. I wonder, when Mellon closed, everyone started referring to it, always, of course, as the Igloo, but as Civic Arena. And I wonder when Acrisure ultimately says bye-bye, if we'll just all go back to referring to it as Heinz. I'm guessing we will.
Yeah. It's got a better ring to it. Easier off the tongue.
Texter, why would the Steelers not like Pony and Muller? All they do is cut the Steelers down. Have the Steelers deserved better than that? I think Pony and Muller are fair. I think we're fair. I think Starkey's fair. When they're good, we praise them. When they're not, we don't.
Do you think I'm fair? And when I talk about them?
Yes.
Twitter's been very mad at me lately.
Well, some of your takes. You and Chris Dokish were pissed off that Tomlin was beating his chest. He's a human. He's emotional.
I just gave my opinion online. What could go wrong?
That should be the theme of our show. You should put that in the Fan Morning Show Twitter account. Fan Morning Show Twitter, and then it should just say, I gave my opinion online. What's the problem with that? Texter, all NFL game atmospheres suck. Go to a legitimate college football game with two legitimate teams playing. There's no better atmosphere in sports. I agree with that. I would also add college basketball. College basketball games for top 25 teams or top 25 programs, college football games between top 25 fan bases, there's nothing better in American sports atmosphere. And college football probably does take the cake. Like Beaver Stadium, you go to an SEC game, Mountaineer Field back when they were good, Lane Stadium back when they were good. Places were insane, are insane. Nothing like it. You're right about that.
I got to go to more college basketball games.
Yeah, you do. And you missed the heyday of Pitt. Not that you missed it, but you were so young. The early 2000s Peterson Event Center was one of the, and this coming from a West Virginia guy, one of the best atmospheres in all of collegiate sport, football or basketball. Teams came in, non-conference teams came in there and would not win. You flashed the graphic of how many non-conference teams went in there and lost. They were like 75-0 at one point. It was insane. It was the hardest ticket to get in town. You had to know someone, or you had to pay through the nose. Or more.
Oh, whoa.
Satanic. Texter, Pony and Muller are definitely not fair, obnoxious, entitled, quite annoying. Well, to each their own. Their ratings are through the roof, and I think they put on a wonderful radio show.
Yeah, Chris was a little mean yesterday when he came in. He came in. He was here during our show, and I waved at him, and he mocked me, waving back. And I was just being excited to see him. I don't know.
This is going to be a struggle for me today, by the way, Harry. I cannot breathe out of my nose whatsoever. Not even a little bit.
At least we won't hear it, because when you turn off the mic, Doran's not in there.
That's right.
So.
When Caboli was in here yesterday and I blew my nose, people thought that I had farted live on the air.
Yes. Yeah.
Texter, my New Year's resolution's already busted. Callis opened his mouth. Now I'm angry. That's actually one of my resolutions.
To not get mad when I open my mouth?
Not to not get mad when you open your mouth, but just not be annoyed by some of your idiosyncrasies that I expect.
I have good ideas.
You have great ideas.
Yeah.
And I think you should follow suit. I think you should be less annoyed by me.
You don't annoy me, though.
Oh. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, I think you annoy me way less frequently than I think I annoy you.
Well, I'm less annoying than you.
Well, there's a couple times where you're mean and I have to put you in your place.
Quid pro quo. Texter, when's Doran coming back? He had a baby, and we get a lot of paternity leave, and he'd be stupid not to take it. So he'll be back at some point in January.
I'm kind of jealous. I wanted to come back. I missed it, but at the same time, now I'm back, and I'm like, you know what? Waking up at this hour is not fun. Once you get into it, it's fine, but...
It's tough getting back from break.
Yeah.
to get back in the swing of things.
And it's winter time, and these damn deer are all around Green Tree now, and I'm not happy about it. I was almost late this morning because there were 3 in my yard, and one of them had antlers, and I was scared. No, didn't miss that.
You could take it out with a bow and arrow, as I understand it.
Yeah, if it's on my property, and I can shoot it, and it will die on my property, yeah, I can shoot it with a bow and arrow. That's what I understand. No legal advice. That's not legal advice for any residents. That's just what I understand.
Would you ever be able to bring yourself to murdering an animal?
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
In cold blood.
I mean, I used to be like one of those people where I'm like, hey, all life matters and all that stuff, and that's fine, you know. But then I think about it, and I'm like, there's too many deer. Natural selection is a thing, evolution, you know, what's his name, Darwin. It makes sense. They shouldn't be in my yard, or for that long. And it was kind of my fault, too, because I don't turn the lights on because I don't want to wake up everybody else in my house, so I'll use my phone light to maneuver. But then I shined it out the window, and they're all looking at the light, and I'm like, damn it. It's like they're in the headlights, but it's my phone light. They're focusing on this little light through the window. And the last thing I need is for them to charge at my window and the antlers break through the window. That's my biggest fear, too. I don't know.
It's not going to break through your window.
So if I walked outside, like, what would you do? There's 3 deer.
I just walked to my car.
They're in the yard. It's not
I'd probably set off my car alarm and then.
I did that once and they didn't move. They just looked at the car.
Well, if they're not going to move at the car, they're not going to move at you.
Like, I'm talking it, like, but they're on my walk. Like
Texters are saying, Harry, if you walk outside, they're more afraid of you than you are of them. They'll run.
Did you not see the video I posted a couple years ago? I'll have to pull that back up. I literally opened the window and started whistling. I said, ooh, ooh, and it didn't move.
It is a rivalry that is even more hotly contested than Steelers-Ravens. You versus these damn deer.
But it's not like they're just in the yard and they're, like, walking. They're, like, standing on the walk.
People are saying you killed a bird before so you could kill the deer.
Yeah.
I didn't say it. Well, I did, but they texted it.
That's actually a traumatic experience.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Texter.
People.
How about this? If yins are satanic, sacrifice a goat, get us a playoff win.
No.
That'd be a great bit, but I think PETA would get on our ass.
It's pig's blood that's satanic, not goats.
Perfect.
So we got to sacrifice a pig.
Oh.
Not a goat.
But if you eat the pig, is that bad?
Do you know how to make pork straight from a raw pig?
No, but we could get Southside Jake in here, and I'm sure he could get it done.
Well, maybe that'll make up for me wasting his cooler by not. I feel bad for that. You know what? I'm gonna employ his services. We need some plumbing done at my house, and I'll pay him double. We'll call it even.
Texter, Doran had a baby. Wow, bet that was painful. And there you go, friends. That is the end of the Fan Morning Show pre-show, January 6th, 2026. In 30 seconds, I'm not done enjoying what was one of the greatest nights in Acrisure Stadium history. And I have a question for all of yous out there. And because I can't breathe out my nose, why not open up the phone lines right from the chute at 412-928-9370. We're back in 30 seconds, and we'll take your calls. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shot Bateman, the receiver's out for the Ravens. Pressure from the Steelers. Jackson throws complete, and downfield for the touchdown is Devontae Walker. Smith in motion, hits, Gainwell, tries to cut it inside, not gonna get there! Alohi Gilman says no! The Steelers are denied! Hayward again, pushed in, flag comes down. He has broken the plane. He's in the end zone. We'll check the flag. It's ruled a touchdown. Lamar Jackson had it rejected, intercepted on the deflection. T.J. Watt. Highsmith deflected it. Watt has his second pick Steelers bring 4. Highsmith is there. Jackson got away. Now reloads and throws to Flowers downfield. He's got it for a touchdown! They had Jackson. 2 Steelers. He escaped and finds Flowers, and the Ravens take the lead. Handling bottom of the screen. It's Gainwell. Running right. Trying to get to the corner. In for the touchdown! Shot. 3rd and 1. Fake to Henry Jackson. Shot downfield. Zay Flowers again. Zay Flowers inside the 20. He's going to go. Rodgers protected. Throws to Austin for the touchdown! The final play of the regular season for the final spot in the playoffs. Tyler Luke from 44. Snap good. Holman. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
I'm not ready to move on to Houston just yet, folks. That was an all-time classic at Acrisure Stadium. One of the very best, most memorable games in the 25-year history of that stadium. There's some great ones that had higher stakes. It's tough to have higher stakes than the final game of the regular season. Winner gets to keep playing, loser goes home. But the Steelers have played the Ravens in the playoffs multiple times. They beat them in an AFC championship game. By definition, if the winner goes to the Super Bowl, there's higher stakes. 2010 divisional round against the Ravens. The AB helmet catch. It's one of the all-timers. 2002 wild card game against the Browns. The comeback. Chris Fuamatuma Afala. Eagles, Patriots, back-to-back in 2004. The Patriots victory on Halloween, snapping their 22-game winning streak. The Devonshire pick-6 game against West Virginia after Pitt had won the ACC. Some of those games in the lead-up to Pitt's ACC championship. There have been a ton of great games, great moments at Acrisure Stadium. The Ben Roethlisberger, Aaron Rodgers duel with the game-winning touchdown pass being caught in the corner of the end zone by Mike Wallace was one of the more entertaining games in the history of that stadium. I would put this game, in terms of pure entertainment value with the stakes associated, right up there at the top. And here's my question to you, because I want to relive this. I want to bathe in it, bask in it, soak in it. Does what happens moving forward determine how this game ultimately will be remembered? Can this be an all-time classic Pittsburgh Steelers moment if the Steelers lose to the Houston Texans on Monday night? 412-928-9370. Can it be a great moment if you don't pay it off with great moments to follow? 412-928-9370. You can text us. You can call us. You can tweet me. You can hit us up in the wildly popular YouTube comments. If the Steelers go out and get eviscerated by the number one defense in the NFL, in those elite edge rushers and Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, does that make what we just witnessed lose some of its luster? Does it change the way that you will forever remember Steelers 26, Ravens 24? 412-928-9370. Give me a ring. I can't breathe, but I want to talk to you anyhow. Again, 412-928-9370. I'll state my case for, I don't think it changes much. Now, this season, in my opinion, will not be a success unless the Steelers bare minimum win a playoff game. We'll get to that later on in the show. But my memory, my recollection years down the road of Steelers 26, Ravens 24 will never change. For me, that's an all-timer. It will always be an all-timer, and you don't need to pay it off for it to have been one of the great moments in Steelers history. Case in point, this happened.
And Bradshaw is back and looking again. Bradshaw running out of the pocket, looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield, and there's a collision. It's cut out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh. Harris is going. 5 seconds left on the clock. Franco Harris pulled in the football. I don't even know where it came from.
Now, I am not saying that beating the Ravens to get into the playoffs is the same as winning the first playoff game in franchise history. And I'm not saying Tyler Loop missing a field goal is the same as your guy, your Hall of Famer, Franco Harris, making one of the most remarkable plays of all time. I'm not saying this is apples to apples. However, the Steelers would lose the next week in the AFC Championship to the Miami Dolphins 21-17. The Steelers did not pay off what is widely considered the most memorable moment in the history of the sport by doing anything with it. At least not that year. You could make the argument that they learned how to win, and then that led to the Super 70s Steelers dynasty. But in the immediacy, Steelers lost to a great Miami Dolphins team the following week. And yet we still remember the Immaculate Reception as probably the greatest moment in Pittsburgh Steelers history. The Immaculate Extension. Did that lead to much?
Here we go. This is 2nd and goal. Roethlisberger looks, crosser, Brown, he caught it, fights to the goal line, breaks the plane, touchdown Pittsburgh! That might win them the division! Great drive.
And it did, but the Steelers, they were the bug, and the Patriots were the windshield in the 2016 AFC Championship game. Now, there were reasons for that. Le'Veon Bell's groin came off the bone, which is no good. And some lacrosse player was scoring touchdowns and making catches left and right against the Steelers at Gillette Stadium. But we all still remember the Immaculate Extension fondly. That's a classic moment, right? Can the moment just stand on its own 2 feet, is what I'm asking it. 412-928-9370. I have plenty of other examples. I'll take you through an audio journey over the course of the next 30 minutes or so. But I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Did we just witness an all-time classic that will always be an all-time classic? Let's go to Nick in Washington. Hi, Nick.
Yo, I mean, is it an all-time classic? Yes, but is it going to change anything against Mike Tomlin and everybody calling for him to get fired, especially if they lose this game?
But that's not what I'm asking, Nick, because you're right about that. You're 100% right about that. If the Steelers lay an egg on Monday night the way that they have the last 8 years, then yeah, in the immediacy, that's what we're talking about. But are we going to look back fondly 15 years from now and go, boy, that was one of the truly great moments in Acrisure Stadium history? I still think we will.
I mean, it's a good setup. Like you said, the Immaculate Reception didn't really lead to anything, but it taught them a way to win. And this could be the precipice to maybe another future Steelers dynasty, because going into this offseason, the Steelers do have $39 million in cap space. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Omar Khan is known to will and deal. So, I mean, maybe that could be the stepping stone to something great going into next year. That could be a real possibility with all the money the Steelers have, the draft in Pittsburgh. There's going to be a lot of headlines. That's all I know.
I like the optimistic way the call ended, Nick, and I appreciate it. What I'm saying is, even if it leads to nothing, that'll still be one of my favorite regular season Steelers memories. It had it all. We went through it yesterday at the end of the show, ESPN's win probability metric. When Tyler Loop's lining up for that field goal, the Ravens had like a 95% chance to win the game. When Zay Flowers caught the touchdown from Lamar Jackson, the Ravens had the first one. The Ravens had a 78% chance to win the game. But when Gainwell scored, the Steelers had a 65% chance. And then when Calvin Austin III scored. It was like 70% chance. It was a roller coaster of emotions. And I'm just never going to forget being in my living room, jumping up and down with my wife, celebrating like a madman when Luke missed a field goal, but also at the same time trying to be quiet because my children were asleep in the next room. Now, you can't take that away from me. No amount of C.J. Stroud touchdown passes this weekend will ever make me not remember this game fondly. Bob in Latrobe. Hi, Bob.
How you doing?
I'm great, man.
Listen, my taste going to start with something a little bit better than Nick starting with especially. So, as someone who is not a lifelong Steeler fan, but a lifelong football fan, the game stands alone.
Yeah.
There's no need to look to the future to see if the value of the game is built on something else, because in the moment they weren't playing the New Orleans Saints. They were playing their division rival with everything on the line. So you don't need anything in the future, because only one team wins at the end. So there would only be one memory every season if you were building on the last memory.
That's well said. And I would say, too, like, if the Steelers beat, I don't know, who's a team we don't really care all that much about? If the Steelers beat the Jets to get into the postseason, that would have been sweet, but it being Baltimore makes it that much sweeter.
Yeah, and as far as the moment, you also did it in front of the home fans. Winning in Baltimore would have broken a lot of hearts, but it didn't. There was 30 seconds of football that changed the entire way the lives of people in Western Pennsylvania lived this week.
No doubt, Bob, and thank you for the call. It's a great call, 412-928-9370. I am a Steelers fan. Everyone listening right now is a Steelers fan. We would have a miserable week. I know I would have a miserable week if every call we took was fire Tomlin and the same thing happened and, oh, my God, they went 9-8 and blah, 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 blah. And that day's eventually coming. I don't expect the Steelers to win the Super Bowl. We've all got truth serum out there. None of us expect the Steelers to hoist the Lombardi this year. That's going to happen. But putting it off, creating a little hope, that's what it's all about, baby. This week is fun. I remember growing up, and the Steelers were way good then in the early 2000s, in the mid-2000s, and all your local news stations, like the evening news, it wasn't, oh, toddler fell out of a window. It wasn't, wow, traffic jam on McKnight Road. Wow, there's corruption in local politics. It was 25 minutes of every Steelers angle possible. Well, let's go to McGee Women's Hospital, where every baby that pops out is going to be covered with a terrible towel. It's the best. And we get that for a week here. And, oh my God, if they win, this place, this town is going to be on fire. And you don't get that hope if you don't win the game, obviously. Captain Obvious Crowley here for you. 412-928-9370. But forget all that just for a second. Is this game going to be an all-time classic, even if the Steelers get run out of the building by Houston? 412-928-9370. I have some examples of other standalone games, moments that didn't lead to championships that I'll remember fondly forever. And I wonder if you agree. 412-928-9370. Your calls on this coming up next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Notable coaching firings in the NFL yesterday. Pete Carroll out as the Las Vegas Raiders head coach. Team went 3-14 this season in his first and only season with the team. Kevin Stefanski out as the Cleveland Browns head coach. Zach Taylor being retained by the Bengals. Mike McDaniel being retained by the Miami Dolphins. Two notable, questionable guys in their head coaching positions that look like they're going to remain. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Trae Young could be a Washington Wizard. The first NBA blockbuster of the year is near, and multiple reports have Trae Young's reps working with the Hawks to move the four-time All-Star out of Atlanta. Young has only played in 10 games this year due to a knee injury, but among the teams that he's interested in that also show interest in him is the Washington Wizards. You don't hear them in these conversations very often. I'm Denton Day.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Meet the floodlight that talks back. Get a free floodlight camera and 1 free month of AI deterrence from Guardian Protection. This smart camera knows when someone's creeping around. It flips on the lights and gives a loud verbal warning to send them running. It's tough, it's smart, and it's free. Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab your free floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Cloudy with flurries this morning, the high 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Crew still on the scene of an earlier vehicle fire off to this side, not causing too many delays. Northbound I-79 in Kennedy Township, just before the S-Bends heading up toward the Route 51 interchange and the Neville Island Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy from Wilkinsburg down toward the Brinton Road overpass, and then again in both directions approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All-time classic, in my opinion, Sunday night. Steelers 26, Ravens 24. Thank you, Tyler Loop. Thank you, Aaron Rodgers. Let's say the Steelers lose to Houston. Will we still look back on this game as an all-time classic? 412-928-9370. You can also text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter writes in, the bar has been lowered so much that a missed field goal by the other team to get the Steelers into the postseason is an all-time classic. I feel for you younger people who really don't know any better or much at all past the Tomlin era. No, I understand Steelers history. It was also one of the most exciting games that any of us have ever seen. If this was a game between the Chiefs and the Houston Texans, and it was the final game of the regular season, and we all just watched it as third-party neutral observers, I think we would say that was one of the more entertaining games we've watched. And because it was Steelers-Ravens, and because of everything that it meant, I think this was probably the most entertaining game of the entire 2025 season in the NFL. So, yeah, the guy missed a field goal, and you win the game because he missed it. If he makes it, we're having a different conversation. That's kind of the point. It doesn't mean that I put this up with the immaculate reception. It's not Santonio Holmes in the back of the end zone to win a Super Bowl. But that's one of the best games ever played in Acrisure Stadium history. And you don't need to pay it off with a championship for it to be an all-time moment. For example, this wasn't paid off with a championship, but this is one of my all-time favorite Pittsburgh Penguins moments.
Taking over on the play is Robert Lang. He's got a Traeger. Here's Kasparaitis. Wristing one. He shoots and scores. The Pittsburgh Penguins have won the series in overtime. Darius Kasparaitis. And ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has just left the building.
I mean, come on. The Penguins would get waxed in the Eastern Conference Final by the New Jersey Devils. But we all remember exactly where we were when Kasparaitis was sliding on his belly across center ice. That was one of my favorite Penguin seasons of all time, and I've seen him win 5 championships. They didn't win one that year. Lemieux came back. They went on this Cinderella run to the conference final. It was a joy. You don't need to pay it all off for moments to remain classics forever. I don't think. But you might disagree. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Larry in Greensburg, who's been waiting patiently. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning. Thank you. Hey, it was the most exciting game I've seen since you said Antonio Holmes in the back of the end zone against the Cardinals. But one other thing is, what is your opinion on, do you think Tomlin should have went for it that early in the game? And what about the 21 points that were thrown wide open to receivers and not to adjust.
Oh, Larry, we will get into reasons for pessimism and reasons for optimism later in the show for this potential Steelers playoff run. I think those touchdown passes, they are inexcusable. They just are. I don't mind the Patrick Queen trailing Zay Flowers one because you bring a good pressure there, and Queen's caught in coverage. You just need to finish the sack. The other ones are unforgivable. As for going for it, and thank you for the call, no problem with it. I didn't like the play calls, but Mike Tomlin showed through his aggressive decision-making that the Steelers were trying to win the game, merely not just avoid losing. And so many times in this last 8-year span where they haven't won a playoff game, our criticism of Mike Tomlin has been, he plays not to lose the game. Now he's coaching to win games. He's been aggressive in going for it on fourth down during this 4 out of 5 game streak here for them. And I think even in failure on the fourth down and then the first and goal at the end of the first half, I think you're showing, hey, we came to win. I think that seeps into the 53-man roster. Hey, our coach says we're going for the jugular here. No, I respect the hell out of it. Bad play calls, no doubt. But I respect the hell out of it. 412-928-9370. Mark and Fairchance, hello.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
You got it. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Oh, man, you guys are killing it the last 2 days.
Thank you.
I've been watching these guys since I could watch football. We have complained for a long time about watching a game that was exciting for a change and watching the team play with passion. So this is why I think it's going to be an all-time great.
It would have been different, and I'll let you finish the second, Tyler, but just to go back and forth, or Mark, excuse me. If it was 13-10 and it was a rock fight and it was gross, I wouldn't feel the same way. But guess what? It wasn't. And that makes all the difference to me. Like, you're going to remember where you were jumping up and down with your loved ones, or maybe you're hugging total strangers. I was talking to my brother-in-law on the phone last night, and the guy in front of him, swear to God, lit up a cigarette in Acrisure Stadium when Tyler Loop missed a field goal. Like, you're going to remember that forever.
And that's why I think it's going to be a classic, because we got to take the Steeler fan out of it for a second. I think you hit on this earlier. From a football fan perspective, you had the biggest players coming up at the biggest moment.
Yes, you
Nobody
did.
could say Lamar Jackson didn't play his heart out in that game and hit the plays he needed to play. No, nobody could say that Cam Hayward wasn't balling all out. You had ebbs and flows. You're up. You got the momentum. You lose the momentum. You got the momentum. You lose. That was such a back-and-forth game. And the one thing that's really irritating me about this whole field goal kicking thing is you're not kicking in a dome. You're kicking at Acrisure.
Yeah.
That's not a gimme kick.
He's part of the team, right?
Just missed a field goal. We get the best field goal kicker in the league, and we missed an extra point.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about that being Raven luck, but they want to talk about our luck when they're guys. I'm sorry. You can't deface the game that way. Awesome game, guys. You guys are point on target with that.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Really good call. And I think your point about the biggest players, that's something that'll stand the test of time, too. Like, when we look back on this game 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 30 years from now, hey, remember when Lamar was dead to rights and Alex Highsmith couldn't get him down? And he made what would have been the signature play if there weren't 5 other signature plays that followed? You had Lamar clearly not 100% gutting it out, 2-time MVP, against a 4-time MVP who's smarting because he landed on his hand and his hand was hurting again, his broken wrist. You've got Cam Hayward at the tail end of his career, playing his best game of the season. You've got a future Hall of Famer in T.J. Watt with an interception. 2 coaches that have coached against each other and are both probably going to wind up in the Hall of Fame. More than any coaches in the history of the sport, save for one other pair. You had all the stars, and they're all making plays, and it felt like you were going to lose until you won. It's an all-timer. This moment wasn't paid off with a Super Bowl championship. In fact, the Steelers lost the next week, but I think everyone thinks of this one as a classic.
Second and goal.
Fuamatuma Afala caps off the comeback against the Browns in the 0-2 wildcard game. Next week, Steelers wind up losing to the Tennessee Titans. Eddie George gets knocked out of the game. Their kicker with an all-time acting job. Steelers should have won that game and gone on to the AFC Championship against the Raiders. But they didn't. And yet, everyone remembers exactly where they were when Fuamatu Ma'afala scored. And it was haymaker after haymaker back and forth. I'll give the Steelers a lot of credit. You know, halfway through this year, one of our talking points on the show was they seem to wilt in the face of adversity. How many times were the Steelers leading at half, and then something bad happens, and they cratered? The Green Bay game, Aaron Rodgers doesn't get the free play, and then their tight end winds up making one of the plays of the season, totally flips the game on the head. The Steelers could never grab the momentum back. Think about the Bills game. Steelers are up at the half, sack, fumble, and the rest is history, and then you get fired Tomlin chants, which were warranted at the time, in the crowd. Time and time again, the Steelers wilted this year. And they didn't on Sunday night. And what will they make of it? What will they make of this opportunity? That's going to tell part of the story, of course. But that they won the game when the Ravens kept answering their haymakers with haymakers, I think they deserve a lot of credit. I think Mike Tomlin deserves a lot of credit for that. And this game will always stand alone for me as a classic. Will it for you? 412-928-9370. I got a couple of other examples of moments that have stood the test of time. We'll play them for you. We'll take your calls when we return. You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pete Carroll of the Las Vegas Raiders, Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns. A couple of coaches notable that were fired. Announcements made yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Hello, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. Like many people, my life has had some interesting twists and turns. I was a Class A member of the PGA of America and a golf pro for over 20 years. Got to work with the original developers at Nevillewood and kicked it off by playing the opening round with Jack Nicklaus. Pretty cool, huh? In 1997, I decided to trade in my PGA for my CFP and became a certified financial planner professional. It was one of the best decisions of my life. The best was marrying Barb 42 years ago. We have 2 wonderful children, Lester and Sarah. Both of them work with me here at Botkin Family Wealth Management, an independent financial planning and investment firm. We formulate plans to carry our clients from the investing years into the retirement years. Visit BotkinFamilyWealth.com to learn more about our dedication. We look forward to meeting you.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. PAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and I'll tell you something I never thought the old me would be able to say. I actually like seeing myself in photos, videos, on TV. Before Awaken 180, every photo, every clip, I'm judging my chin, my waist, my posture, everything. I smile on camera, but in my mind I'm thinking, ew, that's not great. I didn't feel great either. Those feelings have been gone for almost 2 years now, and it's not just because I lost weight. I made the lifestyle change I needed to, but didn't know how. I had my end-of-the-year Awaken 180 weigh-in, and the scale was 52-plus pounds down. The crazy part, 60 pounds of fat gone, 8 pounds of muscle back on. That matters. I didn't want to just be smaller. I wanted to be better. I think that's what everyone wants, so why not just do it? Awaken 180 makes it simple, and you'll see what I mean after you lose weight your first week in January. The confident, the healthy you, just one click away. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Well, this standing room only crowd trying to get under Johnny Cueto's skin, and they might be. That ball's hit well to left center field. Back toward the track, and that ball is gone. Russell Martin, 2-0 Pittsburgh.
The crowd pop when that ball comes off the bat. One of the biggest in Pittsburgh sports history. And that victory over Johnny Cueto and the Cincinnati Reds didn't even lead to a Pirates series victory. And it's still one of the all-time Pittsburgh sports moments, certainly in the last 40 years. You don't have to pay a great moment off with another great moment for that moment to stand the test of time. And that's why, to me, what we witnessed on Sunday night is an all-time classic Pittsburgh Steelers moment. And I wonder if you agree, even if Houston beats the hell out of the Steelers on Monday night, that is a moment that stands the test of time. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, an all-timer of a game where the home team was booed and was for a good amount of time in the first half. I think that adds to it. Isn't it all part of it? Isn't that what makes what happened on Sunday night so special? It was an anxiety bowl of sorts. Tomlin v. Harbaugh, loser might not be the coach of their respective team again. And the fans were on the offense in particular early. And yet the team was able to overcome its own slow start, overcome the restless natives, and still win the game, that's all part of it. Jeff from Latrobe texts him, absolute classic. Aaron's yippee skippy leap after the touchdown is a wall hanger. It's a standalone game for all the reasons stated. Winner take all, the hated Ravens, high anxiety, lady luck, and who can forget the holy water being sprinkled in the end zone. Exactly right. Harry, you agree with me, right? Like, these moments can live on their own, can't they?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I think that the people thinking about it is just like the field goal and the moment where they won is different. You got to think about how the entire game ended, though, with the 2 touchdown passes, the alternating leads. That's what makes the moment special. It's not just about the fact that they got the field goal.
It's that the Steelers lost that game so many times in my mind. Like when Isaiah Likely comes down with that 4th down catch on a hell of a throw by Lamar Jackson and a terrible misplay, in my opinion, by Jalen Ramsey, I threw my hat on the ground like I was a child. I was deflated. Everything that they had done amounted to nothing, and they were going to lose the game. And then John Harbaugh happens. Why don't we take a knee 3 yards back instead of handing the ball to our future Hall of Fame running back to make it an easier kick for our rookie? They lost the game in my head so many times. They won the game in my head so many times. And even when Tyler Loop missed, I still didn't believe they won because I was waiting for the damn leverage call that never came. And the whole game wasn't exciting necessarily, but the drama, the tension, the anxiety, the buildup, it felt like Steelers-Ravens games of old, the first 3 quarters, and then it morphed into something totally different in the 4th quarter. I mean, it looked like 2 defenses that had just given up. Not from an effort standpoint, but 2 defenses that had just, they hung on, they battled all game, and they were suffering attrition. And the Ravens, they had guys going to the blue tent play after play after play. And finally, the offenses just started making the plays left and right. It was awesome. All-timer. The Steelers could lose 100-0 to Houston, and I'm always going to think about that game fondly and jumping up and down with my wife when Luke missed a field goal. Here's another moment that didn't lead to a Super Bowl championship. In fact, it led to eventually one of the most heartbreaking losses in my Steelers' memory.
3rd and 19. Weldy Moore in the backfield with Roethlisberger. Looks like a 3-man rush for Baltimore. That's all they're showing. And that's all it is. Roethlisberger going to go deep. Caught! Antonio Brown out of bounds inside the 5. We have a penalty marker down.
Penalty amounted to nothing, illegal contact. AB 2010, divisional round against the Ravens. Helmet catch, 3rd and 19. And you want to talk about a celebration that's good to put up on your wall? The fist pump that Ben throws up after AB scampers out of bounds. That was 2 dogs, 1 bone time, folks. That was Emmanuel Sanders and Antonio Brown. Who's going to get the helmet on any given Sunday? That was really the origin story for one Antonio Brown. That catch right there, that moment. And the Steelers would lose in a heartbreaker because of Rashard Mendenhall and Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl, Super Bowl 45. Now, playoffs are different. I realize not apples to oranges. But that amounted to a playoff game on Sunday night. Texter, don't forget the Steelers did not win the Super Bowl the year of the Immaculate Reception. I agree. Played it in the first segment. They lost to the Dolphins by 4 the next week in the AFC Championship game. But that is maybe the most famous play. It is the most famous play in NFL history. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Keep taking your calls on this. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. He was there. He talked to players after the game. He talked to DK Metcalf yesterday for the first time since the fan punching incident and his suspension. So much to go over with Jeff. But we'll talk about some more all-time Acrisure Stadium moments when we return. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Our guy Jason Mackey reporting yesterday that the Pirates, now that they didn't get the Japanese third baseman, they're in pursuit of Eugenio Suarez, free agent third baseman. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
We're still working with an earlier vehicle fire. It's off to the side of the roadway on northbound I-79 in Kennedy Township, approaching the S-Bend, heading up toward Route 51 and the Neville Island Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 getting heavier now as you just pass the Route 8 on-ramp, and then again approaching Millvale. The rest of the way, you're fairly steady. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune into Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Want to learn handgun fundamentals while making a real impact? Keystone Shooting Center presents Aiming for a Cause. Take their certified basic handgun course, and your registration fee supports the Veterans Leadership Program. 2 classes only, Saturday, January 24th at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Master safety, support veterans. Secure your spot today. Visit KeystoneShootingCenter.com or call 412-357-8000.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Regardless of what happens going forward, will we still consider Steelers 26, Ravens 24 an all-time classic Steelers game? 412-928-9370. That's Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Texter writes in, bro, you can't get all these clowns on board. The Tomlin hate is wild. When you look across the NFL, every team has warts. We're just spoiled brats. I don't know that we're spoiled. I think we just want to see the Steelers win a playoff game. But I agree with something that Pony put out there on his show yesterday, a truce, at least for yesterday, where the Tomlin criticism was going to get put to the side, and we would all just revel in what was an awesome moment for fans on Sunday night. And I don't think this is a week for Tomlin hate. Let's see what he could do. I said it yesterday, if you don't win a playoff game, it's a failure. Well, if you win a playoff game, that's been our biggest criticism of Tomlin, hasn't it? You win a playoff game, the thing we thought he couldn't do, he would have done. Doesn't mean that we forgive him for everything from the last 8 years and the underachieving with the Killer Bees and getting their butts whooped the last 5 playoff games. But it's the thing we say he can't do anymore. If he does it, I think he'll deserve a ton of credit. And I think the pitchforks and torches, if they win, will go away. Still have to win. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, and this is a great one, of a moment that'll stand the test of time. That didn't lead to anything. Big Ben's final home game against the Browns. Steelers won. It kept their season alive. They would then beat Baltimore in overtime the next week. And then because the Sunday night football game didn't end in a tie, even though it almost did, the Steelers got into the playoffs. But they got waxed, oh my God, by the Chiefs. Well, they give up a touchdown on 6 consecutive possessions or whatever it was, did the Steelers? 5, whatever. But Ben's final home game was awesome. And he ran around and was giving high fives to the fans, and Craig Riley was weeping openly in the stands. It's a good one. Here are my all-time games at Acrisure Stadium. They had to be Steelers or Pitt wins. Pony ranked his top 5 yesterday, but this fits our topic too. 08 AFC Championship is my number 1. I think that should be everybody's number one. It wasn't the most exciting game. It wasn't as exciting a game, in my opinion, as Sunday night's game. But it was a throwback. A rivalry game. We'll never see the likes of it again. You can't play football that way anymore. And Polamalu's pick six, if you could boil down one moment, that's the all-time moment in that stadium, Polamalu's pick six would be it for 100% of the listening audience. It is for me. 2010 divisional round against the Ravens, the helmet catch. Wild card Fuamatu Ma'afala against the Browns. 04, Eagles-Patriots back-to-back. Snapping the Patriots' winning streak on Halloween, the Plexico Burress catch. As far as regular season goes, hard to feel better than we did as Steelers fans then, and you had your rookie quarterback, and you felt like you finally were going to get over on the Patriots. Also, the 04 divisional game, where Doug Bryan missed 2 field goals. I was sitting right there behind the posts, crying like a baby because I thought the 15-1 season was going to come to an end. I was a wuss. Still am. Pitt games, Devonshire pick 6 against West Virginia the year after Pitt won the ACC. The year of the ACC championship for Pitt, the Pitt-Clemson game. Pitt-Virginia, where it looked like Kenny had thrown a game-losing interception, and Jordan Addison rips it from the defender and scores a touchdown. Pitt-UNC in overtime. Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett, in the rain, where it only seemed to rain when North Carolina had the ball in overtime. When Pitt had the ball, it didn't seem to rain. Just some all-time classics at Acrisure Stadium. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn's going to join the show. He was in the locker room following Steelers-Ravens. He spoke to DK Metcalf yesterday. We'll get Jeff's pulse of what's going on with the Black and Gold prior to their playoff game against Houston. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's dry this morning, but expect to see light rain and drizzle around for the afternoon. Even with the rain around this afternoon, temperatures should be warmer than yesterday's 47-degree high. I have Pittsburgh seeing a high of 50 this afternoon. Morning temperatures are in the low 30s. Rain continues overnight, but should be wrapping up as the Wednesday morning commute begins. I expect rain totals of less than 0.05 of an inch. I'm First Alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it soon.
ZipRecruiter. Just head to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Morning Rush continues to line up in the usual spots. This report brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh RV Show. Traffic on the Parkway West is stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass down toward Millvale. Then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. Northbound I-79, the earlier vehicle fire still off to the side of the roadway on northbound I-79. Looks like they are in the process of trying to remove that. Currently, the right lane is blocked heading toward the S-Bends. That's in Kennedy Township. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The final play of the regular season for the final spot in the playoffs. Tyler Luke from 44. Snap good. Hold it. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
I just can't stop playing it. I can't stop watching it. I want to relive it. One of the best moments, I think, in Acrisure Stadium history. One of the best games. And we'll get into the nitty-gritty. We'll get into the X's and O's. We'll get Jeff's big-time reporting hat on. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joins us now with the Hawk Report.
No, that died in 25.
Oh. I just want to hear you make the sound. You can't make the sound?
No.
Unbelievable. Left hanging by my own producer. Jeff, you've been to every sporting event seemingly on Pittsburgh soil for a very long time. Where does that game stack up for you in terms of storylines, in terms of excitement? Where do you put it in the pantheon of all the all-time greats? And good morning and Happy New Year.
Yeah, good morning. Happy New Year. Yeah, I mean, that one was – and let me start with this. I didn't see the kick. There were a bunch of us that had gone down to get in line to go into the locker room. And where we were, they were showing the feed of the last few plays of the game. And then they called the timeout, and they took the feed away before the kick.
You're kidding me.
No, they switched it because in the media room, they don't want to have TV on. So they switched it like before the kick. So we could, out of the corner of our ear, hear Kinger's call, but we didn't see it. And, the place erupted, and we're like, did he miss it?
Oh, man.
And sure enough, he did. But, man, the game was because there was so much in the game. There's the trailing early. You start hearing the boos. You're thinking this thing's really going to go sideways. You're not stopping the run. And then that second half, of all the things you can boil down with this game, the thing to me that stands out the most, the difference for the Steelers, I mean, obviously they missed a kick, was that the Steelers had Aaron Rodgers in the second half.
Yes.
In the last, since Ben Roethlisberger, no other quarterback would have kept them in that game or given them a chance to win. It was because you had Aaron Rodgers that you ended up winning that game or had the opportunity to win that game.
I'm with you. That was my biggest takeaway, and there was so much. I mean, the Steelers, the resilience to continue to take haymakers, the Ravens' resilience to continue to take haymakers. It felt like the old days between those two heated and respected rivals. But you don't have a shot if you don't have a quarterback that can make MVP plays. When Lamar Jackson evaded Alex Highsmith and threw the touchdown pass to Flowers, I said, there's a difference in the two teams. These two teams are very similar, but the difference is they've got that guy and the Steelers don't. Well, guess what? They do. And that's what gives me a little bit of hope. And it seems like, Jeff, that the team has some hope too because of number 8.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. I mean, look at how he performed in that second half. And they talk about him being calm and cool, and he breeds confidence because he walks in that huddle. And there's no rah-rah speeches. It's just kind of like, all right, let's go do this. And he still can – like Russ probably said stuff, but he didn't most times do it.
Mm-hmm.
He said the right things, but he didn't do it. Aaron doesn't have to say a lot. He just does it. And, man, when you have a performance like that, I mean, they scored 4 of their 5 possessions in the second half, and 3 of the 4 of those were touchdowns, and he threw some pretty balls.
Yes, he did.
And listen, he's not an MVP anymore. But every once in a while, he could put that out there. And I don't know what it's going to look like Monday night against one of the best defenses in the league. But at least I feel like the Steelers have a chance because he's still got that in him.
You ain't as good as you once was, but as good once as you ever was. That's the line from the song.
You, Toby.
That's right. And I think that's what Rodgers provides. I mean, shoot, man, even at the start of the game. I mean, the throw to Jonnu Smith, what the heck? He turned down an opportunity, it looked like, to run for a first down. And I thought, you know what? They needed to beat Cleveland because he just looks out of gas. I was wrong. And I think you've got the quarterback advantage going into the Houston game. We'll get into that. We've got into the confidence factor. Are you worried at all about Boswell for this playoff run? Because by all accounts, and maybe you saw it because you were there, he didn't have a good pregame warm-up either.
No, saw the extra point. Just missed the game-ending damn play that I didn't see. I'm not going to get there yet. I know he had the miss in Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get there yet. I think there was it wasn't crazy win, but obviously there were a couple of kicks affected towards the end of the game. So I'm not going there at this point. He still hit a long field goal in the game. I'm still confident in Chris Boswell if this thing comes to a field goal on Monday night.
Jeff Hathorn with us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Funny moment, at least from the outside looking in yesterday, Jeff, at the DK Metcalf press conference. I got it here.
DK, can you explain to us what happened in Detroit?
You had to be the one to ask, huh? No, I can't.
A lot of that going around for DK Metcalf, potentially for legal reasons, I'm guessing, Jeff, yesterday when you talked to him?
Yes. I mean, it probably would have been a little better if he would have explained that, like, hey, for legal reasons, or because this jagoff is suing me, I can't say this because he might use it against me for some reason. Because he was then asked later by DeFabo about, like, hey, I understand what your feelings are, but there's anything you want to clarify? And he's like, nope. I think we had 5 or 6 different questions at it, and that was going to be his stance, and that's his right. And he could, I thought of that news conference. The other news that was interesting to me was how he admitted he couldn't watch the second half of the Browns game.
Man,
that he was so distraught felt like he was the reason they were in that position, which, I mean, he was, and that he couldn't even watch it. And, man, there's a picture on the picture we used for the story on the website of him with this big smile. Like, man, guys were coming up to him. Like, going into the playoffs, sometimes you need a little boost. I wouldn't recommend that you get suspended for 2 games and nearly cost your team a shot at the playoffs. But, man, they get a little boost going into the playoffs with their best offensive, at least pass-catching weapon joining the team for this game Monday night.
Based on conversations that you've had with guys in the locker room, did they feel a responsibility to pick up DK Metcalf, or had they felt let down by DK Metcalf?
No, it's more the previous than the latter. And I think there is a feeling in that room, and I know it gets old, and Tomlin's sayings get old, but it's one of the things that Aaron talked about is the feeling that they have in that room. Like there is a tightness in that room. And when you go through a long season and you think about the twists and turns that this season has had, I mean, craziness. It was a wild offseason, clearing out a quarterback room and, the TJ contract situation. Then what happened with Cam and wanting more money. Like there was so many things, not just on the field, that I think those guys felt like. And I think as much as to lift up DK, I think some of the other receivers, looked at it as an opportunity for themselves. Now, it didn't work out the way some of them would have wanted it to, but they made enough plays. And what do you know? They found Freiermuth a couple of times on Sunday night, and they were able to get the job done.
Jeff, one of the most noteworthy sound bites that you were able to collect following the game came from Pat Freiermuth, in my opinion, when he was talking about his love, his respect for Mike Tomlin, who he called the greatest coach he had ever played for. It was staggering to me, not because I don't think Freiermuth's a great guy and says the right things, but because he's been so, in my opinion, underutilized this year. And for him to be talking about everybody wanting to win the game for the Gipper, that was pretty moving to me. Do you agree?
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one feeling that way. I mean, they hear it, they know it. They may not consume it, but their spouse or their friends or somebody has said, "Man, you see all the heat Tomlin's getting," they know that stuff's out there, and they do like Mike. And isn't it interesting that it's Freiermuth that was that emotional when if anyone in that room could be ticked off at the coach and saying like, "Man, give me some opportunities." But it's not this dude. This dude was still team first. Rodgers talked about it after the game too, about how he sits next to Pat and he's never heard complaining from him once about getting more opportunities. Now, I'm sure there are times of like, "Hey, I was open," or "Hey, you could look for me here," but it didn't get to the point where he became an issue and he was, constantly whining about it. And that's a credit to him because you can imagine they bring in this other tight end. All of a sudden, Darnell becomes this guy, and you went from being the number one tight end to, what is my role here? And he just stayed with it and made some big plays Sunday night.
Jeff, this was wonderful. It always is, and I'm so happy that at least for 1 week we get to talk about football and not about firing the head coach. So hopefully that can extend deeper into January.
I mean, it's been what, 8 years? Like, I'm excited about a home playoff game.
Me too, man.
And this is doable. I mean, Houston's defense is really good, but it's doable.
It's not the massively favored Ravens like last year. It's not the Buffalo Bills at the Ralph. It's not Kansas City with Mahomes and Reed at Arrowhead. Yeah, they got a shot, man. No doubt about it. Jeff, thank you, and we will talk more on Thursday.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you, buddy. That is Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. A lot of great stuff up right now on 937thefan.com. That was the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report. Crap. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jeff talked about wide receivers stepping up. One of those guys who made a hell of a catch on a great throw from Aaron Rodgers was Adam Thielen. You'll never guess what Marlon Humphrey said about that play on social media. We'll clue you in on it coming up next. Also, it's high times in Pittsburgh sports. It's the best I've felt about Pittsburgh sports in a good long while, and we'll get into all the reasons why when we return. Southside Jake, bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Notable coaches in the NFL fired yesterday, including Kevin Stefanski from the Cleveland Browns and Pete Carroll from the Las Vegas Raiders. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. John Harbaugh's career with the Baltimore Ravens may be done after following the Pittsburgh Steelers in a quasi-playoff game. And it probably should be. Lamar Jackson and no Super Bowl appearances? That's fireable enough.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Uline,
They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
What's left over from an earlier vehicle fire still blocks the shoulder on northbound I-79. This is just before the S-bends in Kennedy Township as you head up toward Coraopolis and the Neville Island Bridge. Now, it's not bad enough that it's on the shoulder, but the flashing lights are causing traffic to slow down and try to avoid that getting to the left lane, so watch for those slowdowns there. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East acts at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again as you head between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Carlson, fresh on. There's a man. It's the captain. Crosby right in. He scores! The Penguins win! The Penguins win! Sidney Crosby completes the comeback, and Pittsburgh downs Columbus 5-4 in overtime.
Oh, baby, what a time to be alive. Tyler Loop misses a field goal. The Steelers are in the postseason, hosting a playoff game at Acrisure Stadium at full capacity for the first time since they lost to the Jags in 2017. When they played the Browns, of course, that was in the throngs of COVID. So it's been 8 years. Sidney Crosby is 5th in the NHL in goals. The Penguins are winners of 5 straight, playing great hockey. A rousing comeback victory against Columbus with thousands of Penguins fans in attendance on Sunday. They swept the weekend, beat Detroit 2 times in a row. They're in a playoff spot. If they win on Thursday, they'll be in 3rd place in the Metro with a chance to keep climbing. And the Buccos, yes, they missed out on the Japanese third baseman, whose name I'm glad I will not have to butcher for the next 3 years. But according to Jason Mackey, they're in on 50-homer guy Eugenio Suarez. It wasn't that long ago we were talking about the dark ages of Pittsburgh sports. Oh, boy, the Buccos are going to waste Paul Skeens. Oh, the Penguins, they're in for a lengthy rebuild. Oh, the Steelers are going to miss the playoffs after losing to the Cleveland Browns. And all of a sudden, I feel great. Don't you feel great? Is it okay just to sit here for a moment and no, it's probably not going to get better than this for a little while here? I mean, it could. But I just want to exist today in this happy place I'm in. The only way it could get better is if today the Pirates did sign Eugenio Suarez. But think about it. Like, nothing bad can happen today in Pittsburgh sports. Pitt basketball doesn't play until the weekend. Pitt volleyball season over, so they can't depress you by losing in a Final Four. Penguins are off today. Steelers don't play for another 6 days. Penguins don't play until Thursday. We got a couple-day period here where we can just be happy that things are going great. And again, not that long ago, we were having conversations like in the summertime. Like, when's the next good thing that's going to happen for Pittsburgh sports? It's okay just to look around once in a while. What's the Ferris Bueller's Day Off quote? Life comes at you fast. You got to stop and look around once in a while. You might miss it. I'm looking around. By the way, here's what the Bucs lineup could look like with Eugenio Suarez in the middle of it. O'Neal Cruz, Brian Reynolds, Brandon Lau, Eugenio Suarez, Ryan O'Hearn, Nick Gonzalez is a placeholder, I would suppose, for Connor Griffin, who could be up, maybe even as early as the beginning of the season. Password Garcia, Jank Mangum, and Joey Bart. Henry Davis as your personal preferred catcher for Skeens. I think you make the playoffs in that lineup, Harry. I do. You put a 50-homer guy in the middle of it. Kind of a big deal. I think that Brian Reynolds would benefit from some lineup protection. I think O'Neal Cruz would benefit from some lineup protection. And if you've got Lau and Suarez back-to-back in your lineup, you're talking about a 30-homer guy and a 50-homer guy from last year, right in the middle of your lineup. Last year, what's your infield combined for in terms of homers? 19? And now you're talking about your second baseman's a 30-bomb guy, and your third baseman is, I think, bare minimum a 30-bomb guy? You got to get Suarez. You're one bat away. But this has been the best Pirates offseason since ... And the Penguins are surprising everybody. And the Steelers, because they've got Aaron Rodgers, and they're not playing this Goliath in the first round of the playoffs, actually have a shot to win a playoff game for the first time in nearly a decade. High times in Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah. Scott in Oakland. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Crowdy?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm doing well. Hey, just a little thought on the Steelers before you get into the topic at hand.
Sure. We're kind of doing a hodgepodge right now, buddy. We're just being happy for once on a Tuesday.
Absolutely. Hey, so here's the deal. DK Metcalf. I lived out in Seattle for about 20 years before I moved back here during COVID.
Yeah.
So I got a chance to see DK play his early career in Seattle personally, directly. Let me tell you something. When that guy feels wronged, when he feels like he's got something to prove, and when he plays with a chip on his shoulder, he's a straight-up dog. Go back, if you get the chance, a couple years ago when the Seahawks played, I want to say it was either the Eagles or the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was DK's rookie season. He went off for like 140 yards in his first playoff game. See if you can find that tape. The dude is a straight-up dog when he feels like he's got something to prove. Mark it down. I think with this suspension that he's gone through and the fact he's got a chance to play Monday night next week might be really scary for the Texans. That's all I'm
that's a reason for optimism, Scott. And thank you for the call. And we will get into reasons for pessimism, reasons for optimism a little bit later on in the show for the Steelers playoff run. But DK Metcalf in the postseason has been a dog. 2019, 2 games, 11 catches, 219 yards, and a touchdown. 2020, in 1 game, 5 catches, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns. 2022, 1 game, 10 catches, $136, 2 touchdowns. My man's got 451 receiving yards and 5 touchdowns in 4 playoff games. If the Steelers didn't make the postseason, he was going to go down as an all-time Pittsburgh GOAT, and not like Tom Brady, greatest of all time. No, like the old definition of GOAT. Now he's got a chance to totally redeem himself, and I feel like he might just. High times in Pittsburgh sports, baby, at least for this week, and we're trying to make it last. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, and you can tweet us, as always, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We've got Trey Essex joining us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, a little trivia with Southside Jake, who wants to be smarter than a plumber. Perhaps we'll use a phone caller as a lifeline at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Our guy Jason Mackey reported yesterday that the Pirates are pursuing Eugenio Suarez now in this offseason after they lost out on the Japanese third baseman that they seemed to be pursuing before the Blue Jays signed him. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Doran Dickerson.
If some jagoff at the big bucks building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving. And you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports. And we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The wild card round is here, and FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. That means all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the wild card round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. So pick the matchups you believe in. Can the NFC South champ really be the runner-up from the NFC West in the wild card round? Take your shot on an upset, although I wouldn't in that game, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs get rolling. So visit FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like health care, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I went from a size 40 to a 36. I went from a 48 jacket. I bought a suit the other day, 44. And they took me off 3 meds, including blood pressure. It's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. I actually had a steak the other night. I had asparagus, and I had a piece of cake. And that's the week I lost 5.8 pounds. So you know what? If you think you can, you can. I feel like a young man again. Energy levels popping because I'm doing 14 to 16,000 steps Monday through Friday. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss. Go get it.
Thanks, Brian. This is Donnie Football. Increased energy, reducing medications. The benefits are endless when you do what Brian did, what I did, and over 21,000 others have done. We called the solution for weight loss Awaken 180 weight loss. Proven weekly results, and then you receive free support for life. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the
the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero-Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero-Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's going to drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero-Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero-Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero-Res.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
I blew off a tease before. We'll get to Southside Jake in a second. I told you Marlon Humphrey's back on Twitter. Baltimore Ravens defensive back. Someone tweeted out, why does Marlon look around like he just got pranked every time he gets burnt? Marlon Humphrey quote tweeted it and posted, I looked to the ref to see if it's incomplete or a flag, but yesterday I was in disbelief that Thielen caught a fade on me. Sigh. Why you got to be taking a shot at the elderly Adam Thielen like that? Why you got to take collateral damage? What a throw by Rodgers, by the way. I think his prettiest of the game, and there were a handful of pretty ones in that game. Back to the Steelers and Ravens momentarily. Steelers and Texans momentarily. But right now, it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber with our guy, Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. How are you today?
Jake, I've never been better. The Penguins are hot. The Pirates are signing guys, and the Steelers are in the postseason.
This is Pittsburgh sports like we've never seen before.
Well, it's Pittsburgh sports like we haven't seen in a while. And yes, you can ruin it all by trumping me in a trivia contest. Are you ready, my friend?
I am. It's 2026 now, so clean slate.
Let's go.
My goal is never to lose, and that is going to happen, and it's going to start today. All right, here we go. Remember, you got 50-50 lifeline and Harry Callis as your, I guess, your real lifeline.
That's right.
Hopefully he's up for the challenge. What opponent have the Steelers played the most in the playoffs? So that is obviously the most played team that the Steelers have played against in the playoffs. A, Oakland Raiders. B, Houston Oilers. C, Denver Broncos. Or D, New England Patriots.
I had two pop into my mind immediately. They're both on the list. I'm going to go with a 50-50.
Okay. 50-50. We are going to keep B, the Houston Oilers, and C, the Denver Broncos.
I'm going B, Houston Oilers. Final answer.
You are incorrect.
What?
It is C, Denver Broncos. They have played the Denver Broncos 8 times in the playoffs. And the Houston Oilers 6 times.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be between Houston and the Raiders.
Oakland.
Wow. Yeah. All right, great question.
1970s. That's when most of these matchups took place.
Yeah, I knew that. And that would have been my third team, but it turns out it was the one team. You learn something old every day, as Mr. Rogers said. All right, Jake, you're up 1-0. That's a great question.
What QB is the only player to start and win playoff games for 3 different teams?
Ooh.
Okay. A. Michael Vick. B. Doug Flutie. C. Vinny Testaverde. Or D. Kerry Collins.
Oh, great list. I want to say it's Vinny Testaverde.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
You are incorrect. It is B. Doug Flutie. He played for the Bills, Chargers, and Patriots and won a playoff game.
Damn.
For each one of those teams.
Remember when Doug Flutie, in his final game, had a drop kick extra point? That was awesome.
Yeah. That was he would play for the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
I just seen that. It was like a 20-year recap like 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Was it really? I love Doug Flutie, man. What a player. I should be 2 for 2 right now. I don't have my partner in crime, Dickerson. All right, what do you got for the money ball, even though I can't win the game? Maybe I should rest my starters.
Before we move on, in that drop kick, it was actually really funny because we know Bill Belichick really doesn't smile. He was actually laughing and smiling.
You had to.
When I watched
You
that
had
video.
to. Just like when Chad Ochocinco kicked an extra point for the Bengals.
Unbelievable. All right, last question here. What NFL franchise has the most playoff losses and no Super Bowls? A. Buffalo Bills. B. Detroit Lions. C. Minnesota Vikings. Or D. Cincinnati Bengals.
Boy, what a list of futility. Well, I'm walking away from this one today having learned stuff that I think is important to know. Texter, where's Dickerson? Everyone keeps asking where Dickerson is. He is on paternity leave. I'm going to go with the... Harry, do you have a guess? You look eager over there.
The Bengals.
I was going to go with the Minnesota Vikings. But I love Harry, and it's the year of Harry, 2026. We'll go with the Bengals.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the Vikings, isn't it?
C. Minnesota Vikings is the correct answer with 16 playoff losses.
As long as I know that I'm right, that's all that matters. Jake, great questions today. A little playoff primer. I love it, buddy. Hopefully the Steelers will still be in the playoffs next week.
Yep, kicking it off for 2026 heavy here, so let's keep it up. Good luck to you, and have a great rest of your show.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. Thanks, buddy.
See ya.
It's a good dub for Jake. Great questions. So the Steelers have played the Broncos 8 times in the postseason, most of any opponent all time. Doug Flutie, the only quarterback to start and win a playoff game with 3 different teams. And the team with the most postseason victories without a Super Bowl, the Minnesota Vikings. Hooray. Coming up next, DK Metcalf spoke yesterday. What did he say? How's he feeling? Monkey off his back? That's next. Trey Essex at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kevin Stefanski out as Cleveland Browns head coach. Pete Carroll, 1 year with the Las Vegas Raiders. He's out. They went 3-14 this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joe, before I even get into the Steelers topic, I was wondering what you thought of this. I was on hold with customer service, and then they were like, to go back to the main menu, press the star key. And then it dawned on me, what a cool segment. The star key. Cool segment idea for Joe Starkey. Press the star key.
You like that?
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
I like that.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
we're going to go to that next
push
week.
the star key.
That's beautiful.
Yes, push him in a direction.
Off the ledge. Back him into a corner.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Parkway West inbound the lanes near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Outbound heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie. Parkway East now jammed to Churchill to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 stacks before the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Parkway North delays around the bend at Bellevue Westview down toward Perrysville, and then again approaching the Veterans Bridge across the span, then jammed on the Crosstown, heading past Bigelow Boulevard toward the Liberty Bridge and the outbound Parkway East. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hi, my name's Robin Fletcher. I've smoked for 46 years. I went to a seminar in March of 27 and seen Mark. My best friend came with me. We both went to it, and neither one of us smoked a cigarette in almost 7.5 months. I took my 3 sisters and my brother-in-law and my sister's best friend and them went. None of them have smoked a cigarette, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
My name is Jen Carpenter. I went to a Mark Patrick seminar, the Stop Smoking, and it worked. A friend of mine also went, and he still no longer smokes, and it was just amazing.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Only $59.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference. You know it's better than catching someone on camera? Catching them in the spotlight. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free floodlight camera. It lights up the moment, it detects movement, so intruders get caught and called out. Bright lights, clear video, and total peace of mind, all free. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
DK, can you explain to us what happened in Detroit?
You had to be the one to ask, huh? No, I can't.
So DK Metcalf would not get into what happened with the blue-haired jackass in Detroit. For me, all water under the bridge. All water under the bridge. Steelers made the playoffs. They get an extra day of rest. Guys get healthy. Now you get the injection of DK Metcalf back in the lineup for a winnable game, I think, against the Houston Texans. I have forgiven DK Metcalf. Have you? At 412-928-9370. Trey Essex going to be joining us in about 9 minutes. Had the Steelers not won the game, I don't think I'd ever forgiven DK Metcalf. It would take that guy rolling a boulder up a mountain in terms of production and moments the rest of his Steelers career for me to ever have even considered forgiving him. Because I think the Steelers beat the Browns. In fact, I'm almost positive of it with DK Metcalf. And boy, would engineering victory have been easier with DK Metcalf against the Baltimore Ravens. But all water under the bridge, we're good. Everything's good. And you get him back, which is massive. DK Metcalf, in 4 career playoff games, has been a beast. 26 catches, 451 yards, 17.3 yards a catch, 5 touchdowns. 16 of the 26 catches went for first downs, averaging 112, I'll round up, $113 receiving yards a game in those 4 games. DK Metcalf, been a while, but DK Metcalf has been a big-time playoff performer. And you're going to need him. Because Houston, they got some dudes of their own on that defense. The question's going to be, can the offensive line hang in there against what is one of the premier pass rushes in the NFL with Anderson and Danielle Hunter? If they can, I think Metcalf has a big game. And it might not be so much the down-the-field stuff. It might be run-after-catch stuff. I do think you're going to see Rodgers get rid of the ball quick a ton. Harry, do you agree with me, though? Do you forgive DK Metcalf?
Sure, I can forgive him.
Had they lost, would you ever have been able to forgive him?
I really just want to know what incentivized him to go over there. That's my biggest question, and we'll probably never know the answer to that.
Well, now that it's all, as I've said a couple of times now, water under the bridge, I feel like I can get after the NFL a little bit more. And I said it at the time, he deserved to be suspended. He absolutely did not deserve to be suspended for 2 games. There is zero precedent for a 2-game suspension. Lamar whacked a guy in Buffalo and didn't get so much as a fine. There's other examples of players going into the stands in recent NFL history and nothing becoming of it. And this guy gets a 2-game suspension. F off, NFL. And not to mention, DK Metcalf had brought it to the attention of both the Lions and then subsequently the NFL that this guy was a problem before, and they did nothing about it. DK's got to be better in this situation, but the NFL screwed this whole thing sideways. Thank you, Tyler Loop, for missing the field goal. Because we'd be spending a lot of time on Mr. Metcalf this week had that field goal gone through the uprights.
Well, you know what the base word of suspension is?
Sus.
No.
It's sus.
Suspense.
The whole thing is sus.
And that's what we got?
We did.
That's what we got with the Ravens-Steelers game.
Well,
suspense.
To that point, I don't think we have such a classic game, classic ending if DK plays. I think the Steelers probably win the game in a more convincing fashion. So good point by you.
Not even. They could beat the Browns, too.
Oh, they probably, you know what? That's it. They would have beat the Browns. It is 7:54. Make the smart call, Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Speaking of field goals, the NFL officially says that Chris Boswell's extra point was blocked by number 39 of the Baltimore Ravens, who Alex Kozora tweets out of Steelers Depot, the video of 39 celebrating. He celebrates as if he blocked it. If he did, that makes me feel a hell of a lot better about Chris Boswell. Because I got some concerns about the Steelers kicker in what should be a tight game against the Houston Texans. We'll comb over the video. We'll get back to you on that one. Trey Essex going to join us coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Oh, my goodness. 49 degrees the high today, 75% chance of rain tomorrow. High of 44. Marlon Humphrey. Suck it. Low of 36 and overcast. Trey Essex next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
In Crafton Borough, reports of an accident now. The intersection of West Steuben Street and Woodmere Drive. Crews are arriving on the scene there. We also have an accident reported on the inbound Parkway East around Wilkinsburg, and that's causing delays smack before Churchill past the scene to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, you are jammed before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North delays approaching Bellevue Westview down toward Perrysville, and the Parkway West. You are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
A rookie
will try to win it and send the Ravens to the playoffs.
The amount of work that has gone in from the offseason to the preseason to the regular season now comes down to one kick, where one team tomorrow will be packing up their lockers for the offseason as the other team will host a playoff game next week.
Tyler Luke made his only try tonight from 40. He is 30 of 33 on the season. He has not missed from inside 50 yards. This will be a 44-yard attempt. It will come from the middle of the field. Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is on the way. It is no good. He missed it. It's wide to the right, and the Pittsburgh Steelers have won the division. The Steelers are going to the playoffs. Tyler Luke missed it wide right, and the Steelers have won the game 26-24. Pittsburgh wins the AFC North. They will go to the playoffs.
What an unbelievable game.
Damn right. And that the Westwood One radio call, we've heard Mike Tirico. We've heard Jerry Sandusky's call with Rod Woodson on the Ravens radio network. I can't get enough. I was jumping up and down in my living room with my wife while at the same time trying to be quiet because the kids were asleep in the adjoining room. And joining us to discuss where he was on that moment is our friend, two-time Super Bowl champion, Trey Essex, host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch. He's on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. First of all, Trey, good morning. Happy New Year. Where were you? What was your reaction when the kick went wide right?
Happy New Year, my man. Oh, man, I think your reaction summed it up. I think that was all of us. But mine was funny, man. I think I was extremely I'm a little stitious. I'm not superstitious, Adam. I'm just a little stitious. I was full-blown superstitious on Sunday. I watched the game on 4 different TVs. I think I changed clothes twice. I sat in 3 or 4 different chairs, and we ended up watching the second half on my wife's phone because that's when the momentum started.
Wow.
So we watched, that's how invested I was. I would like to think that my energy helped my constant movie. I was making second half adjustments, Adam.
Real talk, Trey. I love that. And I think one of the reasons why this segment is so popular, and it is, and why our show is so popular, and hey, it is because you are just like everybody else. Doran is just like everybody else. Because I changed jerseys at halftime, man. It wasn't going after that stuff of I keep wanting to call him Chris Rainey. Why do I do that? The stuff of Gainwell at the goal line. I was like, that's it. We got to change the vibes up. There's so many different angles to get into with you, Trey, and thanks again for joining us. But I want to start with the offensive line, which gave Rodgers so much time to operate. They were mauling dudes, particularly in the second half, running the ball, and boy, do they have a tough challenge against Houston coming up this week.
They do. The regular season is complete, right, Adam? What was the biggest question coming into this season? The offensive line, bar none. What was this offensive line going to do? We had 3 guys coming back in their second year. Troy effectively playing his first year as a rookie after missing most of last year. Broderick being unproven on the left side. And then our only real, I guess, consistent piece was Isaac Seumalo, but he was coming off a pec injury. He didn't practice all preseason. So coming into this, you didn't know what you were going to get. The much maligned Pat Meyer, everybody asking for him to get fired, people saying that the offensive linemen that he had before would go to other places and get better, but could not get better under Meyer. Look what happened, man. This is now the strongest unit on the team, the most consistent unit on the team. It's one that you don't even hear about. They don't get false starts. They don't get pre-snap penalties. You don't see a whole bunch of holding calls. And when I'm watching film, they don't have any mental errors. These guys are balling. A lot of credit goes to Coach Meyer. I think Zach Frazier is the next great center in the lineage of great centers. We got my spirit animal, Mason McCormick. He has all the energy and more for everybody on that O-line. And Troy is going to be a beast. Troy is going to be an all-pro right tackle. And this is not even mentioning all the work that Dylan Cook has been doing on the left side. And then Isaac coming back and just solidifying everything this week. I can't get more hype about this offensive line, Adam. These boys are going – we're going against a very tough team in Houston. Don't get me wrong. Their defensive line is outstanding. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, 2 of the best edge rushers in the league. But I'm confident, man. I'm confident these boys, we're going strength against strength, and I like the way our boys are playing. I think we can go downhill on these guys, especially in Pittsburgh on a Monday night with the weather. This warm weather team is not ready to come up here and face this O-line. I am hype.
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. It was yesterday afternoon. He said, you know what? I'm excited for this playoff run, and I want to see how far they can go because who knows what it looks like after this season, who's the quarterback, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you know what? Yes, but there's a couple of things here that I think people are overlooking that are transferable, I believe, from one year to the next and into the future. And you've hit on the offensive line, which looks worlds different than what we thought it would be. And I thought the defensive front was outstanding, Trey. They won the battle of the trenches on both sides of the ball. Keanu Benton was excellent. Cam Hayward leads interior defensive linemen in snaps in the NFL. He was wonderful. And Derek Harmon was outstanding. I think moving into next year, Y.A. Black was great. I think we're looking at the Steelers starting to turn the corner in the trenches, which was Andy Weidl's, I think, mission from the start.
Yep, fingerprints, all from Andy Weidl, bringing in what he did in Philly. The success they've had was all trench-based, and they built inside out, and that's exactly what's happening right now. To hit on the lineman picks like they've had. Now, there's been much maligned. We haven't found a second receiver. Skill positions has been a sore spot for us lately. But how do you build franchises? What makes a franchise last and stay competitive over the length of a period of time? That's building it in from the inside. When do we have our most success as a team? When the O-line and D-line were strong.
Exactly.
And that's what they've done. They built it to hit on 3 offensive linemen that picked 3 starters in the offensive line in one draft. Outstanding. To get 2 high-level D linemen in one draft. And not to mention Logan Lee. I mean, he's not in this draft. He had his one play and made a play.
Yes,
you know what
he
I'm saying?
did.
You know, it's yes, this season has been topsy-turvy. Been a lot of emotions, ups and downs, but there is a bright light at the end of this tunnel, no matter how this season ends, because they have started building from the inside out, and they can build with that foundation.
We got a text a little bit earlier that said if a couple of the results go the Steelers' way and the Steelers win the game, then they'll be playing the divisional round game at home. I actually look at it another way. If the Bills lose to the Jags, that gets Josh Allen out. And all of a sudden you look at the AFC playoff picture and there's not a quarterback that I would rather have, that I can trust, that has been there before than Aaron Rodgers. Doesn't mean Drake May can't do it in his first playoff performance. He could.
Right.
Doesn't mean that Trevor Lawrence, who's played great football, can't continue to play great football. But if you get Allen out, the most playoff-tested guy by a country mile is Aaron Rodgers. And that gives me a little bit of faith here, Trey.
It does. I mean, that's why you bring him in. Tomlin says it over and over again. You bring in a 42-year-old chiseled veteran who's been there, done that at a high level, gotten it done because of situations like this. And this is the year where it seems where it's the perfect time to have one of these MVP veteran quarterbacks. There's not many of them out there because this is a AFC that is ripe for the taking. There are no clear front runners. There aren't any dominant teams. Kansas City is out with Patrick Mahomes. Like you said, Buffalo, despite Josh Allen being in there, has not looked great. That is the team I'm most scared of because that's the team they've had the most success against us. Now, Jacksonville, too. We got this weird playoff history with Jacksonville. But other than that, like, I'm not scared of anybody in the AFC, especially when A-Rod at the helm, especially with Cam Hayward playing better than any 36-year-old defensive lineman has ever played in the history of the NFL. With those two pieces, those two vets, and the way Tomlin has these boys motivated, we get DK Metcalf back, man. This offense, I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
DK Metcalf, in his postseason career, 4 games, 451 yards, 5 touchdowns, averages 113 per game. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. We're joined on the fan hotline by our guy, Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champion, host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. They don't win the game if their stars aren't the stars. Rodgers in the fourth quarter with a 130 quarterback rating. TJ Watt with the pick. Cam Hayward probably his best game of the year. That all being said, man, I think Alex Highsmith is playing the best football of his career. He has been tremendous.
You know, I felt bad for him, too. I knew how hard he probably took that missed sack between him and Keanu. I mean, yeah, it hurt my soul, too. But it was such a surprise because of how dependable he's been, how much of a game wrecker he's been. When TJ was out, when Herbig was banged up, he was the only one providing consistent pressure, because that's something we haven't actually done really great during this run, is getting to the quarterback. It's only been Alex Highsmith and when Cam gets his pressure up the middle, and then Keanu Benton in spurts. But it's been mostly Alex Highsmith delivering the quarterback pressure when there is pressure on the quarterback. And yes, sir, Sunday was no exception. He is balling, man. He is playing like a man possessed. And I know with TJ getting another game back, getting that win back in his cells, it's going to be even, because that Houston O-line is not great by any stretch of the imagination. They are ripe for the taking as far as getting pressure on CJ Stroud. And when he has to move, that's when you see some of his early season struggles, which when the defense got a lot of pressure on him. And I think that we can do that.
I only use Pro Football Focus if it fits my narrative. In this case, it does. But you've got eyes and you know how to break down the offensive line, but I'll throw a number on it. So according to Pro Football Focus, Houston is 23rd in the NFL in pass blocking, 20th in the NFL in run blocking. I think the Steelers' front seven could have an advantage here. As for the secondary, I don't mind, and you can tell me if you disagree, I don't mind that Patrick Queen's running after Zay Flowers. I mean, they got what they wanted. They had a chance to get Lamar Jackson on the ground. The other three busts, what do they need to do to clean that up? What did you see on those plays, Trey?
So, yeah, you can't expect Patrick to guard Zay Flowers. And that was supposed to be – I'm confused because we had a zero blitz, it looked like, called, and then one of the blitzers tailed off and tried to go underneath the drag route and didn't get that extra person. So they had a hat for a hat. They had everything blocked up because we didn't bring an extra pressure guy up the middle. And so Jalen thought that we were going to get – I think Ramsey – is the one that thought on that one big play where Zay Flowers is open, the one that everybody's talking about, the big rectangle. I think he assumed that we would get a lot sooner pressure than what we end up getting. But I know on one play, Joey Porter Jr. was trying to communicate to either Duggar or was it Echols, because they had three wide receivers on that side. He was trying to communicate, I got this outside guy, you guys are locked on the inside guy, but they both chased the wheel route and left Zay Flowers wide open, and Jalen, I guess he has middle field right there, didn't see him at all. So I don't know who that falls on. I know JPJ was trying to get it communicated, and who didn't get the signal right, whether it was Duggar or I think it was Brandon on the other. So it's some miscommunication there. But the thing is, that happens way too many times.
Way too many times.
Way too many times. I'm thinking of the Minnesota game when Jordan Addison got deep, and thank God for Peyton Wilson and his 4.2 speed or whatever he has on chasing him down, or we might be having a whole different conversation right now. But that's happened quite a few times where we just have busted coverage. It's not like people are getting beat, it's people wide open, and we've been able to overcome barely, because I mean, that is troublesome and something that needs to get fixed. And I can't point to a particular reason why, because that in this point in the season, that should not be happening.
Man, I'll tell you, I think if they can cut down on that, because I think it's easy to say this, but apart from the big plays, Steelers defense played really well. They did. You have to make them earn every blade of grass. And if you don't have coverage busts against Houston, I think you're in for a 4-quarter dogfight, and then it's anybody's game. So you got to cut out the BS. Trey, here's a text. Trey Essex needs more airtime. Love everything that he's saying. Boy, 2 Steelers greats are now 2 great pundits. Great work, Trey. And Ryan Clark, they throw in their little Ryan Clark. I agree.
My guy, RC.
I'll tell you, I point everybody. The Snap Count Show with Trey Essex and Charlie Batch. And Trey has been kind enough to join us every Tuesday throughout Steelers season. Trey, we appreciate it. Hopefully we're talking about a divisional round matchup when we chat next week.
Yes, we will. I'm looking forward to it, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, now.
That's the great Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Again, check out the Snap Count Show with he and another personal favorite, Chazzy Batch. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. something there I wanted to key on for just a second. Like, this playoff run, whatever it becomes, it does, because of your quarterback, feel like it would be a one-off. Like, if Rodgers wins a couple of playoff games, even if he comes back next year, I think a lot of people will be saying, what's he gonna be with one more year under his belt when he's 43 years old for a playoff run? I think those are fair questions. But I do think that even though they clearly don't have a plan at quarterback, things are starting to come together in Omar Khan and Andy Weidl's vision. The offensive line is good. It is good. It's okay to say that. They're the 4th best pass blocking unit in the NFL. They're the 18th best run blocking unit in the NFL. They need to get better at blocking up for the running backs. But pass blocking wise, they're one of the best in the league, and I think you're seeing them turn the corner as a rushing blocking team. Defensively, Keanu Benton was outstanding the other night. Derek Harmon turned that second drive from a touchdown drive into a field goal drive. Y.A. Black's been really good. And yeah, Cam's going to go off into the sunset at some point. He's not slowing down. In the trenches, they're playing their best football that they have in years. And I think wherever this goes for the Steelers in this playoff run, I think going into next year, you're only going to add probably to that defensive front. I think it's a good place to be. But we will talk more about the quarterback coming up next. Have you enjoyed the Aaron Rodgers experience, TM? Has he done enough to make you want the guy to come back next year? 412-928-9370. Those are two totally different questions. Answer as you see fit. Best caller will win a pair of tickets to an awesome event we'll tell you more about. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Was first announced yesterday morning. Kevin Stefanski is out as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Also, Pete Carroll has been let go by the Las Vegas Raiders after they went 3-14 this past season, his first season, and only one. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hello, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Let me tell you about Fanatics Sportsbook. Don't wait for the what-if moments and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half playoffs injury. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. That's right. Fanatics Sportsbook protects all plays across any first-half injury, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible prop. Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not a Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss, can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance with the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Oh, the payout speeds are lightning quick, too. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Insight all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute by Robin Hood. Your money, your move. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the playoffs after stunning Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens. But they'll have to square off against the Houston Texans in a home postseason game. Mike Tomlin, has he lost the spark? Maybe not. This feels different. Give me Pittsburgh.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one.
As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door.
Hey, I'm Layla. And I'm Kaylin. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning. The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Crews on the scene of an accident now in northern Allegheny County. This is on the ramp from the northbound part of I-79 to the westbound turnpike, causing delays back to the Route 19 interchange in Warrendale. Meanwhile, we do have reports of an accident southbound I-79 at the ramp to the Parkway North. Parkway West, you are jammed all the way back between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound delays before Parkway Center to Carnegie. A second delay at I-79. And the Parkway East is solid at Churchill. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM. And AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Rodgers protected. Throws to Austin for the touchdown!
A lot of gratitude for the journey. Every season is different, has its challenges, adversity. We haven't made it easy on ourselves. Really really all season, I guess. But I'm proud of our guys. Quasi 2-minute drive at the end of the first half. Through the second half, we played really good ball on offense. So I'm proud of the way that we responded multiple times after they took a lead, and it just takes a little belief at this point in the season. There's 14 teams that'll be left. 18 will be playing their off season. It's good to be a part of the 14 after so many years. 22 we lost in the last game to make the playoffs. 23 I was out. 24 we were terrible. So it's nice to be back in this position.
Yes, it is. Potentially Aaron Rodgers' final game could have been played on Sunday night. Now he's got at least one more. And it's really mostly because of him. I understand that Cam Hayward played a great game and he deserves a ton of credit. And TJ Watt had an interception. And Alex Highsmith and Derek Harmon and Y.A. Black and Keanu Benton did a good job, apart from really one run that Derrick Henry busted, of slowing that guy down. And the wide receiver stepped up. There's a lot of reasons why the Steelers were victorious, including a missed field goal by the Ravens. But the number one reason was Aaron Rodgers, who in the fourth quarter was 11 out of 14 for a touchdown and a quarterback rating of 130. And then in the other weighty moments, as Mike Tomlin would call it, third and fourth downs against Baltimore, 8 of 11, 132 yards, 1 touchdown, 9 first downs, a 135.4 passer rating. Also had a 20-yard scramble in there. Folks, Aaron Rodgers is the biggest reason why the Steelers made the playoffs, and it's not just because of what he did on third and fourth downs. It's not just because of what he did in the fourth quarter. It's what he really did all season long. The Steelers don't beat the Jets if Aaron Rodgers doesn't throw for 4 touchdowns. The Steelers don't beat Baltimore the first time if he doesn't throw for 284. Against Miami, he was masterful. Against Detroit, he threw for 266. When he played poorly, the Steelers lost. He was not good for most of the Browns game. He was not good against Buffalo. Didn't play in a loss against Chicago. Was awful against the Los Angeles Chargers in a game that I thought the Steelers' defense actually deserved better. As much as I have faith that next year could be a pretty decent year for the Steelers because of their trench play, I still want this guy back. He was the straw that stirred the drink this year. If he wants to come back, he's back, baby. And if he wants a raise so that he doesn't wind up going to play for the Minnesota Vikings or name a team, okay, I think I'm giving him a raise. What's the alternative? Reports out of New York that the Jets could be cutting bait with Justin Fields. You want to revisit that? Russell Wilson probably not going to be in the Giants organization any longer. You want Jameis Winston? Does Kyler Murray interest anybody? No. Who are you going to draft? And should that guy start day one? Unless his name is Mendoza, the answer to that question is no. I am not necessarily against the Steelers drafting a quarterback. I'll be doing my deep dive on all those guys. And we'll be having on a bunch of draft experts leading up to the draft in Pittsburgh. I'm not against it. There could be guys that jump off the screen at me. But whomever it is isn't going to be somebody who's ready day one, I wouldn't think. And who better to learn from than Aaron Rodgers? I want him back. And I have enjoyed this experience with him. I've seen a different side of Rodgers. He's having a blast. He seems like a leader. His teammates love him. He and Cam Hayward exchanged an emotional embrace following the game. He and Mike Tomlin exchanged an emotional embrace following the game. If this guy wins a playoff game, he's going down in Steelers folklore. It's been darn near a decade since they've even been competitive in a playoff game. If he wins one, the season's a rousing success. But I think the season, through his eyes, has already been a success. And I think Mike Tomlin's vindicated. They don't make the postseason without that level of quarterback play. They almost missed it last year because Russ cratered down the stretch. Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph isn't winning these games down the stretch for the Steelers. Why not bring Rodgers back for one more if he's into it? Do you agree at 412-928-9370? And have you enjoyed this regular season of Rodgers? It's been a blast. The Steelers have been so much more fun to watch this year than they have been since Ben retired, and it's mostly because of 8. Have you enjoyed the ride? Do you want him back? 412-928-9370. That's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll. Brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Best caller on this subject wins a pair of tickets to an awesome event, the Pittsburgh RV Show. We'll start with Matt in Greensburg. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, Crowley?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm okay. I want Rodgers back. I was for Rodgers. You know, this organization's been known for taking forever to make decisions. I'm so happy they got off to Kenny Pickett after 2 years. They scrapped Russ and Fields, but they're building exactly how they're supposed to build from the inside out. I love the Fontenot pick. I love the Harmon pick, and this is how they did it with Ben. This is how the Seahawks did it with Russ. You drop the quarterback in when you find the quarterback in the draft. He's, with today's salary cap and everything, you get the 5 years on the rookie deal. That is supposed to be the last piece. Rodgers is like the next best thing, I think, because, I don't think he's going to go at 43 looking for another team, learn a new, Minnesota was terrible this year. I don't think he's just going to go, hey, I want to go play for Minnesota, learn a new offense at 43. I think he would be willing to come back.
I think, to your point, Matt, if they had lost the game and didn't make the playoffs and he wanted to play next year, I could see him going someplace else. But the joy on his face when he's skipping around after the touchdown to Calvin Austin, the way he ran onto the field when Tyler Loop missed the field goal, I'd be shocked if he wants to play if he doesn't play here next year, honestly.
Yeah, and I called you last week, and it was doom and gloom, and I called Starkey, and this is a team that you want to play this week. And I said, you're a win away from sparking the momentum. You'd be 4-1 last 5, and you have a team that is probably worse offensively than the Steelers. I did not want to face the Chargers team, and I did not want to face the Chargers are the team that kills the Steelers. They can go McConkey, Allen in the slot, Quentin on the outside, big tight end, big quarterback. The Texans are just like a knockoff Steeler. Like, they have one big receiver, one mid running back. Their line is awful, and C.J. Stroud is probably one of the least trusted quarterbacks in the playoffs right now. He doesn't have the freedom like Lamar does, and Allen. And
the Steelers.
I don't know, this is the team that I wanted to play.
I agree, Matt, and thank you so much for the call. The Steelers have the quarterback advantage in this game, and I don't even think that's debatable. We'll take more calls on whether or not you want Rodgers back for next year, and if you've enjoyed the Rodgers ride, the Rodgers experience. 412-928-9370. But I think Matt hit it right on the head. Who's the quarterback going to be next year? This draft doesn't excite you. Again, there might be a guy I fall in love with, and they fall in love with. But the offensive line is light years ahead of where it was last year at this time. And I would say the same thing about the defensive front. The Steelers have given up 73.3 yards per game their last 4, including, I think, shutting down Derrick Henry apart from that first run. They're better in the trenches. If you need Rodgers to stopgap for 1 year and a quarterback learns behind him, while you continue to fortify that defensive line, I think that might be the best avenue to go. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to the Pittsburgh RV Show. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jason Mackey reporting yesterday that the Pittsburgh Pirates are looking to pursue Eugenio Suarez after the Pirates lost out to the Blue Jays on the Japanese third baseman they had been pursuing before that. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and I'll tell you something I never thought the old me would be able to say. I actually like seeing myself in photos, videos, on TV. Before Awaken 180, every photo, every clip, I'm judging my chin, my waist, my posture, everything. I smile on camera, but in my mind I'm thinking, ew, that's not great. I didn't feel great either. Those feelings have been gone for almost 2 years now, and it's not just because I lost weight. I made the lifestyle change I needed to, but didn't know how. I had my end-of-the-year Awaken 180 weigh-in, and the scale was 52-plus pounds down. The crazy part, 60 pounds of fat gone, 8 pounds of muscle back on. That matters. I didn't want to just be smaller. I wanted to be better. I think that's what everyone wants, so why not just do it? Awaken 180 makes it simple, and you'll see what I mean after you lose weight your first week in January. The confident, the healthy you, just one click away. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar, Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Third and 4. Steelers bring 4. Highsmith is there. Jackson got away. Now reloads and throws to Flowers downfield. He's got it for a touchdown! They had Jackson. 2 Steelers. He escaped and finds Flowers, and the Ravens take the lead.
I thought the game was over at that point. Ravens and Steelers, both games this year have come down to the wire. Nail biters, as they so often do. The teams similar in a lot of ways. The coaches definitely similar in a lot of ways. I thought the difference was they got a guy at quarterback, and the Steelers have a shell of a guy at quarterback. And boy, I could not have been more wrong. Aaron Rodgers in the fourth quarter, a quarterback rating of 130. Rodgers on 3rd and 4th downs in the game, a quarterback rating of 135. Rodgers led 2 game-winning touchdown drives to get the Steelers to the playoffs. And so the question is, do you want him back next year? And it's another question. Have you enjoyed the ride? It's been so much fun. Sometimes we forget that entertainment's a big part of this damn thing. Like, we live in a rings culture, and believe me, there's nothing more important than your team's winning a championship. I'm not saying that. But it's okay to just enjoy the ride, enjoy the moment. He's been entertaining off the field, too. His press conferences have been outstanding. Riding his waves of emotions. He's been a great teammate. He has multiple meetings every week with the wide receivers to get on the same page. Still wondering if Jonnu Smith has ever attended one of those things. I can see no reason to tell him not to come back next year unless he doesn't want to come back next year. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Our buddy, Happy New Year, Anthony in Oakland.
Thank you, and same to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Look, as there is an expiration date on the coach, there's one on the quarterback too. If he gives us a nice run, hopefully it'll be Brady-esque and take us all the way to the big game. I don't want him back next year. It's time to move on from that. And Malik Willis is who I'm looking at. I'm seeing how his transformation since he left the Titans to get into a stable system with LaFleur, which is the Shanahan system. And it seems to make all quarterbacks who have failed one place or didn't have a real opportunity to blossom, as we see with Sam Darnold and a few others. That's the route I'm going. You have to go younger at that position. I think, and you remember, they had a history with Malik Willis.
I know.
Tomlin did.
He's the guy I wanted them to draft, buddy. That was my first ever show that that's not true. It's one of my first shows I ever did was the draft show with Doran, the Kenny Pickett draft. And I wanted them to take Malik Willis. But you know what's funny now? I don't want him now. I appreciate the call, Anthony. I get it. You want to get younger at the position? You mentioned Willis. You mentioned Darnold. There are others, Geno Smith, that you can mention, who have had late season resurgences. And Geno hasn't played well, of course, this year. In fact, he had been terrible. What do they all have in common? They play with good offensive minds. Seattle had good offensive coordinators. LaFleur is one of the best offensive minds in the NFL, as is the guy in Minnesota who had Darnold last year. They got good coordinator in Kubiak in Seattle now. So Malik Willis, everything he's learned, I mean, is he going to come here and get developed by Mike Tomlin and by Arthur Smith? Where's Arthur Smith's track record of developing quarterbacks? I mean, I guess you could say that Tannehill became a better player with him. He had Derrick Henry and he had some good weapons, so maybe there's that. I mean, he was a veteran, though. And Malik Willis is still a younger veteran. I like Malik. I don't like him here. And Tomlin's not going anywhere, anybody. He ain't going anywhere. So why not bring Rodgers back? 412-928-9370. Let's go to John in the post office. My father-in-law worked in the post office for 40 years, John.
Good man he is. How's it going?
It's good, man. What's up?
So here's my idea on that Rodgers thing. I think bringing him back would be beneficial for our wide receiver need in the draft next year. It brings some familiarity with the roster we got now. Him and Tomlin obviously have camaraderie. So that forces us not to have to draft a quarterback next year and let Will Howard still learn. And we see what we got with Will Howard.
I like that, John. I mean, and listen, I'm not a Will Howard believer. A lot of people are pounding the table for him on the text line, and I appreciate the call, John. If it's Rodgers and Rudolph next year and Howard, I think I'm okay with it. Like, do I really think Will Howard could be the next franchise quarterback? No, but we've never seen him even play in a preseason game. I mean, even if Rudolph's not part of the thing and Howard's your backup and you go out and you sign somebody else and Howard does learn for a year under Rodgers because you think it's a better idea to draft a wide receiver, okay. But I haven't seen anything out of Rodgers to think he's slowing down. 4 of the last 5 weeks, he's played 4 of his best games as a Pittsburgh Steeler. In the one he played poorly in, he had Myles Garrett chasing him, and he didn't have DK Metcalf, and they were adjusting on the fly on how to play without DK Metcalf. You got a game and a half under his belt. He figured it out with a bunch of nobodies, no offense, at wide receiver. I don't think he's slowing down. I think he's playing his best ball of the year. Why not? Why not? Why would anybody say, get Malik Willis? I believed in him before. I believe in him in the right system. This ain't going to be the right system. Get a wide receiver. Your trench play's been better. Help build around Rodgers for a year. And then the following season, you find a way to get a quarterback, and that guy plugs right into a great circumstance. 412-928-9370. Maybe I'm just overly optimistic this week because the Penguins are on a hot streak, the Pirates are signing guys, and the Steelers are in the playoffs. But I'm all about bringing Rodgers back. It's about entertainment. It's been entertaining, at the very least. Go win a playoff game. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some notable NFL coaches fired yesterday, including Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski and Las Vegas Raiders head coach Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll went 3-14 in his first and only season with the Raiders. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Delays on northbound I-79, especially if you're traveling off of the Crafton Moon Run interchange. You're jammed from there up toward the S-Bends in Kennedy Township. A little further north, crews clearing an earlier accident off to the side. This is at the ramps to the westbound Turnpike, causing delays back toward Warrendale. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels inbound. Outbound delays from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road, while the Parkway East stacks at Churchill. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter Crowley, you are damn exuberant this morning. Adrenaline rush for the Steelers doing something good for the first time in years, PJ. Well, they got a quarterback. Ain't as good as I once was, as good once as I ever was. And in the fourth quarter, he outperformed Lamar Jackson. And Lamar wasn't 100%, but he was making plays, man. He was. Spinning away from Alex Highsmith. At the time, I was furious with Highsmith. And I still think more times than not, you got to bring that guy to the ground. But that's easier said than done. Sometimes the other guy makes a play, too, and he did. And the throw to Ice Likely to get in the field goal range. Hell of a throw with all the pressure on him. But Rodgers led not one but two game-winning drives. It should have been enough. It was reminiscent of that Bengals game from earlier in the year the Steelers lost. Like, Rodgers didn't lose it. The defense did. Defense almost lost this one. We've been having a whole different conversation this week. But Rodgers was the reason they won the game, the primary reason. And he doesn't look like he's slowing down to me. And if he wants to take until late May again to determine whether he's coming back, I'd sit around and wait for the guy. Was this season not been more fun than last year? I know the Steelers got off to that hot start last year, but the way that they scored, even in that Bengals game last season where they put up 40, it didn't seem sustainable. And it wound up not being sustainable. It was checkdowns and deep shots. Rodgers is making some high-level throws out there. If he wants to come back, I'm bringing him back. Jim in the Strip, good morning.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm on the same page. I like Rodgers. I think he still zips the ball.
Yep.
Right? He's still got an arm. He can squeeze it in tight places. You know, like, I don't think he does a great job getting out of the pocket, which I'm sure you guys can see, but like we wouldn't know what to do with the dual threat anyways.
What are you talking about, Jim? He's a massive dual threat. Didn't you see his 20-yard sprint on Sunday night?
Like he can get loose for 20 yards, which is all you need him to do once a game, right? Like he's not going to run like he used to run. He never really ran to begin with, but like the Steelers wouldn't know what to do anyways. What are the other options?
Jim,
where else do you go?
I agree. People want to say Malik Willis, and he's going to be the flavor of the month.
Oh
I think that's only because
Steelers fans wouldn't be able to handle that for a year. Like, the Will Howard stuff, he learns, right? You learn from Aaron Rodgers another year. That's great. We don't really know what he can do. But, like, Aaron Rodgers has this cult following of people that were Packers fans and then were Jets fans and are now Steelers fans. And there's media all over the place about him. He's hilarious. The people in the locker room like him a lot.
I've grown to really like him too, man. I have.
I like him. I think he's got a little Dennis Quaid in like Any Given Sunday-ish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like the dude's funny. People like him in the locker room, which matters, and he kind of leans into like the Pittsburgh stuff.
And Jim,
that's how I see it.
If they did get a young guy next year, I have no doubt that he'd help bring that guy along. Jordan Love said he did. I think that was a big misconception, that Rodgers was so miffed by Love's being drafted that he didn't do anything to help him. It doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Tell me if you agree with this, Jim. I think Rodgers is more likely to stand in and take hits now that it's playoff time. Like, we hadn't seen a 20-yard run at him all year. And I thought he showed he was a little shy early in the game when he could have got around the right edge and decided not to. I think he's more than willing now to take hits because it's rubber meets the road time. And I think we're going to see that starting this week.
Well, yeah, I think you got to gel with your offensive line, too, right? Yep. It's just like, they were a little bit suspect early in the season. I think they're playing pretty good ball right now. The Ravens have basically no pass rush, right? So let's keep that in mind. The Texans have a little bit better of a pass rush. But I think you got to get comfortable with your offensive line. I think, it's do or die, right? It seemed like he was thrilled that he was going to the playoffs. I agree with you. I think he's going to hang out in the pocket. I think he's going to try and make the throws that, maybe he was getting happy feet earlier on in the season with, right? Where he was actually getting, worried about going down. I think he hangs in there. It's rubber meets road. It's do or die. He wants to be in the playoffs and he wants to make a run. So let's see what he can do. I love him.
Jim,
and I was getting ready to go to the smoking workshop in Monroeville to see if he could reverse hypnotize me out of my Steelers trance. But for the Rodgers stuff, the Mike Tomlin stuff, I need to go see someone.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim. I think
I'm in.
This part of the week, I think optimism is great. I think hope springs eternal. We'll get more into the Texans as the week goes on, and maybe that dovetails into a Tomlin conversation. Do you like RVs?
Yeah, I like RVs.
You want to go to the RV show? You sound so excited about it. All right, we'll put you on hold. Jim, you get the RV. You don't get an RV. You get to go to the RV show. I should be very careful about what I say. You can give us a ring at 412-928-9370 on the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark and Shaler and others waiting patiently on hold. You can give your thoughts on whether you want Rodgers or back, whether or not you've enjoyed the ride when we come back. But also, I want to get into this. Steelers finished 10-7 in each of the last 3 years. Is every 10-7 season built the same? We'll get to that when we come back. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Get out the sunscreen. High of 49 today. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like health care, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Good news, crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes of I-79 northbound, approaching the Cranberry interchange for the Pennsylvania Turnpike, heading westbound. Traffic seems to be back to normal there. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound, outbound delays from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East is stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. A second delay approaching Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having
having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doran's still out on paternity leave. Miss him dearly. But Yins have been wonderful today. Audience participation off the charts. Folks out there listening on the Odyssey app, watching live on X, watching live and commenting on the YouTube stream. It's a great time to be doing the show. And I hope it's coming through from me. Thanks for all your calls, texts, and tweets. 412-928-9370 would be that text line number, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I asked if you've enjoyed the Rodgers experience and if you want him back next year. And I think most people say, yeah, sure, why not? But a great question on that text line from Steve. To play devil's advocate, what if Rodgers goes out and has a dud? You still want him back? Yeah. Yeah, I do. What, do you want me to get all excited for Mac Jones or Malik Willis, who's played a handful of games in the NFL? I can't. What I've seen out of Rodgers this year is a high-end game manager who still has flashes of brilliance. And if you have the flashes of brilliance at the right time, can win you some football games. It won him one on Sunday night. So I'm all aboard the Rodgers Express. 412-928-9370. I believe he gives them their best chance to win a playoff game since the 2018 team, which didn't even make it, that I thought if they got in, had a good chance to win playoff games. I haven't had this much faith that they could get a postseason dub in, what's that make it, 7 years. Woof. But it tells you how I feel about the quarterback. In a couple of minutes, I want to get into the Steelers finishing 10-7 again for the third consecutive year. But just because you finish with the same record doesn't mean all 10-7s are created equal. We'll get to that in a moment. Mark, and Shaler next up. Hi, Mark.
Hey, dude. I got to tell you, I'm in 100% agreement with you. In fact, my son bought me a jersey, my first piece of new Steeler gear in forever. Sadly, it's one of the throwback Rodgers jerseys. It's kind of ugly looking, but
the one that they wore.
Yeah, with the stripes on it.
Oh God, that's brutal. Yeah. But I like it.
I know, but you know what? I am totally into this because you got an offensive line gelling. Who was it that said over the weekend that they quoted him as saying, his 2020 was, I guess, his first year in LaFleur's offense. He was commanding it. 2021, he was controlling it.
Yeah.
Like the second year in that same offense.
Oh, he's gone. Well, thank you for the call at 412-928-9370, Mark. You waited on hold for a long time, and you just dropped off there. I think you're seeing it now. Aren't we seeing it now? I mean, there were some lumps, some growing pains at times early. I know he threw 4 touchdowns his first week, but they ran a lot of play action. He was getting hit a bunch. Now the offensive line is doing a great job. And, yeah, there was the hiccup without DK Metcalf, but they figured that out quick. You're going to get DK Metcalf back for this game, and I imagine that they're going to pick up right where they left off offensively. The 3 games prior to the Browns game, they scored 28 a game. You have a game to figure it out. Then you put up 26 against the Ravens. Should have been 27. Boz. So you're averaging darn near 4 touchdowns a game the last 4 games, apart from the one that we never have to talk about again. I think they're getting better. 412-928-9370. You can weigh in on Rodgers, but I can't help but think back to the Steelers' playoff loss last year when I continued to watch Tyler Loop miss the field goal on repeat this year. And we know what happened last year. You had the Steelers get thoroughly thumped, alliteration, by the Baltimore Ravens. The final score not indicative of how that game went. And they rushed for 299 yards on your head while Kirk Herbstreit was saying this.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, But where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
That's a 10-7 team that got its ass whooped by a hated rival in the Baltimore Ravens. And they had no answer for Derrick Henry all game long. I'm getting mad just thinking about it. But what a difference a calendar year makes. You know, this 10-7 team ain't like last year's 10-7 team. It ain't like the 10-7 team the year before that. The Rudolph team, they got hot. Rudolph Magic in a 118 quarterback rating. That wasn't sustainable. They were going to beat the Bills unless there was a ice hurricane and Allen got taken completely out of the game by the elements. Like, that was a fun story because it should have ended in the regular season and you got to clinch a playoff spot and it's fun. It's great. Wow. Last year, they had no hope, no prayer going in. They were playing their worst football of the season. That's an understatement. And they got embarrassed by their biggest rival. And I'm sure someone's going to call up and say at 412-928-9370, Crowley, if not for a missed field goal by Tyler Loop, they're in exactly the same spot. No, watch the game. That defensive front last year got pushed around and bullied, and I think the opposite happened this year in the playoff game. Sure, they'd have lost if Tyler Loop makes a field goal. There are a bunch of different things the Steelers could have done in the game to win it before that. There's a ton of things the Ravens could have done when they're up 10-0 to extend the lead and put the Steelers out of their misery. It's football. Fine line between drinking wine and squashing grapes, and if my aunt had male parts, she'd be an uncle. All that stuff. That's the NFL. One-score games, this happens, that happens, whatever. Watch the line play. Russell Wilson under siege last year. They couldn't move the ball at all against the Ravens' defensive front. This year they put up 26 points in what amounted to be a playoff game. When they wanted to run the ball in the second half, they did, and Ravens were dropping like flies. The Steelers were winning the war of attrition. How many Ravens had to check themselves out of the game to go to the blue tent? Over and over and over again. They're having a powwow in there, like it was an ayahuasca hut. On the flip side, you think Derek Harmon and Y.A. Black make a difference? You think Keanu Benton played well in that game? I do. And yeah, they gave up a run on the first play, which, man, did we all not think it was going to be exactly the same as last year when Derrick Henry was scampering down the sideline. But after that, they shut him down. And in the second half, what was it, 5 carries for 14 yards? Steelers secondary played terribly. Steelers front 7, for the most part, dominated that football game. Steelers offensive line, for the most part, dominated that football game. What a difference a year makes. And I'm not sitting here telling you the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl, and I'm not sitting here telling you that Mike Tomlin and this crew has everything figured out. But you are starting to see the Andy Weidl vision come to fruition here. McCormick with a big block on the Gainwell touchdown, the go-ahead touchdown. There's a viral video out there right now of Zach Frazier taking Roquan Smith on a screen pass on a 20-yard run. Like, PennDOT wishes they could plow that way, taking this dude to the sideline. Faltanu's turning into a great player, one that Doran said thinks could be an All-Pro, and Trey Essex said this morning he thinks could be an All-Pro. Faltanu wasn't in the game. Frazier was a rookie last year. McCormick a rookie last year, who actually, now that I think of it, I think he was hurt, didn't play in the game. Offensive line, worlds different year over year. Defensive line, you go from giving up $2.99 to $1 something, and most of that happened in the first half, and really on one run. I think the Steelers are moving in the right direction because those are the two most important units in the sport. Defensive front, offensive line. And I think they're starting to get it right. So this year's 10-7 doesn't feel like last year's 10-7 to me. And that's not even talking about the quarterback, which kind of a big deal. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Is 10-7 10-7, which is 10-7? Give me a ring. Phone line's popping. 412-928-9370. Texter, they lost to Cleveland. Yeah, so what? They made up for it. They don't ask how. They ask how many. They got in the dance. And they got a shot. Your calls, texts, and tweets when we come back. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Notable NFL head coaches fired yesterday, including Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns and Pete Carroll of the Las Vegas Raiders. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute, sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The NFL postseason is set, and the Seattle Seahawks are the team to beat. If you need a Super Bowl pick on January 5th, give me the team that plays the best defense in the league. However, their quarterback, Sam Darnold, a combined 20 turnovers. Monitor that.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with cold and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
It's
talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In Marshall Township, crews on the scene of an accident now. 100 block of Spang Road, just off the intersection with Warrendale Bain Roads. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound heavy past I-79 toward Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 then is stacking from the 31st Street Bridge down into the north side. Also heavy on the North Shore Expressway coming off the Fort Duquesne Bridge over toward the Route 28 Rams. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Still got some negative Nellies out there saying the Steelers were lucky to beat the Baltimoreans. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. You can give us a ring. You can also text us like this person does and says, beating the Ravens doesn't make up for losing to Cleveland. They were gifted a win. They just made the playoffs based on that win. And yeah, I know Tyler Loop missed a field goal at the end of the game. But Boz did miss an extra point before that. And if one's lucky, then the other is also lucky, correct? So it could have been a tie. And had it gone to overtime, I'd have liked the Steelers' chances anyway. Because they thoroughly outplayed, maybe thoroughly is not the right word, but they outplayed the Ravens. Thought they owned the line of scrimmage on both sides. They outgained them. They had more first downs. They won the time of possession battle, the turnover battle. Most major statistical categories, the Steelers won. And we all have eyes. Yeah, okay, the kid missed a field goal. God bless him, by the way. Kid missed field goal. But the Steelers swept the Ravens. You don't win 2 games against your hated rival by accident. You win them, you sweep them, because you're the better team. 412-928-9370. Brian in Valencia wants to chime in. Good morning to you, Brian. Brian, you there? Good talk, Brian. Let's go to Dustin in Carnegie. We'll see if you can top the last call. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, good morning, Crowley. Hey, I kind of noticed some similarities here, actually, between the Steelers and the Penguins. You know, they've got some veterans who are on their way out, but they're still performing well, and they got some young guys coming in, and we may not be where we want to be right now, but normally I'd say look at the big picture, but I think you kind of have to look at these situations in a vacuum. Neither team, I don't think, was expected to do that well, and honestly, I'd say the Steelers finished up at the higher end of what people predicted they might. And, you know, the Penguins are kind of blowing people's minds right now. And I was really excited about that game last night, or the other night. I don't care that they won because of a missed field goal. It's all about timing. That could have happened at any other point in the game.
No question
I couldn't go to sleep,
that.
And I just wanted to stay up and watch it. So.
Dustin, I haven't slept in 72 hours. That game is an all-time classic. And you're right. If the field goal's missed at another point, it doesn't become the biggest talking point in the game. And I'm a little bit tired of people bringing up the Browns game because here's the thing. When you win, you get to then create the narrative. And they beat the Ravens, putting up 26, should have been 27 points. Is it okay to think that maybe they lost to the Browns because they didn't have DK Metcalf and they didn't have any idea how to move the ball against a pretty good defense on the road? And they figured it out, but by the time they figured it out, it was too late, and then MVS couldn't make a play. Is that okay? Can we say that? Because I kind of think that's what happened.
The Browns' record does not reflect how well their defense plays, and the Steelers are not at full strength. There's so many things to look at here, but people are just totally overlooking and really just need to enjoy this.
And you know what? I realized that they could have rested their starters against the Ravens had they won that game, and thank you for the call, Dustin. But you're going to get an extra day's rest, and I'm going to get killed for this. Was that not fun? I'm really happy it all worked out the way that it did. I am. And it gave me a little bit of a newfound faith that maybe, just maybe, they can win a playoff game because they kind of just did. Against a team that slaughtered them last year in the playoffs. It looked like it was going to go like every other Mike Tomlin playoff game of late, didn't it? Now you're down by $1 million to the Jags. You're down by $1 million to the Browns, to the Chiefs, to the Bills, to the Ravens. And then in this game, you're down 10-0. Just like you were in the previous game against Cleveland. And you're thinking, all these games that matter, they get out to these awful starts. Why is this one going to be different? Well, it was, because they dominated on both sides of the ball in the trenches, and Aaron Rodgers played like an MVP in the fourth quarter. You win the AFC North. I'm not asking how. Tim and Carnegie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing today, Adam?
I'm good, Timmy. I don't know why I just did that to you. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I want to make a comment on Cam Hayward. I was a little mad at him beginning of the year with the comments. I got to feed a family, and that should have stayed private between him and management. My hat is off to him for his performance on Sunday night's game. And this is a comment that is hard because I'm a Steelers aficionado from the 70s. Don't say nothing bad about my 70s boys. But Cam Hayward gave a very Joe Green-like performance. He took that team on his back. And when they showed pictures of him, you could see it in his eyes and his face. I have never seen a guy. It's been a long time since the Steelers D lineman has played like that. And my hat is off to Cam Hayward. That was just a Herculean effort that he gave in that game.
His best game
I think he was
of the
responsible
season
for that tip pass. Oh, definitely.
And you know what, Tim?
I think he tipped the pass that TJ intercepted.
They
And he was all over the
ultimately
field.
credited that to Highsmith, but yeah, I mean, he got it. To me, it looked like he got his mitt on it too. A little tie goes to the Highsmith, I guess. Appreciate the call,
Yeah,
Tim.
I mean, hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You be good, man. Cam Hayward was as good as we've seen him this year, and of late he's come on strong anyhow. And given the stakes, probably the best Cam Hayward we've ever seen. And it was emblematic of how his day was going to go, that first play. Derrick Henry breaks one down the sideline, and here's 78-year-old Cam Hayward trailing, running as fast as he can to make sure he's not going to score. Because of the illegal blindside block, he's got one of his teammates flying at his legs, gets banged up, comes right back, and really they shut down the run from that point forward. I know people are worried about the other shoe dropping here, and I think it's fair. I get it. I'm a Steelers fan, too. People have been complimenting my pullover all day. It's a beautiful pullover. It's older than Callis. Big Steelers fan. So I've lived it with you guys. I've seen the failures. How you could pretty much, if you weren't sick in the head, flip off every playoff game the last 8 years after the first quarter. I get we all feel like there's another shoe to drop. But I'm telling you, this team ain't last year's team. It doesn't mean it's going to amount to anything. But they're better in 3 key areas. The offensive line, the defensive line, and the quarterback position. Like, if you can't see that, I don't know what you're watching. 412-928-9370. And to jump off our last caller, there's someone who we haven't given enough credit to that we will give some credit to coming up next with a qualifier. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline. Your call's next as well. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jason Mackey reporting yesterday and following some rumors and some other source information that the Pirates are looking to pursue Eugenio Suarez, a free agent third baseman. This comes after the Japanese third baseman they were going after committed to signing with the Toronto Blue Jays. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. Winters in Pittsburgh are brutal. Freezing cold, ice, snow, temperatures that when you walk outside, your mustache freezes. You don't want that cold, that ice, that nastiness in your house. And if your heat's running nonstop, but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. I got new windows. All of a sudden, my energy costs went down. They're beautiful, too. Window Nation can help with over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide. Pittsburgh homeowners trust them to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable, and like I said, lower those utility bills. And right now, big deal. You can save big with the buy 4, get 4 windows free sale from Window Nation, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. And Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You can ask them how you could score Pens tickets. Again, what a deal. Save big, buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. In college hoops, everyone and their great-grandmother is likely to ride the Dukies, baby, with Louisville star Frosh Mikael Brown out with a bad back. However, the Cardinals have made a top 15 defense. On offense, they also net a ridiculous 61% from 2. It's doubtful there'll be bums inside the Yum. Give me Louisville plus 1.5 at minus 115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623, or go to freedomcare.com.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car.
So why are you walking to work? Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore. Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
On Saturday, January 24th, the Oaks Theater in Oakmont lights up with Led Zeppelin performing The Song Remains the Same and more. Originally an all-female Led Zeppelin cover band, they were described as the most powerful all-female band in rock history by Rolling Stone magazine. They have since recorded 3 albums and toured the world to rave reviews. That's Led Zeppelin, live at the Oaks Theater, Saturday, January 24th. Tickets on sale now at theoakstheater.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I was just talking to Austin Bechtold, who will be attending the Steelers game on Monday night. He asked me if I was going, and I think I am. I think I'm going to go with my brother-in-law and my cousin. And I said, what time are you going to get there? He goes, well, there's a tailgate with my friends from Definitely You. Oh, okay. I'd love to stop by. Love those guys. What time are you going to be there? 6 a.m. or p.m.? 6 p.m. he's going to get there. What are we doing? This is a playoff game, folks. You can't be tailgating at 6 p.m. You got to tailgate so hard that you ruin 2 workdays.
Wait.
You have to ruin your Monday by skipping out of work early and going and getting drunk in a parking lot. And you need to tailgate so hard that you haven't recovered after the Steelers' victory when you go to work on Tuesday. Them's the rules. You can't go at 6 p.m. The hell's that?
Is this an opportunity for a van tailgate?
Yes, of course it is.
OMG! I've waited my entire life for this.
You just OMG'd?
Oh my gosh!
Somehow the OMG was better. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I feel like noon. You got to be down there at noon. They go tailgate all day. Get lathered up. Let C.J. Stroud hear it.
Pancakes at 10 a.m.
No, you got to go kegs and eggs.
Kegs and eggs?
Oh, yeah. Little steak. Steak and eggs, too? Oh, yeah.
Kegs. I used to do cake stands in college.
You did cake stands?
25 seconds under the faucet.
If I may.
Yeah.
It's not a faucet, it's a tap. If I may. You were a much smaller guy then, right?
No.
Oh, man. How many?
Maybe. No.
You are very strong. I'll give you that. So it probably just took, 6 guys to hold you up?
2.
There you go.
Wait, can I tell you a story?
Go ahead.
Okay. So there was this girl, and I thought she was attractive in college, and she said that if I could hold it for 40 seconds, that I could go get chicken nuggets with her, and I failed. But 25 I thought was impressive.
I wasn't listening. 412-928-9370. I did one keg stand. It definitely didn't go 25 seconds. My buddy once beer bonged 9 beers in a 2-minute span to play catch up at a tailgate and then threw up all over the side of my friend's house.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
412-928-9370. Folks, here it comes, Harry. You ready for this? And I think this is a fact. And people are going to not hear me correctly here, but this is a fact. Mike Tomlin had a great regular season. Does it mean it's going to translate to the playoffs? No. Does it mean that he's done a good enough job the last 8 years? Absolutely not. Is it ridiculous that a guy who hasn't come close to winning a playoff game in almost a decade hasn't been fired? Yes, it is. But if I boil it down to this, did Mike Tomlin have a great regular season? The answer is unequivocally 100% frick yeah, he did. How could you argue otherwise? Oh, he lost the Browns game. So what? Still won the division. Oh, I lost to the Bengals earlier. So what? Still won the division. If I told you before the year that Mike Tomlin was going to win the AFC North, you'd have no choice but to say, damn, he'll have had a good regular season.
I do have something to tell you.
Real quick.
Okay.
It doesn't mean he's going to have a good year. You have to, at bare minimum, win a playoff game. But I can only grade him on what has happened so far. And if I were doing so, and I am, because of the magic of radio and this job that I hold, I'd give him an A. It's impossible to argue with. AFC North champs outperformed the Vegas win total number of 8.5, dealt with the Cam contract, the Watt contract, started the season without a massive, clearly difference maker in Derek Harmon. Jalen Ramsey got hurt in the middle of the year. Guys who you thought were going to be able to perform in man coverage roles weren't good enough. Now, that's on him, too. Darius Slay, that stupid safety whose name I forgot until just now, Juan Thornhill. Who could forget Juan Thornhill in this historically great defense? They cut bait with those guys. They deserve credit for not being stubborn. They deserve scorn for misevaluating those guys, but they deserve credit for moving on. When Jim Rutherford would move off from failures that he made, people would applaud him for, well, at least he didn't double down. At least he didn't keep playing the bad guy. At least he got rid of him to try to get someone else in here. Deshaun Elliott's been hurt most of the year. His best player, most expensive player, got stabbed in the lung by a team doctor. His best offensive player, not named Aaron Rodgers, punched a blue-haired jackass in Detroit and had to miss the last 2 games. And oh yeah, by the way, here's the one that's the most inarguable of all these inarguable points. He brought in Aaron Rodgers, and they don't make the playoffs without that guy. You can boil that down to just one game. They don't make the playoffs without his fourth quarter against the Ravens. But how many games did he win them this year? Jets game? We can keep listing them. Mike Tomlin gets an A for the regular season. AFC North champs, home playoff game. Now you see what you do with it. And if they don't win a playoff game, if they're not competitive in a playoff game, the season is a failure. But the regular season was a success. And good on Omar Khan, too. This early portion of the week, a lot more positivity than negativity. We'll give out some flowers before we really turn fully to the Houston Texans. Dylan Cook wasn't on the roster coming out of training camp. He's been great. He played quarterback. He's 27 years old. He's been great. Kyle Duggar. You want to talk about losing Elliott? Kyle Duggar didn't have a great game against the Ravens, but he's been really good this year for them. Thielen, MVS. They've made plays. Kenneth Gainwell at $1 point whatever million was just voted the Steelers team MVP. Mike Tomlin gets an A, and Omar Khan, I probably shouldn't have included Gainwell because it wasn't in season, but those in-season ads have made a huge difference. So good on both those guys. You had something, Harry, that I probably just stampeded through?
Yeah, it's okay. I just wish you would have been more optimistic beforehand. Because I remember we were talking in the middle of the season, and you were like, they can't beat the Ravens. Look what they've done in the past. And then they beat the Ravens twice.
Yeah, I was waiting for that other shoe to drop. And maybe by the end of the week, I'll be waiting for the playoff shoe to drop. But
now they're going to lose in the playoffs because you're overhyped.
No, I have nothing to do with it. I'm a radio host. On balance, if I'm only looking at the regular season, I find it almost impossible to say Tomlin had anything other than an A performance. There are some moments here and there. There were moments here and there on Sunday, for God's sake.
So you don't think the loss to the Seahawks was pretty bad early in the season?
Doesn't matter. You won the AFC North.
So
they won 10 games. They lost 7. You win the division. You took advantage of a Joe Burrow injury and a Lamar Jackson injury.
You lost to Joe Flacco.
Doesn't matter. You won the division. Now, you can forgive all those things. I mean, they made it harder on themselves.
But that's why I don't give it an A, because I think that you could have achieved better, and there were opportunities that they had where they could have had more. So, like, A to me is, like, near perfect. And the team hasn't been near perfect. It's been very inconsistent this season. So I say B-. I say you won your division. It was a weak division, but you won it. But you had opportunities to be a higher seed. You had opportunities to be dominant, but you haven't proven dominance. You've been inconsistent, talented, but inconsistent.
How many games, if Tomlin was perfect, do you think they could have won? Extra.
They could have beat the Seahawks. They could have beat the Bengals. They could have beat the Browns. So you get 3 extra.
Do you put the Seahawks loss on Tomlin? Really?
Well, so we're grading just Tomlin as a coach? Well, I guess that's fair.
Because the other two,
they were still.
I'm with you. I thought the game plan against the Browns was crap. I thought that the defense was supposed to be historic, peed down its collective legs against the Bengals in the first game. So I give you 2. I mean, the Caleb Johnson thing, like, I can't put that on anybody but Caleb Johnson. And Calvin Austin turned a touchdown into an interception in the end zone, or the Steelers could have beat arguably the best team in the NFL.
But that game, though, they were still doing the punt thing in, like, certain situations. They probably could have gone for it. He's been way more aggressive lately.
He has been.
Back then, though, they were still conservative. And that
Harry's best argument you've ever given.
A
is perfection. They could have won more games.
Or near perfection.
Thus, he's not near perfection.
Yeah.
Here's my only pushback. If I grant you if he's near perfection, they win 2 more games, they're still the 4th seed in the AFC.
I'd argue 3 more games.
I know, that's why
and then you're second or third in the entire conference.
I know, that's why I had to change it to 2. 412-928-9370. Texter, so the Panthers head coach had a great year by your logic, Adam? Absolutely. 1,000% that guy had a great year.
Well, they have different expectations on them. They haven't made the playoffs in a little while.
Right.
So winning the division.
And I don't think anybody thought that they had a puncher's chance in hell, except for Donnie Football, who's been on a heater of winning the division. Texter, Harry's desire to make Crowley look bad is annoying. No, Harry made a great argument there.
It's a sports talk show.
We're allowed to disagree. Texter, jackass.
You want to sing Kumbaya for 4 hours? No. I wasn't trying to make you look bad either. I was just providing another perspective.
Let's say you've convinced me with your perspective. Mike Tomlin had a good regular season.
A good one.
I think he had a great one.
It was all right.
But I think Harry's turning some heads on the old text line here. And perhaps the phone's at 412-928-9370.
It wasn't an A. That's my opinion.
A-.
B-.
You moved me down 1 letter grade. Although in the Catholic school that I grew up in, if you got a 92, you'd still get a B. How crappy is that?
You know, I went to CCD, and I would see, because we'd go to the Catholic elementary school, and I would see their grading scale system, and I was like, this is odd. C was like 80 to 85.
70.
Like
I think it's all screwed up.
Yeah.
But I was so thrilled that when I got to Lebo, it's like, oh, I get a 90 and that's an A? Let's go! All right. One more segment, then we hand it off to Starkey. Great tease by me. It is 9:48. Make the smart call, Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Coordinator Matt Eberflus fired by the Dallas Cowboys officially. There were some indications that was going to happen, but it's been done officially. That news broke within the last hour. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Reports of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway West at I-79, causing delays back to Roslyn Farms. Inbound, still stacking up around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Seeing delays now coming off the Fort Duquesne Bridge and as well coming over from Route 65 over toward the Parkway North and the North Shore Expressway, heading over toward Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that is jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and I'll tell you something I never thought the old me would be able to say. I actually like seeing myself in photos, videos, on TV. Before Awaken 180, every photo, every clip, I'm judging my chin, my waist, my posture, everything. I smile on camera, but in my mind I'm thinking, ew, that's not great. I didn't feel great either. Those feelings have been gone for almost 2 years now, and it's not just because I lost weight. I made the lifestyle change I needed to, but didn't know how. I had my end of the year Awaken 180 weigh-in, and the scale was 52+ pounds down. The crazy part, 60 pounds of fat gone, 8 pounds of muscle back on. That matters. I didn't want to just be smaller. I wanted to be better. I think that's what everyone wants, so why not just do it? Awaken 180 makes it simple, and you'll see what I mean after you lose weight your first week in January. The confident, the healthy you, just one click away. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
2026, the year of Nicholas Harry Callis.
I thought that passed already. That was 25.
Oh, no, that was the year of Harry Callis in the personal realm. This is the year of Harry Callis in your professional realm.
Is this year I finally become a true professional? Yeah, I ruined it. That was in English. Messed up my syllables. Is this the year I finally become an actual professional? Maybe not.
I know you didn't intend that, but that was genius comedic timing. People on the text line saying, shoot!
Oh, great show.
People on the text line saying, Harry got you there, pal. You made a great argument. But I would say this. If the Steelers did win 2 more games, or 3 more games is what they would have needed to do to get a better seed, they actually would have got a tougher matchup, in my opinion. So really, Mike Tomlin, he perfectly navigated the croc-infested waters to get to shore.
You've got a young and hungry team that doesn't make the playoffs every year with a quarterback who's blooming.
They've made the playoffs the last 3 years, Harry. No, you got to stop now. You've already won. You've already won. Can't you see him scrambling? Don't dig a hole. Stroud's made the playoffs 3 times, baby.
Exactly. He's blossoming. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, he stinks.
They're hungry.
He stinks. But the defense does not. I don't want it to be Wednesday yet.
Why?
Because I don't want to start looking ahead. I'm having too much fun with this right now.
I want to go to sleep for a couple years and then come back. I'm tired.
Hibernate like a bear. Starkey is joining us next. Mulsey texted me saying that, Harry, you kicked my ass.
I wasn't trying to
in
kick
verbal
your ass.
fisticuffs.
Though, I remember a few weeks ago we were talking about the Ravens matchup, and you were so
I yelled at you.
Happy to be like, the Ravens are winning. The Ravens are winning the matchups. I'm like, no, they split every season. They won 2 in a row.
Well, so you were wrong then.
Playoffs doesn't count as a regular season.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 49, low of 31. Mike Tomlin's news conference today at noon. We'll talk more about Tomlin. We'll break down his news conference tomorrow. We'll talk to you at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together. Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Parkway West, inbound delays right around the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, an earlier accident near I-79. Watch for possible slowdowns there. Parkway East just a little heavy at the entrance to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Traffic on the North Shore Expressway heavy coming off of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and Route 65 on the southbound side, heading over toward Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible portals on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Texans is the final game of Super Wildcard Weekend, just like the Steelers and Ravens are the final game of the regular season. It takes place 8 o'clock on Monday at Acrisure Stadium. Fan Game Day. We'll get you going for it beginning at 6 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jeff Hathorn. Today at noon, it's the Mike Tomlin press conference as Tomlin prepares for the matchup. And the Steelers have activated DK Metcalf back to the 53-man roster. His suspension is over, and he will be good to go against Houston. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Tuesday Pump and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think there's a lot of belief in the leadership of the team. You know, I think there's an important part of the leadership role in being as even keel as possible and always believing you got a chance. But it takes moments like this. You know, we back in 2010, we were 9-6 playing Chicago last game of the year, and we eked out a close one in the fourth quarter, 10-3, and it gave us a little bit of belief. And then we went on a run where we were underdogs, I believe, the entire playoffs. We're underdogs at home tonight against our division rival. I think it's going to give us some belief. Now we're playing, I believe, the Texans. Is that right? They're coming off 9 in a row, I think. So who knows if they'll make us an underdog again at home. But the belief level in the locker room after a win like this is exponentially greater, which is what you want to have going into next week. And then obviously we had DK back.
I don't know what's happened here, Limits. I'm starting to believe, too, again. And I'll tell you this much. Bob's not here. We already knew that. He's here in spirit, and he's here in mannequin form or cardboard cutout form, whichever you prefer. He's at the Tomlin News Conference. He has his duties there. In fact, he introduces the coach. Do we underestimate just how important Bob is overall, Limits?
Probably,
in this town. He introduces the Steelers coach.
He does a show
at the Tuesday
with the
press
Steelers
conference, and then does a show with the Steelers coach afterward, or maybe before. I don't know when they tape it. Do you?
He already had, yeah, I think it is today. And he already had the phone number of the priest that blesses the field, typically.
Right, and we had Father Max ready to go yesterday. Something
so.
strange happened.
And then Bob was ghosted, apparently.
And then even Bob was ghosted. Yes. I think the Steelers got involved. I think that's what happened. They don't want any fun things for us, do they?
It's a possibility.
It's a
I'm
possibility.
not ruling anything out.
That's all right. We'll survive.
I'm also not accusing anyone of anything, but I'm not ruling anything out.
We'll survive here. And I'm starting to swill the Kool-Aid limits. I'm not sipping it. I'm swilling it. As far as I'm concerned, this is a team on a 5-game winning streak. Do you know why? Because with DK Metcalf, they beat the Browns. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Right. So the team they're actually putting on the field Monday night is going to be a pretty darn good football team that's getting better, and like the man you just heard, is starting to believe. And sometimes all it takes is a win like that, where it could have been a loss. But how many times in history have we seen that? In big regular season games, in playoff game, whatever.
Frequently.
Every win could be a loss practically when you get to this level.
Think about how...
You want me to go through some Penguin games? You want me to go back to the year they won the Cup? The first year with Dan Bilesma? They're down 2-0 in a series to the Capitals, and the next game goes to overtime. And now I can't remember if they tied it or won it on a deflection. On a deflection. Limits, they lose that game, they lose that series.
Think about Seattle and the Rams.
That's a field goal. That's a field goal that's going to go outside the post but goes in the post. And sometimes that's all you need. And here's the other important thing. What were you going to say?
Seattle and the Rams this year.
Seattle and the Rams this year.
Seattle went for 2.
Seattle went for 2, and they didn't get it.
If they wouldn't have gotten it,
if
then
they wouldn't have gotten it,
driver's seat for
they
the
might not be in the driver's seat for the number 1 seed.
That's right.
You're exactly right.
They'd be the 5 seed
you are
going
exactly
on the road
right.
to Carolina.
This stuff happens. You're here. That's all that matters. You're playing at home against a franchise that has never won a road playoff game. They're 0-6. But here's the real point. I like this Steelers team a lot better than I did. I like the roster. I like some of the things I'm seeing. I like seeing clips of Zach Frazier pushing Roquan Smith all over the field. Have you seen that clip?
I haven't. He has played very well.
I like the clip of Derek Harmon pushing Penei Sewell all over the field, throwing him down to the ground. Have you seen those clips? The Steelers are good up front on both sides of the ball. They have a good offensive line. They have 2 good running backs. They have DK Metcalf back, and they have TJ Watt back. You could argue if you walked into other teams' meeting rooms and sat down with their coordinators and their head coaches and their players, the guy they fear most on this offense could be DK Metcalf, and the guy they fear most on this defense could be TJ Watt. So arguably the 2 most feared players on the team weren't there for the Cleveland game. Am I right about that, Limits?
You are correct.
And so this team that they're putting on the field Monday night, as far as I'm concerned, is on an unbelievable roll heading into the playoffs. At worst, they've won 4 or 5, but really the team that we'll see Monday night, I think, would be on a 5-game winning streak. I'm pretty convinced they would be if only Metcalf were there. And have you seen Metcalf's playoff numbers that our dear friend Adam Crowley was talking about?
No.
Have you seen his playoff numbers?
Please fill me in.
I'll fill you in. He's played 4 playoff games. He has 26 catches for 451 yards and 5 touchdowns. And you don't think he's going to be stoked to play that game Monday night after letting his teammates down? And I know there are people who don't like DK Metcalf anymore and things like that. We were ready to canonize the guy in Baltimore after he volunteered as a gunner for the punt team and had 148 yards receiving. Whatever you think of what happened, whatever you think of him right now, he's a really good player who was trending up and now is rested and now is extra motivated. And this Steeler defense, which never goes into a postseason healthy, seems pretty healthy to me. TJ Watt, the upside, if there is an upside to getting your lung punctured, is that his body, the rest of his body, got time off late in the season. And now all of a sudden he's going to be a week stronger and a week better going into this game. Alex Highsmith, who's injured more often than Bo Bennett, is healthy. He's a monster when healthy. Derek Harmon is throwing people around. They have depth with Herbig as far as the pass rush goes. Cam Hayward's playing maybe the best football of his career. My God, have you seen the breakdowns of him the other day? Oh, limitless wonder.
He played his ass off, and he probably played the best game he has in the last 3-4 years.
So
he was an all-pro last year.
You know, the position of concern for me right now might be safety, might be secondary. But otherwise, I really like this Steelers team at the moment. I do. Maybe I'm crazy. I think they're going to make a bit of a run here. I think they're going to beat Houston. You got a team coming in here who, like I said, a franchise that has never won a road playoff game and is walking into a cold weather playoff environment without a run game and with hardly what would qualify as, you know, an electrifying pass game. Stroud to Collins is a good combination. They've got some weapons, but nobody's really that fearful of Houston's offense. They're not. You may have seen the Chargers game. Stroud hit a couple long plays. He also threw 2 terrible picks. And they really don't have a run game, and nobody fears their offensive line. I think the Steelers are going to line up and smash this team defensively, and I think do enough offensively to win. And that gets us back to the main topic. The main reason I feel good about the Steelers heading into the playoffs, and that's the quarterback. And this quarterback right now is on a roll. Again, the Cleveland game is sort of an outlier right now. I don't know what the hell happened that day. Something did, but not having Metcalf certainly affected the proceedings. We can all agree on that. Do we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be counted as a burn the tape type of game.
It was horrible. He was horrible. But Metcalf wasn't there. It happened, but Metcalf wasn't there.
Right. And you get him back, and it changes a lot in your offense.
I think so.
Plus, I think
it changes a lot.
They rediscovered Jaylen Warren. He was like a non-factor against Cleveland.
Yep.
Same thing with Gainwell. They didn't utilize him.
They have 2 good running backs. They've rediscovered Pat Freiermuth. They have Metcalf back. They're gonna have some horrible series against Houston because everybody does, because that's a great defense. But what I don't think is going to happen is that you're going to see them turn the ball over. I don't think Rodgers is going to be taking tons of sacks so long as the game is close. I think it's exactly the type of game that Mike Tomlin loves to play. It's going to be, I think, a low-scoring, whoever makes the turnover loses type of game. And I really like the position that the Steelers are in right now. Do you at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Here's the thing with Rodgers, too, is that I think he has a receiving core that he's comfortable with now. And there's a lot to be said for that. Like, I credit him more than anybody else for the fact that there's more competence there and that there's no Roman Wilson there. Can't depend on that guy. So what? Was it Omar that went out and got MVS and Thielen? Was it Mike? Or was it mostly Aaron? Because I feel like it was mostly Aaron. And I'm okay with it. And I'm desperately searching for a number that I looked up the other day. And I'm trying to do it on live radio. And I think I am going to do it. It was something like the Steeler receivers the other night had more yards after the catch than a lot of teams this season. And now I can't find it. And now I'm angry. But that's okay. The bottom line is the Steelers receivers are a group that the quarterback feels comfortable with. That if option A and B and C aren't open, he knows where an Adam Thielen or even a Scotty Miller or an MVS might be. That was a hell of a catch MVS made the other day. I thought the one where he reached back behind him and pulled it in on the bobble. You know, I'm not saying that these guys are world beaters, but they're players that the quarterback feels comfortable with. Yes, Limits.
I think I have the number you're looking for.
Please.
66% of the Steelers' passing yards this season have come after the catch, the highest in the NFL. Was that the number you were looking for?
No, but the number the other day was pretty good, too, with a cast of characters that you wouldn't think would put up numbers like that, because a lot of the number you just said has to do with DK Metcalf. Here's the other story related to Rodgers that probably I haven't talked about enough, and that's the offensive line. See, I still believe that games are won along the line of scrimmage on both sides, and I think the Steelers have really beefed up and gotten better on both sides. And in the case of Cam, stayed healthy, right? And I think Keanu Benton has come along. Another clip that's made its way around the internet is Keanu Benton chasing down Derrick Henry on what looked to be a possible touchdown. Just a ridiculous play for a nose tackle to make. Like, you look at the Ravens' interior defenders, most of them. Remember, Rodgers said there were a couple slow guys chasing me on that touchdown in Baltimore. Those guys can't move 5 yards. Benton and Harmon are like Olympic sprinters, and they're showing the effort that Cam has modeled for them and getting down the field and making plays. These guys are terrors on both sides of the ball up front. They really are, and that gives you a chance to win. But you got to have the quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers is beating teams with his brain and his arm. And my God, he even ran for 20 yards the other day. Now, there was another run where it took him longer to get from here to the sidelines than it does Harry Callis to get from here to the bathroom. Doesn't it, Limits, even in an emergency? And Aaron will admit that. That's the one part of his game that has severely declined, although it's not dead. I mean, anybody who can take off on a 20-yard scramble, it's not Johnny Unitas on the Chargers. He can still move a little bit, enough anyway. But that's the one part of the great prime Aaron Rodgers that has declined is the mobility. But he still has the arm and the brain, and that's a lethal combination. Chris Collinsworth said the other day, maybe he's not drawing this up in a dirt, but a lot of this is coming out of Aaron Rodgers' brain, this offense right now. And we've seen and heard blatant examples of it. The touchdown to Kenny Gainwell, the great play by Gainwell, really, at the end of the half in Detroit. You heard on NFL Films, Rodgers saying at the last second, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, split out and go deep. That's what we did in the backyard, Limits. That's what we did on Bob Newsall Street in Buffalo and slip-slidey football in the snow. Bob Newsall would tell me right before the snap, we'd have little signals down and out. The stop and go was our favorite route, like Calvin Austin the other day. The little stop and go route. If you time it right, you go about 5 steps, you come back for the ball right as the quarterback is pump faking, and then you go deep. If you ever find yourself in a slip-slidey football game, that'll work every time. But
I feel like I'd be hurt on multiple different occasions.
Yeah, we would have come in. We would have targeted you,
very
I think,
fragile
in those games.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. He's doing this regularly. He also said the early shot down the field to Metcalf in Baltimore was off script. Clearly, he's very comfortable at this point of his career choreographing the offense for himself, and that's great. It's not all it is, but he's doing it enough, and he's doing it effectively. And here's another key. And I saw a great interview with Tom Brady a while ago that I remember talking about right when it happened. And these are plays that you'll never hear about, you'll never read about. Nobody's going to write about the play of the game as the quarterback getting out of a horrible play at the line of scrimmage, maybe a catastrophic play, and getting a yard or two. Or getting a nothing play, an incompletion. How about checking out of a catastrophic play into an incompletion? Nobody's sitting up in the press box saying, that was the play of the game. But you know what it might have been? And it takes a really sharp quarterback to be able to do things like that. And I saw somebody, I don't remember who, breaking this down online the other day. Is Rodgers getting them out of bad plays? He can do that. And getting them into good plays, maybe on the same occasion, maybe on different occasions. He beats you with his brain. But you saw the throw to Freiermuth, too, the other day. And he threw one of those in Cleveland late in the game, too. And it reminded me of his Super Bowl throw. You remember? It's a famous throw, really. I think it was 3rd and 9, if I'm not mistaken, on a field goal drive for the Packers late in that game. Maybe a touchdown drive. But either way, the game was kind of hanging in the balance on a 3rd and 9, which is where the Steelers want you. And Aaron Rodgers made one of the great throws in Super Bowl history, right past Ike Taylor's outstretched hands. He's made 2 throws the past 2 weeks to Freiermuth that made that image come up in my mind. Just right. I mean, you saw the one the other day. Limits right down the seam, right over the guy's head, right into Freiermuth's hands in stride.
Yeah, great throw.
Almost a touchdown.
Right over the middle. Great throw. Just like the throw to Thielen. The throw to Thielen was on a dot.
You can't, a lot of guys can't make that. Most guys don't make that throw in the NFL. He still can. He still can. So that is a dangerous combination all the way around right now with Aaron Rodgers. And again, I don't think they're going to light up the Texans. I don't think anybody's going to light up the Texans. But what he's going to do in the end is do enough to win with his brain and his arm and the weapons around him and a rapidly improving offensive line. I think the Steelers are a great bet in this game as a 3.5-point home dog. I really do. And I think they're going to smash up that Texans offense. Like smash them up. I think they're primed for that. You look at their performances lately, they won't be dealing with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was phenomenal in the fourth quarter the other day. And listen, credit the Ravens. They took a chance on a 4th and 3 early in the game, and the Steelers took the chance that it was going to be a short throw or a scramble or something like that. They didn't dream that Lamar would go deep on that 4th and 3 earlier in the game. Sometimes the other guys make plays. Sometimes a 2-time MVP who's a spectacular football player makes a play. That's what he did early in that game. And then in the fourth quarter, yeah, it was a combination of Steelers screw-ups and Lamar being great. I mean, they had him. Benton and Highsmith had him. He was dead. I don't know how he escaped, but not only did he escape, he directed Zay Flowers down the field and made another great throw. It was pretty open, but still, it's a high-pressure throw when you've just escaped a catastrophic situation and made the play. And the other thing that happened is Kyle Duggar is a worrisome point right now. Maybe we're starting to see why the Patriots didn't want him anymore. He's been troublesome. Chuck Clark might be the better option right now, and Ramsey had a tough game. That area concerns me. It does. Who's playing catch with a football outside right now, Limits? Can you go to the window and look? There's somebody in a Steeler helmet in our parking lot running patterns and seemingly putting himself in danger. Who is that?
I don't know, but Ben Tenuta's videoing it. He ran into the studio like 10 minutes ago to take a helmet from our studio.
Is it Mulsey? Whoever it is has good form. Is that a former college quarterback? Is that Bostic
If
out
I had
there?
to guess, it's probably Kale. Probably Kale Berger.
All right.
Because his show just ended.
Very odd sight to see out there. Okay. I'm bullish on the Steelers right now for all the reasons I just mentioned, mostly the quarterback who has his top weapon back. And it's a highly motivated, playoff-proven weapon in DK Metcalf. I think they're going to beat the Texans, and I think they might play at home in round 2. Although I was looking at the Jacksonville situation, Limits, where they play the Bills. And anytime they get to midfield, that dude can kick a field goal.
Cam Whittle.
Little Stuart Little, yeah.
He had a 67-yarder last week. He had a 68-yarder earlier this year, and he hit that 70-yarder in the preseason against the Steelers.
Do you have Bob's call of that? Can you look that up, please? When Bob said Little is big, one of the great calls in pro sports history. Right up there with Al Michaels at Miracle on Ice. Who is Stuart Little? Oh, that was a movie, remember, about a little bunny rabbit? Do you remember that, Limits?
I don't think he was a bunny rabbit. I thought he was a mouse.
Oh, yeah, he is a mouse. Yeah, he looks like a rabbit from this vantage point. So the Bills could be in trouble in Jacksonville, not just because of the kicker, because the Jags are pretty good. But if I'm a betting man right now, Limits, are you ready for this? You ready for this?
Please.
I think the Bills are coming here in round 2 because I also think the Chargers are going to win. How do you like them apples?
Wow.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility then in that situation that if the Chargers would beat Denver and the Steelers would beat the Bills, that the AFC Championship game would be right here in Pittsburgh.
And I don't think anything that happens in the AFC playoffs should surprise anybody.
That would surprise me.
Why? What would be
but they'd host the AFC Championship game against the 7th seed?
I know, but to get there, none of the events leading up to there, to me, would be really surprising at all. Like the Bills are favored in Jacksonville, correct? Yeah, by 1.5.
Yeah, I'll double check.
I know they are. The Chargers going into New England and winning? I mean, the Chargers
That's
are
very doable.
a pretty good football team.
Yeah.
And then the next week, you'd have to have the Steelers win at home against the Bills, and the Broncos lose to the Chargers. They've already lost to the Chargers.
It's a divisional game. And
They've
Buffalo,
already lost to the Chargers limits.
Buffalo's favored by 1.5, you're right.
So
Jacksonville.
anybody who says that they would be surprised by anything in the AFC this year just isn't watching or wants to create a topic. Because there's nothing surprising that could happen with this particular field. It's a unique field of teams that I haven't seen, this kind of sort of vibe or tenor to the teams. I don't remember when.
Because there's no proven quarterback.
Mostly because the Chiefs go to the Super Bowl almost every year.
Like, Josh Allen is the one guy that is the most experienced and the most talented and the most accomplished of this field, but everybody has questions about his defense. He has no wide receivers.
And his weapons, yeah. I mean,
there's nothing there. Drake May's young.
They're going to have a hell of a time getting out of Jacksonville. I will admit that, but I think that Josh Allen is going to get them out of there somehow, some way.
Yeah, Chargers have no tackles. What are you getting from Jacksonville? I mean, they've beaten a ton of really good teams this year, including Denver, but what are you getting from the Jags?
412-928-9370. 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What is it if you don't agree with my line of thinking that I think the Steelers I do think they're going to win on Monday night. I really do. And then I think they'll have a pretty good chance to win the next round wherever they are. I'm not quite ready to say Super Bowl again yet. But for people who scoff at that or laugh at it, which team do you have going to the Super Bowl? Because I might scoff or laugh at that. Which AFC team do you trust to go to the Super Bowl this year? You trust Denver? I've been on Denver probably more than anybody this year. I picked them to win that division, and I picked Bo Nix as the MVP before the season just to go off the board a little bit. But when you talk about Denver, almost every game they've played has gone down to the wire. They just got hammered at home by Jacksonville. And Bo Nix, for as much as I like him, has never won a playoff game. Right? He went into Buffalo and they got railroaded last year in the playoffs. So, you love Denver? You can't. Nobody out there loves Denver like they're unbeatable or something. The Patriots? Man, they got injuries right now, up and down. I love their quarterback. Who wouldn't? I absolutely love Drake May. But they started to look less formidable, I thought, late in the season. And they, like I said, they're banged up right now. Now, they won most of their games down the stretch, but if you're watching, they blew a 21-point lead against Buffalo. The Ravens would have beaten them if John Harbaugh didn't bench Derrick Henry late in the game. They were behind by 10 points in the fourth quarter there, and then they played the Jets in Miami. Who cares? They also barely beat the Bengals late in the season. They're a good team, don't get me wrong. So's Denver. But you're that confident in the Patriots? They're just going to run to the Super Bowl? Man, I don't know about that. Jacksonville? Who could possibly look at Jacksonville and say, nobody's touching them? They are absolutely going. And then the rest of the field, is the Steelers, who have been wildly inconsistent, the Chargers, who don't have any offensive tackles and who have faltered at times, and the Bills, who are deeply flawed. And I've seen every snap of every game this season, and I've told you about that. They're a deeply flawed football team with a superstar quarterback and a great running back. The smart money for some people is on the Bills, not me. Josh Allen's never won a road playoff game either. They're going to have to win 3 to get to the Super Bowl. So if you're going to laugh and say, Well, Starkey's talking about the Super Bowl with the Steelers again. Give me your pick. Give me a defensive line you like better than the Steelers right now, or a defensive front if you want to include, edge rushers, everybody. Who has a better front seven in the AFC than the Steelers? I'll wait on that one. Denver's pretty good, but I just saw Trevor Lawrence light them up like a pinball machine in Denver. They're comparable, certainly. I don't know if there's a team in the AFC with a better front seven on defense than the Steelers. Are there many offensive lines playing better? Running back tandems? Quarterback? You think I'm talking crazy? I think I'm talking sense when I say they can absolutely compete with, and all I'm saying is they can absolutely compete with anybody, especially up front where it matters most, and that their quarterback's on a heater, and that the two players on their whole roster that strike more fear into anybody, maybe other than Rodgers at the moment, T.J. Watt and DK Metcalf are back. Limits? What do you think of my take right now? I'm waiting for people. I'm waiting for feedback.
Yeah, people are starting to call in. And, I want to hesitate just a little bit on it, although I agree with your overall point, where I do think that they can compete with every team in this AFC, and they have a chance to beat every team in this AFC as long as things go very well for them. I still am concerned about the weaponry that Aaron Rodgers does have, because we saw MVS in Cleveland. He's not a reliable guy. Adam Thielen is 35. Getting DK Metcalf
are those guys that relevant right now?
Don't you think they're going to need to be?
I don't know, because he's got two running backs he can throw to, and they can even use those guys at the same time, I might add. Freiermuth has reemerged.
Yeah.
Calvin Austin's reemerged, and Metcalf's back. So where is Adam Thielen really going to be needed?
So I'm not trying to pour cold water on the argument.
No.
But I do wonder, because the Ravens had no pass rush. Like, it was a pretty abysmal last week. And we saw how much Myles Garrett and that pass rush of Cleveland affected the Steelers up front and kind of changed the way that they called offense. So going up against Houston, with Anderson rushing, with the success that Hunter has had this year, 15.5 sacks?
No doubt.
That is a little bit of concern for me, where you're going to need weapons to make big plays, and I still have my doubts about the MVSs of the world. I like Adam Thielen, but this isn't.
Well, how much is MVS going to be featured in a game where DK is back? Why are you worried about MVS in this game?
Because don't you think the first thing that DeMeco Ryans is going to try to do is to take DK Metcalf out of the game?
Ben, can you grab that mic for a sec? Who are you outside playing football with in the parking lot?
Kel Berger and Amanda Garecki.
Why?
Well, we did a video of Kel Berger dressed up like almost like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Because he has the mustache and everything, so he's trying his best, imitation of Aaron Rodgers.
Could he throw the ball at all?
He did.
Kel Berger?
He did. We're going to be posting it on Y108 here shortly.
All right.
Wow.
We'll take a look for that. Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
I was just curious. All right, Limits.
What a great Rose Bowl sweatshirt that Ben had.
Yeah. He has a good sweatshirt game usually, doesn't he?
Did you see that there were some people that were trying to, throw cold water on the Rose Bowl this past week, too?
No, why
that
are they
irritated
saying that?
me.
The Rose Bowl is the greatest venue in all of sports.
I 1,000% agree. I saw somebody on Twitter that was saying, oh, well, people just like to say about the Rose Bowl, but the stadium is old and parking is terrible and there's no tailgating.
Who cares?
That
we
sounds like somebody
we
that's
want
never been to the Rose Bowl
stadiums
before.
and arenas with character. Madison Square Garden is still my favorite arena in all of sports.
That is probably my favorite venue that I've ever seen, and my favorite game that I've ever gone to in my entire life was a Rose Bowl game.
Well, what you say about the Texans is true. I'm not minimizing. They have a great defense. Those guys wreck people. I actually think this Steeler offense is as well positioned as any to deal with that in the AFC. I honestly do. It's a dink and dunk, get rid of the ball quickly offense, which at times can be maddening, but you're stressing a defense when you're throwing those little passes to Gainwell and Warren. And now Freiermuth is back for the middle of the field. And now DK is back as a major weapon. Calvin Austin can get down the field a little bit. He made huge plays in both the Baltimore games. I'm not saying it's the greatest show on turf. I'm saying it's an offense that is designed at this particular moment the way it's designed, could be somewhat effective or effective enough against a great defense like Houston's. And it begins, by the way, up front, where I think they're playing really well. I think that's inarguable, isn't it? 412-928-9370. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me what really, really worries you about this team. And then once you do that, we can talk for a little bit. And then I'm going to ask you, okay, give me the team in the AFC that you really trust and tell me why. 928-9370. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. But it's only Tuesday, the last I checked, limits, so we'll do that tomorrow.
Correct.
In the meantime, we have Nick Farabaugh coming up at 11. We have the Tomlin News Conference coming up later on with Brian Batko. So do we have the Tomlin News Conference today?
I believe so, yeah.
Even though the game's on a Monday?
Yeah, whenever it is on a Monday, it's always on Tuesday anyway.
It is?
I'll double check with the Caballis of the world.
I just had a fear bolt strike in me that it wouldn't be today, but it has to be, I think.
Also, Hokie is going to join us tomorrow instead of on Thursday, yes. Hokie had a scheduling conflict, so we're going to have Hokie tomorrow. We have to hear Hokie Bro 76's thoughts on the playoffs.
I can't wait to hear from Hokie, especially a day early this week. Thank you, O Limitless Wonder.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins are on a little bit of a run right now, too. They are catching fire at the start of the new year. 5 in a row. Columbus, the victory on Sunday, 5-4 in Columbus in overtime. As the Penguins, who would have thought? Sidney Crosby scored again, now 24 on the year as Sid continues his strong season. Penguins will play against New Jersey back home, PPG Paints Arena, 7 o'clock on Thursday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and announced earlier today, Artur Shilovs will represent Latvia at the Olympic Games.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Undefeated and out of nowhere in just 2 years, the Hoosiers have become the favorites to win the College Football National Championship. And Ole Miss, right there, I, for one, love it. Give me the novelty of programs who've never been in this position. It's why we love March Madness. For every Kansas, there's a Loyola. For every Duke, a George Mason. And now, for every Georgia, Bama, or Ohio State, there's Indiana and Ole Miss. I'm Chris Mack.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Doran, I thought our Guardian systems had it all until I saw this new floodlight camera.
Oh, yeah, the one that talks back. It lights up, yells warnings. It's like a coach for your driveway.
New customers get it free, plus 1 month free of AI deterrents.
Man, Guardian's spoiling the rookies.
Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to grab your free floodlight camera. Terms and conditions apply. Call 1-800-PROTECT.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply
Supply Chain Management, a trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking, efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
New year, new rewards on DraftKings Casino. Start the year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players get a free chance at $50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your free chance at an out-of-this-world reward. Download the app now and sign up with code THEFAN. And then launch 3 rockets for a chance at $50,000 in credits. Come back to launch rockets daily for more rewards. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Here's the other thing about Rodgers right now. He's not turning the ball over at all. Certainly not via interception. There's been a couple fumbles in there over the past month. Limits, tell me when his last interception was.
November 9th against the Chargers.
You were back in college on November 9th. That's a long time.
7 games.
And that's another reason why I think, and I think he will do this, and it's mostly up to him, that they'll just take a bad series when they have one. Throw a ball out of bounds, take a sack, whatever. A punt is not a bad thing in this game. And I think that this quarterback and this offense as currently constructed is going to be effective enough against a great, and I'll say great, Texans defense. I will admit that. 412-928-9370, the working premise here this morning. And you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. The working premise is that the Steelers are going to beat the Texans and have a chance to go on a run. I mean, if you beat in football, if you win one game, you're officially on a run. If you win two, you definitely are. If you get to the divisional round, and especially if you're playing at home, this could get very interesting. There's something happening over there. I felt it a couple weeks ago. Cleveland threw me for a loop, threw everybody for a loop. I know that. But with DK Metcalf, they win that game. With DK Metcalf and Watt, they certainly win the game. To me, the team they're putting on the field Monday night, for all intents and purposes, is on a 5-game winning streak. I can't explain Cleveland, other than maybe Metcalf wasn't there and it was just a disaster. But there's something happening. 412-928-9370, and it starts with the quarterback. Limits, who do we got?
All right, Joe, let's start it off with our guy Greg in Youngstown to chime in.
Greg, what's up?
Hey, Joe. Now, City Limits could back me on this.
What?
I called you guys last week of June before the season.
Yeah.
I gave my predictions, and I said the Steelers were going to win the division and play Denver in the championship game, and I got laughed off the air that day. So, if I'm right, I'm the Nostradamus of the fan, because everybody laughed at me for that prediction.
You deserve your flowers. There's no doubt about that, but it hasn't happened yet either.
No,
I mean,
I laughed at Greg.
The other thing that could happen here is they could get hammered in right away, and then we get back to this question of, is it a successful season or not? You still there, Greg?
Yeah.
So has it already been a successful season? Do they need to come close to winning a playoff game for once, or do they need to win at least one or do more to make it a successful season for Greg in Youngstown?
When they going to win Monday night to be successful? After that, we'll see. But at least if they win on Monday night, I'll take it. But I mean, we're just as good as any of these other teams. I mean, the whole. It amazes me. But we'll put down our team. Oh, they're not good enough. We don't have enough players. Just match us up against anybody. Maybe not the maybe the quarterback now. But we get ripped on all the time, and I think we can hold up with anybody when everybody's healthy. I don't think there's any. I think we go far actually if we get the right breaks. We need the right breaks in any game, but we can stand up to anybody this year in the playoffs.
I agree. Right now, certainly in the AFC. Thank you, Greg. Now there was a topic yesterday on the PM show about Cam Hayward saying we're playing with house money right now. I mean, that to me implies that we've already done way more than expected, and anything that happens now is okay. I don't agree with that. I've put a lot of thought into that idea over the past day or so. And while I'm tempted to say, because of the nature of that win the other night and who it was against, it was the kind of win that felt like a playoff game. And not only that, it was the kind of game where you'll remember where you were 30 years from now. It still wasn't a playoff game. And honestly, the way the AFC North went this season, the least the Steelers could do is win it. It would have been pretty disastrous and qualify as a collapse if they don't win the AFC North, right? I mean, they were 4-1 at one point, and the Ravens were 1-5. Now throw on to that the fact that all they had to do was beat Cleveland, and they avoided all that the other night. And instead, they're there playing for their lives. So let's not paint this, even though in the preseason, yes, nobody thought the Steelers would win the division. A month and a half in, a lot of people thought they would win the division. Vegas still didn't believe so, but if you're 4-1 and the other guys are 1-5, you should win that division. If all you have to do is beat Cleveland, which just fired their coach, you should win that division. So in the end, when I consider this question, what constitutes a successful season, the way things played out in the broken AFC North, really the least you could have done is win it. And now the real games start, and you better win one to make it a successful season. If it's a great game against Houston and goes to overtime and they lose, I won't be of a mind that I was last year after the Baltimore embarrassment, but it still won't be a success. 928-9370 Wonder Twin.
Here is Gary to chime in.
Hey, Gary.
Thanks, Limits. Joe, a fellow Buffalonian, been down here 40 years, but I want to give my granddaughter props. You know St. Mary's in Lancaster? St. Mary's Academy?
Yeah.
Yeah, she won state champ soccer, female soccer there, freshman.
Nice, man. So, congrats to her.
Yep. And I also want to concur with your swimming naked in Buffalo. That's an affirmative.
Wow.
I couldn't believe.
That's what they had us do, Limits, when we were in junior high school. It's unbelievable that it happened all these years later, but it happened.
It wasn't co-ed, but we still had to swim.
Yeah, that happened in places. People in Pittsburgh have told me that it happened here.
How many violations
swim class was like that?
How many violations would that create these days?
Too many to count.
How many violations do we create in our car with our kids these days? I mean, come on.
In what?
How many violations do we commit with our kids in cars?
Yeah, exactly. Do you have anything Steeler related, sir?
Yes, I do. Yes,
What's
I
up?
Do. My concern is I love what you've been talking about with Aaron and everything and the positive movement. But what concerns me is the speed that they line up with, because Aaron's noted for, getting a free 5-down offside penalty. They need to line up quicker, and he should have some kind of a cue for them to get to the line.
He does, and they've done it multiple times.
I know, but they're still lagging around, and he's waving his arm like he's anxious. The second thing is this communication with Smith. This is terrible with the phone, with the headsets. You know, they got to get that resolved.
Did we ever get to the bottom of that, Limits? By the way, I mean,
I don't know what happened with that. I mean,
it seems to me it was faulty equipment.
Yes,
no?
Roger said that too, and they gave him a backup helmet, and even the backup helmet did not work. Eventually, they got everything.
So let me ask you a question, because I've never gotten to the bottom of this, and I'd love for Tomlin to be asked about this today, just so we know. Is it on the team when the equipment breaks down? Like if in baseball, for example, when the earpiece between the pitcher and catcher becomes faulty or doesn't work, they basically give you a break and stop the game, and somebody brings in a new piece of equipment.
Yeah, it's like an MLB-wide type of thing.
Why doesn't that happen in football?
I wondered the same thing. Like, why was the game not stopped to be able to get that corrected? It's a huge advantage for the defense to be able to have that type of communication and the offense not be able to have it.
I guess a team in a squirrely moment could use that as an excuse at any time. Like you could say, oh, I can't hear. Here, look at my helmet. Or you could break it yourself or something. I don't know.
Potentially.
I don't know, but that's an interesting question. The other thing that happened since the game the other day.
Could I touch on one more thing with that? I feel like because don't the headsets go off after like 15 seconds? That's with 15 seconds left on the play clock. That's an NFL thing. That's not a Steelers turning them off. That's a league-wide rule.
Of course,
where the headsets go off. So that's what makes me think, just going off the basis of that it would be an NFL thing, that the NFL would handle the communications with how those headsets work. Does that make sense?
I get. What does when they turn off have to do with whether or not they're faulty or broken?
Well, I'm just trying to create a parallel as to why the NFL might be the ones that have like more of an authority and control over working that compared to
I don't know. I'd like to see Tomlin asked about that today. If the microphone or the headphone in your helmet, got smashed on a play and broken in half, I guess it's up to you to hurry up and get it fixed. Clearly, that's the case.
Well, they gave him another helmet and it didn't work. So it clearly wasn't the helmet, like a hit that Rodgers took that damaged it.
It was the communication lines?
It was the communication
The
line.
internet was out?
Yeah, because when he put the second headset in,
the
you would think
Wi-Fi
it would
was
work,
down?
And it didn't.
Rodgers should have had a personal hotspot then.
I think Ray Lewis was there jamming the signal to the headset.
That was just a strange situation. The other thing that happened the other day that we need to just acknowledge is that the Boswell missed extra point is now being ruled as a blocked kick. Did you see that, O Limitless Wonder?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Man, I don't have that much of a problem with it.
With what?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I looked at a text that Cavalli sent me. I'll just be upfront.
That was a pretty good cover up there.
Yeah.
You'd think after that you wouldn't go back and read the Cavalli text, yet your eyes just went back to your phone again. Is he in some sort of emergency?
No,
is he okay?
No, he's okay. Everything's fine. Could you please rephrase?
Can we focus on the radio show?
Please.
That would be good.
Thank you.
So the missed extra point that almost cost them their season is now being ruled a blocked kick. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Yes, it is. That's a fact.
And I watched it like 10 times. It didn't look like it was blocked.
Well, watch it again, Limits. Because I've watched it too, and it's very hard to tell.
Yeah.
But number 39, I think it is, for the Ravens, reacts in such a way. Now, he may have just been happy that it happened, but he reacts in such a way that somebody would if they blocked the kick.
What, he got a fingernail on it?
I don't know. Why are you doubting this so much all of a sudden? I'm just telling you what happened. Why would the NFL rule? Why is the official stat book now say it was a block kick if it wasn't?
Maybe because it was just such a strange kick where it looked like it was going right down the middle.
So they say, what the hell, we'll call it a block?
You know that
they must be seeing something, Limits.
You know that meme where there's a car that's trying to get off the exit and they just so quickly veer off into the right lane to be able to take it, where they're like drifting into the lane? That's what the field goal was like for Boswell, or that extra point. That ball just continued to drift and drift halfway through after it looked like it was going right down the middle.
I know it did.
Maybe it was blocked.
I know it did, and that's why they're saying, or they must have access to some piece of video where they're ruling that a block kick. So that's all I can tell you.
So if that's the case, why doesn't the NFL go back and rule Myles Garrett's sack a half a sack because he touched the?
They would if they thought
somebody else did as well.
They would if they thought that was the case. They would do that. They comb through plays and make rulings. That's part of what they do.
Could you imagine if they decided to just go back?
Oh, that'd be great.
Or like the game a couple of weeks ago, the game before the Steelers one, where he had that half a sack, which probably should not have even been ruled a half a sack at all, and that was taken back from it. It's actually 22 and a half. You just tied the record.
I would love that.
Do you see they carried him off the field like he was Rudy?
I mean, first of all, Joe Burrow took a dive on that play.
He did.
So here's all you need to know. If that was let's say, the conference championship or a playoff game on the line, do you think he does that same maneuver? You think he just goes down like that?
No, he probably just throws the ball at somebody's feet.
Or he doesn't just give himself up.
Right.
And weren't they still trying? Didn't they lose the football game?
Yes, they did.
So weren't they still trying to win? How much time was left?
You'd think so. I don't think Burrow and Chase
How much
and all
time
them
was
care
left in the
about
game
draft
limits?
picks. There was 5.5 minutes left.
There you go. Something's very fishy about that. I'm with Kyle Brandt on that one. Now look up Boswell blocked extra point and see what you see. Because now I'm obsessed with this, especially since you've questioned it. Here's the story. Steelers Depot. Matthew Marzi, I believe, is his name. Chris Boswell's critical missed extra point now credited as a block by the Ravens. That's the story. And as Alex Kozora of Steelers Depot says, whoever number 39 is, this is me talking now, and this is now back to Kozora, sure looks like he's celebrating like he blocked it. More than everyone else, happy about the miss. So do you see that, Limits?
Yeah, I'm looking at the video right now.
Look at the video right now. I still can't believe that kick went the way it did. I think the guy blocked it. He got up and went crazy and was raising his hand like, I got it. I think it was a block kick. It was too strange of a play not to be blocked. That's what and obviously somebody saw something.
I just can't tell. I don't know how the NFL could rule that. Maybe just because of the flight that the ball took, thinking that it had to be blocked.
I mean, they have access to things we don't, Limits.
Right.
They can look at it close up, slow motion.
They can look at it in 8K for all we know.
What's that?
You know how there's 4K TVs? It's like really clear picture.
No.
There's also 8K.
Really?
Yeah, I have no way of being able to access that.
Maybe they looked at it in 12K on slow motion, super slow motion on 12K.
Think 16K exists yet?
I think it will pretty soon. But the kick was so weird that I'm buying this. You buying it or no?
No, I'm not buying it.
Oh my God!
Because I don't trust my eye. My eyes are telling me that he didn't block it.
They have a microscopic replay on here. You can't tell anything. You think this is the one they're looking at?
It's like when I played deck hockey and I tried to credit myself for a goal on a deflection when I was like 8 years old, when I maybe like just barely tipped the puck in front of the net.
Yeah.
Playing at the old South Park deck hockey rink.
Did you ever play against Crowley in deck hockey?
No, Crowley's like 10 years older than me.
You've never played anybody older than you in deck hockey? What does that have to do with anything?
What 8 years old player in deck hockey is playing somebody 18?
I didn't say when you were 8, Limits. I didn't think when you were 3 and Crowley was 13 you were playing deck hockey against each other.
No.
But do you still play? That was a friendly inquisition.
Crowley and I do not leisurely go to the deck hockey rink and suit it up against each other.
No, but you do play pickup basketball.
I do, yeah. I'm playing tomorrow night.
But just not pick up deck hockey. Isn't that a thing? Do people go play hockey?
Oh, yeah, there is. I have a lot of friends
why is that so crazy?
Hockey. It's not.
Oh.
Do you want to come play basketball with us tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
Coming up next, Nick from Penn Live.
Just thought I'd ask.
Where are you playing? Are you playing with the Mongoose?
No, I'm not playing with the Mongoose. I'm playing with some of my grade school and high school buddies.
Really? Are they all the exact same age?
For the most part, yeah.
Since you don't play pickup games with anybody older than you?
I have before, but I invited you to go. You could bring the age up a little bit.
Jeez, the Crowley question shut down with impunity there. That was unbelievable. I thought maybe when you were 20 or something that you and Crowley, if you play pickup hockey, may have played a game together.
No, I didn't know Crowley until I started working here, and he started working here when I was producing over on the AM side.
Yeah. How's it gone with Crowley? You guys friends? Do you think you ever will play pickup hockey together?
I invited Crowley to our tailgate on Monday night, the Big Definitely You tailgate that I go to, my buddy Bruce. And Crowley made fun of me for saying that I might show up to the tailgate at 6 o'clock because that's 2 hours before the game and I need to be there a lot earlier. And Crowley basically said that I need to be spending the whole entire day enjoying it so that the next 2 days at work for me are basically a living hell because I had so much fun at the tailgate.
I actually agree with Crowley there. Anyway, it's cloudy with an 85% chance of rain, a high of Francisco Liriano, 49, a low of Donnie Shell, 31. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions, the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Nick Farabaugh on all things Steelers coming up next as we get ready for the Mike Tomlin news conference. First, JP Roofing and Siding. You know what the deal is here. The man has a hell of a mustache, Joe Potocznik. That's story number one. But probably the bigger story is he's been doing this for decades and decades, over 40 years. And, you know, depending on the size, JP Roofing's in and out one day superior job can be done for you. Does it all the time. He's at the top of the Owens Corning list. I asked Marty Tuffer for a read. I'm just going to do this on my own. This guy's unbelievable. He was John Calipari's roommate at Clarion. What are they teaching the guy over there? He can't write. Look at this thing.
He needed an AP English class.
Everything in here. I said, what are some good copy points for JP? And Marty Tuffer choked like the Bills in a Super Bowl. You should see this thing limits.
We know JP.
I feel who's the guy who did the Ron Burgundy? The guy who did
Ron
the read.
Jeremy?
No, not Ron Jeremy. The guy who did the read right off the teleprompter.
Yeah,
I'm trying to read Marty Tuffer's points here. His copy points. It's unbelievable.
Just act like you're Bob reading off a prompter for TV.
You got to do better than this to produce something like this. All right. I'll do it on my own. This man has a hell of a mustache. That's number one. He's been doing it for over 40 years. That's number two. They've come out to my house on several different, I think 3 different occasions. There was an issue. They fixed it. I never worried about it again. That's what he does at JP Roofing and Siding. And yes, Owens Corning, Platinum Preferred Contractor. You can't buy that. You have to earn it. And JP has earned it. He's been earning it for 40 years. You see him around football games. You see him on billboards. So we start with the mustache. We end with the mustache. What a man he is. What a company it is. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Numerous coaches fired within the last 48 hours, including Kevin Stefanski, the 2-time Coach of the Year of the Cleveland Browns after 6 seasons, is out as Browns head coach. Andrew Berry, though, will remain as general manager. Pete Carroll out after 1 year in Seattle. Jonathan Gannon, 3 years, now fired in Arizona as the head coach of the Cardinals. Raheem Morris is out in Atlanta, as well as the coaching carousel continues to turn. Mike McDaniel is expected to remain the head coach of the Miami Dolphins despite potential interest from the Cleveland Browns. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Texans will finish up Super Wild Card Weekend. You can hear all the games that will preview that right here on 93.7 The Fan, including the 2 games on Saturday and all 3 on Sunday. But it's Steelers, Texans, 8 o'clock start at Acrisure Stadium Monday night. Fan Game Day will get you going beginning at 6 with Mark Cabali, Donnie Football, and Jeff Hathorn. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Faribault joins next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
All hell broke loose before the break limits. In one fell swoop, Donnie Football says I made a mistake, which I might have, on who won the Browns-Bengals game.
No, I don't think so. I saw that text too, and I think we got it right. We said the Browns won.
I don't know what we did. And then Marty Tuffer gave me horrible copy points for JP Roofing and Siding, wondering if he and John Calipari ever went to class when they roomed at Clarion. Wow. And then at the same time, your weather read was the same, where you had the wrong number on Francisco Liriano.
Yeah, I was idiotic for that. What did I have?
Well, you might have been, but I'm the one who gets ripped for it because I said it on the air.
You could rip me for it.
I'll rip you for it. It was his fault.
Thank you.
49, we said.
Jeff Locke.
Yeah, is Jeff Locke.
I don't know why.
47 was
47.
Liriano.
What am I thinking?
Well, don't you, verify this before you put it on the sheet?
Well, I thought I remembered Francisco Liriano properly. That was like the glory days of my Pirates baseball fandom.
The first rule of sports writing, and this would be included in that, is don't think that you remember stuff. Always double check.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where's Nick? Hello, Nick. How are you?
How are you, Joe? I'm doing well this morning.
Doing very well. Let's size up the matchup. I no longer care about the Ravens game or the whole regular season. We have a playoff game on Monday night in Pittsburgh. Who's going to win and why? That's where I want to start. Who's going to win and why?
It's a really interesting matchup because I think they have not faced a better defense all year than the Texans, because the Texans are the best defense in football. I don't think there's a better unit in the league than the Texans defense. I think that is going to be the story of this week, obviously. But I do think the Steelers stand a much better chance in this playoff game than they did in 21 against Kansas City, 2 years ago against Buffalo, last year going to Baltimore. This is not a mismatched game. This is not a good offense that they're facing. This Texans offense has struggled to run the ball consistently. The passing game has not even been consistent, and their offensive line is putrid. And so it gives the Steelers a real chance here.
Hold on, Nick. You just said a mouthful there. You said why I think the Steelers are going to win in a nutshell. A team is coming in here that has never won, a franchise that's never won outdoors, with a, quote, putrid offensive line. Whatever else you said that's true, none of it matters. You're going to have a hell of a time winning on the road in the NFL against what I think is a pretty good Steeler defense. I do, especially up front, with a, quote, putrid offensive line. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please continue.
I understand where you're coming from there. I am concerned about the Steelers' safeties. And I have been for a few weeks. Duggar and Ramsey haven't played well the last 2 or 3 games, and that could hurt them this week, specifically with Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins and some of the explosive playmakers that the Texans have. Because the Steelers were really good actually against, let's go to Baltimore for example. They were really good down to down against them, but the explosives wiped out a lot of the good they did, and so that's something that they have to clean up. I do think the Steelers' offense is gonna be an interesting story this week. They get DK Metcalf back, but they're so check down heavy. I'll tell you what, the quick game check down stuff, despite the Steelers having 3 really good tackle breakers on this roster in Metcalf, Warren, and Gainwell, it doesn't work against this unit. This Texans defense is not going to allow you just to check down all game. So they need to get a few over the top. They need to hit somebody. It doesn't have to be DK. That would be obvious, but Derek Stingley is one of the best corners in football, probably an all-pro corner. His running mate, Kamari Lassiter, might be another Pro Bowl level player. This is an extremely good team. But I'm just interested to see how the Steelers try and move the football against this unit. And they need to protect Aaron Rodgers, because if they don't, and here's my fear, Joe, and why I think this could just be basically an upped game similar to the Cleveland or the Los Angeles game, where I could see the Steelers playing very well on defense, shutting down the Texans' offense, but the Steelers' offense getting foiled to the point where they just don't put up enough points. And so that's, I think, going to be the other thing to watch is I think this is going to be an ugly game. I think probably right now, if you had to ask me who would win this game, I'd say Houston.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like an overwhelming – I don't have an overwhelming pull that way. But I think it's going to be like an ugly 16-13, 13-10. I think if either of these teams touch 20 points, that team's going to win. I'll say that.
Interesting. There's a lot there. The way the Steelers play offense and how that plays into what Houston does defensively. I don't think punts are bad things in this game. You mentioned the tackle breakers they have. I'm not sure that's not going to work against them. I kind of like Warren and Gainwell coming out of the backfield against anybody, even this team. And here's the real thing, that C.J. Stroud and that offense will be more prone to turnovers and negative plays than I believe what you could accurately say is the dink and dunk Steeler offense would be. I think they're more liable to make turnovers, to put the ball in the Steelers' hands than the Steelers are to put it in their hands. And I think that's going to make the difference.
It's kind of interesting because to C.J. Stroud's credit, he's done a lot of what Aaron Rodgers has done in the fact that he's taken care of the ball. And I think that has been something impressive, despite getting sacked so much. He's only thrown 8 picks. He's been under duress. So I do think that's something to keep an eye on. But the Steelers, really, I think this game, and you kind of alluded to it by the turnovers, this game might be one of which star edges kind of make the plays of the game, right? Is it Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter making the game-changing plays? Is it Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward making the play? Like, I think that whoever superstars makes that game-changing play defensively probably ends up winning this football game. And so that's going to be the thinnest of margins in this game. I will say the other thing is this is going to be the biggest test of the year. And honestly, what I'm most excited to watch, this is going to be the biggest test of the year for this young offensive line. The Steelers have not faced a better defensive line this year than the Houston Texans. They are going to be a terror up front. But I want to see Dylan Cook against Danielle Hunter. I want to see Troy Fautano against Will Anderson. I want to see that interior against a pretty underrated, stout interior for the Texans. If the Steelers can will their way against this defensive front, they can will their way against anybody. And as you said, if they can end up actually running the ball on this team just a little bit, it doesn't even have to be crazy.
Yeah.
It can just be like last Sunday, right, where if they just warmed down over the game and started popping runs off in the second half. If they're able to wear down the Houston Texans and are able to run the ball a little bit on this team, you can officially say the Steelers' project of getting bigger, getting more physical than anybody in the trenches is officially complete, because they're not going to face a better group in the defensive trenches in the playoffs if they beat the Houston Texans.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm convinced that there will be multiple series for the Steelers that will go backwards, that will look unbelievably ugly. But as long as they don't wind up in Houston getting the ball, I think you keep advancing the game and make it the type of game that Mike Tomlin, quite frankly, has thrived in. But Limits, I would hate to leave you out of this conversation.
Yeah, Nick, I just want to quickly go back to the Ravens game. And the touchdown with Walker and the 2 touchdowns with Flowers. From what you've learned talking to some of the players afterwards in the locker room and just going back and reviewing the tape, who do you think was responsible for those broken coverages?
Well, I think the first one's on Jalen Ramsey. And one of the concerns I have with Jalen Ramsey in this game in particular is if the Texans get him in man-to-man coverage, because he just has struggled with the speed. He's struggled with guys running across the field and where he has to use his athleticism. I think that's what happened in that play. They also caught them in cover 0. The Steelers should not be running a lot of cover 0 against the Houston Texans. They're not going to need to. And so you would hope that you don't run cover 0 on 4th and 3. I think that's going to be something to keep an eye on, though. But that Zay Flowers, the first one, that's on Highsmith and Benton. You got to sack Lamar, although that was an MVP-level play from Lamar. Give him credit for making that play, but you got to sack him. And it was Tampa 2. I mean, it's not like PQ was in man-to-man coverage on Zay Flowers. He kind of turned into that just because the play was broken and the ball got thrown 5 seconds into the play. That was just unfortunate in terms of coverage. The front has to make the sack. They drew it up perfectly. It was a good schematic call. The guys just didn't finish the play. The second one, I think, is on Kyle Duggar. The reason I say that is, one, I've talked to people, and it seems to be pointing that way. 2, he was benched after that play. Chuck Clark played the rest of the game. I'm not sure how many people noticed that, but he didn't play after that. And so that was something I noticed. That was a tough call. Joey Porter Jr. called a check at 2 seconds before Lamar snapped the ball. They were all focused on Henry and short yardage. They went 5-0, which means they put all 5 of their players to one side of the formation. It was really hard for the Steelers to communicate that off. It was a really good play call. But the safeties were responsible for many of these coverage busts. And I think that's the biggest concern coming into this week is, man, the safety play has been pretty poor the past 2 to 3 games. And the Steelers need much better play out of Ramsey and Duggar or Clark, whoever is going to start there, if they want to make sure they can make a run here in the playoffs, because they're not going to get far enough if these safeties don't hash this out.
Man, I do agree with that. That's the most concerning unit on the team right now. Nick Farabaugh is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can read him at PennLive.com. You can watch him right now on our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing. Go to 937thefan.com. It'll take you right to our YouTube page, or go right to the YouTube page. Those numbers are skyrocketing, I might add, because people love to watch the show, largely because of great guests like Nick. Man, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if they put up some ridiculous numbers defensively in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans rush for, 11 yards or 33 yards or something like that. And if the Steelers just dominate them, because right now I'm loving the Steelers front seven defensively. TJ Watt with another week of rest. Herbig, Highsmith, Hayward playing maybe the best football of his career. Harmon throwing people around. Benton, you had reserves coming in and making plays against the Ravens. I just think it's hard to lose a football game when you completely dominate along the defensive front. And I realize the Texans have the capability of doing that too. But I think the Texans' defensive front is facing a more formidable unit than what the Steelers are facing. I think the Steelers win this game up front defensively, and I think some of the numbers are going to be ugly for Houston. That's what I think, Nick, in the end. And I'm predicting 15-10 unless they get a defensive touchdown late, and then it'll be 23-10. How about you?
Okay.
22-10.
The one thing that I will put the contingent on is C.J. Stroud, extremely good at carving up man-to-man coverage. The Steelers need to be careful what they do on the back half to complement their front.
Yeah.
Don't play too much man-to-man and get caught sleeping. C.J. Stroud could kill you down the field. So they're going to play a lot of zone, which means they're going to do a lot of interesting things, but they got to limit the quick game. And it can't look like one of those games where they just get quick game to death. So that's something. But they've done a really good job of that recently. So you feel pretty confident about that. I can easily see the Steelers. This could be very similar to that Colts game. You remember that, where they just dominated the front against Daniel Jones, and they had no answer for it. The Steelers totally boat raced them. That could be the similar story this week, but it could be on both sides of the ball. I also think, we haven't mentioned it yet, the field goal kickers are going to be absolutely massive in this game. I think we're going to see a lot of field goals. Kaimi Fairbairn for the Texans, very good. Chris Boswell has been pretty good, but we've had some struggles here the past few weeks. So that'll be something to watch for the Steelers as well. I think, when I say I lean Texans, I'm talking like, man, it's going to be like 15-13, something crazy. Yeah. I could easily flip that to the Steelers. So, I'm picking the Texans very tentatively, but man, this thing could easily flip. It's one play, right? It's one coverage bust allowed by one team. It's one kickoff return away from being flipped on its head. Like, those margins, I think, are going to be so thin in this game. This is not going to be a fun game to watch if you are a fan of offense. If you are a fan of defensive fronts and defensive dominance, I think you'll get your wish. And if you're a special teams kicker enthusiast, I think you're going to have way more content than you could ever dream of in one football game.
Listen, some of my favorite games ever, I love defensive battles, if that's what it's about, if it's more about defense than it is incompetent offense. Bills 3, Broncos nothing in the AFC title game against John Elway. What a day that was, Nick. Steelers, not the Steelers, the 49ers and the Bears in 84 in the NFC Championship game in San Francisco. What a game that was. It wound up like 20-0 or something, but the Bears and the Niners just went at it defensively. And then any number of Steeler games over the years where we've seen just vicious defensive battles. I'm all for it. I want to see it limits. You have a question.
Yeah, I want to see it as well. If it is coming down to Chris Boswell kicking 5 field goals like he did in Kansas City the last time the Steelers won a playoff game, then ultimately so be it. But
wait a second.
Yeah.
I had a question before this about the kickers. It's now being ruled that the missed extra point was a blocked kick. Nick, and Limits doesn't believe it. He refuses to believe it. Where do you stand on that?
So I watched the video, and it's kind of hard to see. It's really hard to tell if he tips it. You can tell when he puts his hand up, the trajectory changes, but it's also hard to tell if that's just the crosswind taking the ball or if it's the guy that tipped it, but the rotation of the ball changes, which makes me think he did tip it. He certainly, if you watch the replay back, that Ravens player certainly was celebrating like he felt it hit his fingertip. So I can see it, and especially just because Boswell never misses extra points. First time in like 2 years. It was pretty crazy. And it was to the open end, so I can understand it because the open end has crazy winds coming off the river, and it'll take kicks in ways you never thought were possible. So I 100% believe that is possible. Which, by the way, I think the Steelers' snap, hold, kick operation needs to get some more attention of how shaky it's been in recent weeks. Coons has had some bad snaps. Waitman's actually been really good, but there have been some questionable blocks. Harmon just let the guy run to the inside on that play. We talk about little things making the margin in this game. Don't get a block kick. Don't get a block kick. That'll be something to keep an eye on. But I kind of do think it was blocked, just based on how the rotation of the ball changed after that Ravens defender passed through.
Against a front as good as this, Nick, of course it's very important getting DK Metcalf back. How much of an emphasis should there be, though, on the MVSs of the world, the Adam Thielens of the world? Because Rodgers is going to have to get the ball out somewhat quickly. They're going to have to make impactful plays.
I mean, there could be. If I were Pittsburgh and I were coming out early in this game, what I would do is I would script up a play or two to DK Metcalf down the football field. I would come out the same way I did the first time in Baltimore, and I would launch one on one of the first 2 plays of the game. I really would. I would just launch a deep one to DK, and because if you get the deep passing game going early, I think you open up those Jalen Warren, Kenneth Gainwell things. But I don't know how much Thielen and MVS are going to matter in this game. I think you can get Pat Freiermuth heavily involved because I think if there's one weakness that this Texans defense has, it's that you can attack them up the seams a little bit. And, the linebackers and the safeties for the Texans are good, but they're not elite. And so you can get Freiermuth up the seam. You could probably get Calvin Austin on a crosser. Hey, Thielen caught a seam ball, so maybe you can get him. So that's where the secondary players come in. But what I think the Steelers need to come out and do is they need to try to get a deep passing game or a deep cross or something of the sort, and something to pop an explosive early in this game just to get them out on the scoreboard and in a comfortable situation against a really tough defense. And then I think they need to try and see if Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Warren are going to work, right? Like that's going to be, I think, the thing that they need to try early. Joe thinks they can work. I won't doubt them, and I think the Steelers need to at least give them a try because they've earned it. I mean, look at how the duos played this year. So I think if you could pop an explosive with DK early in this game, you might open up things for those 2 running backs. But I do think the secondary players can kind of parse in certain ways if they can get the middle of the field open and accessed a little bit, because that's where when teams attack the Texans, it's generally in the middle of the field on some route concepts that can bring some miscommunication to the Texans, because you know what the Texans are going to run. They line up in the same coverage. They don't disguise it. They just line up and say, we're better than you. And the Steelers kind of need to punish that, but no team has really been able to truly punish them heavily this season for it.
All right, Nick, we appreciate the time. I know you got to get over to the Tomlin news conference, which we'll be carrying at noon. See you, buddy.
All right. See you, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
What a man he is. On Limits.
One of my favorites. What a great man.
And we have confirmed the Tomlin news conference, have we not?
Yes, the Tomlin news conference is today. Can I break in with some small news here?
Please.
So there's a thing going on Twitter right now, which is people saying, settle the debate, what is the best slice of pizza in Pittsburgh? To which Dan Orlovsky quote tweets and said, did not know Pittsburgh had pizza like this. We're there on Monday for live, I think that's NFL Live. If want to have on set, taste test, I volunteer. That was a terrible sentence. But Doran quote tweeted it and said, I'm surprised the genius didn't know about Pittsburgh having pizza. To which Dan Orlovsky responded, wow, 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 DD.
Wow.
How about that?
Wait, what did Orlovsky say at the beginning again?
Well, he said, I didn't know that Pittsburgh had pizza like this, and then he said a sentence that was so incomprehensible I couldn't read it properly. But Doran quote tweeted him and said, "I'm surprised the genius didn't know about Pittsburgh having pizza." And then Dan Orlovsky responded, "Wow, wow, wow, DD, Doran Dickerson."
Doran went in on him. Yes, I like that. I like that a lot.
I like that.
I was just thinking back to that Niners-Bears game that nobody probably remembers, but it was the '84 Bears, and they went into San Francisco against Montana, and they were just smashing people around. The score was 6-0 at the half. And then the Niners broke out in the second half a little bit, and Ditka didn't like that Guy McIntyre, I think, came in at the goal line. Maybe he got a carry or something happened in that game. So the next year was when the Fridge was born against the Niners. The next year, the Niners played the 85 Bears, and the Bears were beating them badly. And in comes the Fridge because Ditka had a long memory. What a tremendous story.
Great story.
Mike Tomlin, top of the hour. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. And, yes, we will have Mike Tomlin coming up top of the hour. Next, let's take a little trip around the NFL. Oh, Limitless Wonder. In fact, let's do the Limitless Express as you suggested. A lot happening with firings. An offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator were let go today. We'll talk about all of that coming up. But first, my friend Gina Giampietro. Michael worked with Gina to purchase a home in the South Hills a few years ago during a buyer's market, and he also worked with Gina to sell that same home 3 years later. In his 5-star review, Michael said Gina is not only the best real estate agent in Pittsburgh, she'd be the best in any city. Michael said Gina works smarter and harder than anyone he's ever known, and that you definitely want Gina on your side, whether you're buying a home or selling one, because she makes the process easy and stress-free, even in a crazy real estate market. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Joe. Pitt basketball is retaking the floor after a 2-game losing streak on Saturday against Syracuse at the Peterson Event Center at 2 o'clock. Our coverage will begin at 1:30 right here on the Fan, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. Panthers are currently 7-8 on the season. They lost to Clemson 73-68 on Saturday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And the Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, this player made me mad, I'm going to risk the 15 yards just to have a quick moment of satisfaction?
Absolutely not. I wasn't a cheap player. Now, if it was under a POW, sometimes maybe I'd do something cheap where nobody saw me.
What are we talking about? You're doing groin twists?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, eye gouge, for sure.
Rip your testicles off, and you're not going to know who did it.
Yep.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Out in the desert, they're thirsty. Not just for a head coach who's going to last more than a year with the Raiders, but for a quarterback. With Tom Brady calling the shots now, there's infinite hope that whether it's Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore, one of Friday night's 2 quarterbacks, can be the answer for a team that hasn't even been to a playoff game in 5 years, let alone won one in nearly a quarter century. I'm Chris Mack.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I went from a size 40 to a 36. I went from a 48 jacket. I bought a suit the other day, 44. And they took me off 3 meds, including blood pressure. It's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. I actually had a steak the other night. I had asparagus, and I had a piece of cake. And that's the week I lost 5.8 pounds. So you know what? If you think you can, you can. I feel like a young man again. Energy levels popping because I'm doing 14 to 16,000 steps Monday through Friday. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss. Go get it.
Thanks, Brian. This is Donnie Football. Increased energy, reducing medications. The benefits are endless when you do what Brian did, what I did, and over 21,000 others have done. We called the solution for weight loss Awaken 180 weight loss. Proven weekly results, and then you receive free support for life. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com. AutoWarranty.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight, only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Stop smoking with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Registration 10:30. Stop smoking 2 p.m. Registration 1:30. MarkPatrickSeminars.com.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. By using cutting-edge technology from real-time scheduling to precision scan-to-plan measurements, West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, and convenient. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub installation, full bathroom model, new windows, an entry door, patio door, or even in full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you need to schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with rain this afternoon. The high 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Mike Tomlin, top of the hour. In the meantime, city limits. And by the way, I just got a clarification here from our friend and yours, Tim Benz, on the blocked extra point. Here's what he told me. Boswell's extra point the other night that went awry and was thought to be later ruled by the NFL to be a block kick. But Benzie tells me that block kick was actually on the original play-by-play sheet that they get up in the press box. He says, I don't think they added it until everybody came up from the locker room, so no one knew. That's why it got ignored. And he says only a couple people noticed it by accident later on. But if you look at the original play-by-play, there it is, limits, blocked by K. Jackson. So it was ruled right away that got blocked. Are you suggesting some sort of conspiracy theory that perhaps they didn't want Boswell to be credited with a miss and thought it got blocked? Because you don't think it got blocked.
Well, no, I'm just based off of I didn't see any fingers move backwards, or there's really no angles that I've seen of that yet.
What is this, a volleyball game?
Yeah, we're trying to see if it's in or out.
You can't tell by the replay that you saw whether anybody's finger moved.
No, I couldn't. That's why I don't know if it was blocked or not.
All right, let's get to the
I don't know.
Limitless Express.
It's fascinating enough. It's a fascinating question, Joe.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's in Crinkyland.
All right, let's go a little rapid fire here, Joe. So Jimmy Haslam, the Browns owner, said winning 8 games in 2 years is horrible, unacceptable.
Yeah.
And that it will not continue. I think that firing Kevin Stefanski is probably the worst coaching move that was made by any team this year.
How does old Jimmy feel about winning a playoff game? Because that's happened once since his sorry franchise came back to the NFL. Of course,
Yes.
He didn't have it back then. It was bad before he got there. It might be worse since he got there. But they did win a playoff game. Then again, Kevin Stefanski was sitting at home for that playoff game, wasn't he? I agree with you. I don't think it was a very good firing.
No.
I think there should be a statue for the guy for actually winning a playoff game, even though he wasn't there.
I think it was Mike Prefer who was the guy who stepped in. Donnie likes to use that as a frequent
Mike
trivia question.
Prefer.
Yeah.
What a pull by you.
That's a great name for a steak dinner to offer up to somebody if they can get that one right.
Limits, should I play the open mic at the Swissvale Library's open mic on January 16th? Will you come to that?
January 16th?
Yeah, I think it's a Monday night.
It just looks like a Friday night.
I think it's a Friday night.
If I'm available, yes, I will.
Yeah, that's not much of an answer.
I might have a basketball game to
I'm
announce.
not
I
gonna do
can't
it.
tell you
Forget
that right
it.
off the top of my head.
I'm telling you now so you can create room on your schedule.
I have to check my schedule.
Between
If
you
I have
and
a
intern
game-
Dom, you just want to use me for a steak dinner on Thursday night, but
No.
nothing else.
Bo Nix, that's your guy.
Yeah.
He tied Russell Wilson's NFL record with 24 wins in his first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Do you credit this more to their defense or Sean Payton in the way that he's been able to develop Bo Nix? Or do you credit it to Bo Nix as being a very good starting quarterback who doesn't get enough credit?
I mean, can all three be true? Limits?
They can, yeah.
Which one do I credit the most? Bo Nix is very talented, but if he goes and plays for another coach, it probably doesn't come out this early. I mean, Sean Payton has been justified in retrospect by everything he's done there. I thought he was a little harsh with Mr. Unlimited. Can I hear myself and Donnie and Bob, or was it Sean Don't Call Me Seth Meyers?
Well, let's make sure this
saying,
is still in here.
Bronco Country, let's ride. I'm in the mood for that when Russ first got here. Wait, isn't Russell
It's
Wilson
not in here anymore.
Isn't he in the news today for something? Did he say something that people didn't want him to say, or what's going on?
I mean, that's possible. Did you see that he was up there during the ball drop with Sierra?
That was incredible.
I was told that he was referred to as Sierra's husband.
I mean, nobody knew who he was. We had a little party at our house, and there we are around midnight, and suddenly we look at the TV, and there's Mr. Unlimited on the Dick Clark special.
And Ryan Seacrest, I guess, didn't know who he was? That's true?
I don't know about that. We weren't listening. We were just watching. Let's ride my ass. I was wondering how, of all the people in the United States of America that could be on that stage, and probably the most watched New Year's Eve show, there's Mr. Unlimited up there?
There's Mr. Unlimited, yes.
Incredible. He said he had an undisclosed hamstring tear before week 2 of this year. That's what he said yesterday. And also that he has no plans to retire. I wish him the best of luck, and I don't remember why I brought him up.
I don't know where he's going to be able to go. I don't remember the question either, but I'll present a new one to you.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow thinks changes are needed in Cincinnati. Zach Taylor has no plans to make changes to the coaching staff, though. How do you think that this fallout will end up going in Cincinnati? I think they're entering basically like a lame duck year for Zach Taylor, where basically if nothing else changes, he will be fired, and Joe Burrow will ask for a trade in 2026 if they fail again.
Well, what does Joe Burrow want different other than for his defense to make a play once in a while?
I don't know, maybe an offensive line that protects him too?
Yeah, that
And
might
a
be
defense?
good. That might be good. So has he come out and demanded changes to the coaching staff specifically?
Just changes in general. I mean, he and Chase and Higgins were
I mean,
vehemently
they said
supporting
something's got to
Taylor.
change, right?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe investment on defense. But then again, Burrow and Chase and Higgins they have to make up at least like 40% of that.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have thrown
Cap hit.
2 pick sixes in Buffalo in a matter of 3 snaps.
That might have helped.
That might have helped.
Thank you, Joe.
Next.
Tomlin
That's it? Oh, yeah.
is next.
We
Yes,
have
we're
Tomlin.
up against it.
My bad. Cloudy with an 85% chance of rain, a high of 49. Jeff Locke, we're going with?
We're going with Jeff Locke.
Low of Donnie Shell, 31. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Mike Tomlin coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin will speak to the media as TJ Watt returned for the Steelers. We know Darnell Washington is out for the year, but other than that, Jalen Ramsey went down with an injury, came back into the game. We'll hear the update from Tomlin on injuries and what he expects to see from the Houston Texans in a moment. More headlines, 937thefan.com, and headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time to get your home Zero-Resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero-Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas.
relax. Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, here we go. Moments away from Mike Tomlin addressing the media before the Steelers will play Monday Night Football against the Houston Texans, 8 o'clock, Acrisure Stadium. And news out of the D.C. area as Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury is leaving the Commanders to pursue other opportunities. And there's many thoughts around NFL circles that Kingsbury might end up taking a head coaching job somewhere in the very near future. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. A recap of the coach's presser is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slideck and Fence, Alicia Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Man, I was just thinking how different this week would be if that ball goes through the uprights.
Good Lord, we'd be in misery the whole week.
We'd be talking about Cliff Kingsbury.
We'd be talking about, is the coach on his way out this week? That's what we'd be talking about. Was that the nail in the coffin? Is Aaron Rodgers done?
All of that would be topics on the table. Instead, we're getting ready to hear from Mike Tomlin for a playoff game, and it's a mighty interesting one. And when I hear somebody as football learned as Nick Farabaugh tell me that the Texans' offensive line is, quote, putrid, man, that just makes me like the Steelers' chances. It really does. If they can keep C.J. Stroud from popping a few big plays down the field against those safeties, and that's the position that might worry me more than anything going into the playoffs here, then I think the Steelers have a great chance to win this game.
We'll see if the coach agrees.
Good afternoon. Quickly, I'll give a quick assessment of our last performance. As I told the team yesterday at our 2 o'clock meeting, we did some things in game that were really awesome. And we did some things that were JV, to be quite honest with you. And not only from a playing perspective, but I just thought from a strategic perspective. There was growth opportunities there. I thought that's why it was important that we get in here yesterday and analyze the tape and learn from it. It's always provides a good foundation for our next plan. And so that's what yesterday was about. In review of the game, quickly I'll assess the phases. I thought in general in all three phases we had appropriate physicality. Certainly physicality is a component of the rivalry. And I thought particularly as the game we're on, we had the necessary physicality to produce victory. In the special teams game, I thought penalties slowed our efforts. In the kickoff return, I thought we were really good from a field position perspective. But we had one ball out beyond the 40 that got negated by a penalty. We had a penalty on our punt team as well. Thankfully, on the re kick, Corliss did an awesome job on the re kick, and that doesn't always occur, and so we're thankful for that. But if we're going to continue on in this tournament as the road gets narrow, we certainly can't be penalized in that phase of the game, and particularly from a return perspective, negating the chance of any field flipping plays or any significant plays that way. We just can't run the risk of that. I've been pleased with our punting and gunning in the punt phase. It's been minimal return yards. Really over the course of the season, we've had minimal return yards. I think we got 170 return yards in the punt return game in 17 games, and that's certainly solid. And I think Sunday night was reflective of that as well. On defense, I thought largely down in and down out, we did what we needed to do to minimize the impact of Derrick Henry. It certainly didn't start that way. He broke that big run early. That's a credit to him. It's a credit to them strategically in terms of identifying a schematic that they wanted to assault us with. But I just thought down in and down out, we did what we needed to do schematically in terms of allocating our guys and planning the appropriate front structure. And I think in turn our guys did what was required of them. We put a lot on our men up front. We create one-on-ones with our bigs up front. We require our bigs to win those battles. And I just thought guys like Benton and Hayward and Harmon did a real nice job of winning those one-on-ones, shedding blocks and getting in on tackles, not giving him clean access to the second and third level, which oftentimes is a recipe for disaster when facing the big runner. We certainly took some schematic risk in an effort to minimize Lamar's talents in the game, and I think we suffered the consequences from that at times. We overplayed maybe some design runs, and we put ourselves in some thinned-out coverage circumstances, but that's what you do when you're playing and playing to win. In the analysis of it, we'd probably do it again, to be quite honest with you. That's the type of challenges that guys like him put you in terms of decision-making. But certainly we've been in the stadium against those guys a bunch, and we just felt like we couldn't allow him to run wild. When you do that, you got multiple problems. And so we chose a hill to die on, if you will. Thankfully, we didn't, although they did hit some big plays on us, particularly in possession down moments where we were allocating the appropriate number of people.
Limits?
Joe, I think we lost the signal. Let me try to fix this here.
I know we lost the signal. It seems rather obvious at this point.
Before we found our footing offensively, I thought our ability to get stout after those first two drives and get stops and minimize them probably more than anything on possession downs was a significant component of the game. On offense, I thought, once we got our footing and got going, we stayed in that general direction. Can't say enough about the two running backs. They were impactful. They were impactful in the run. They were impactful in the check down game, winning one-on-one opportunities in the flat and so forth, and turning short gains into longer ones. And that, quite frankly, has been a recipe for how we functioned all year. Those two guys and their ability to win in the flat and win in check down like circumstances, I thought that was significant. I thought also, as the game wore on, our third down conversion rate, and particularly our ability to win some longer ones. We converted a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 9, a 3rd and 8, I think, all in the second half. And I thought that those were building blocks of ball possession and scoring drives. And certainly the efforts of Aaron Rodgers is always helpful. As we've talked a lot in these environments and circumstances, he's just got a unique resume, a unique talent, a unique thirst for significant moments. And I'm never surprised when he smiles in the face of adversity and delivers for us, as he did on Sunday night. And so thankful for that. From an injury perspective, in game, we got some bumps and bruises associated with play, and that may limit some people at the early portions of the week, but thankfully we came out of it relatively well. Everyone that returned to action last week, from TJ to Isaac Seumalo to Calvin Austin, James Pierre, Brandon Echols, all were able to participate without any steps backwards, and so thankful for that. We're a relatively healthy group as we lean in on the single elimination tournament, and so excited about that. Now I'll turn my attention toward Houston. Man, they're a top-notch group. They need no endorsement from me. They're winners of 9 straight. And when you win 9 straight games, there's usually a mode of operation, and it certainly is. They're a group that takes very good care of the football as a collective. I think they have 10 turnovers on the season. That's number 1 in football. I think they're number 3 with 27 takeaways on defense. And so you talk about complementary football. They got an offense that's the best in the world at securing it. They got a defense that's 3rd best at taking it away. And I think that's the building blocks of 9 consecutive wins. I'll start first on offense. I think the strength of the pack is the pack. I think they've displayed that in a lot of ways over the course of the journey. Certainly they went through an adjustment at the early stages of the season playing without Joe Mixon, but they've certainly found a nice division of labor in Woody Marks and Mr. Chubb. Those guys have done an awesome job in terms of dividing the labor up and running the ball for those guys. As I mentioned, their ball security is top tier. Neither one of those guys or no one in their backfield has put the ball on the ground this season. They got some quality young eligibles in Higgins and Noel from Iowa State. They've done a nice job of growing and evolving over the course of the season. There's certainly assets to their passing game and good supplements to Nico Collins. Collins is a big-time one-on-one playmaker. He's oftentimes on the backside of formations. You get in single high defensive structure. He's in one-on-ones with corners, and he wins a lot of them. He makes the big boy catches. He can run through traffic and run the in-breaking routes. He's good down the field on 50-50 balls. He certainly has our attention as we prepare. I think they've also displayed stability and depth at the quarterback position. I got a lot of respect for C.J. Stroud and his body of work and what he's been able to do in this league over a short period of time. But I'm also very respectful of the veteran presence that Davis Mills provides. I think he went 3-0 this year as a starter. He threw 5 touchdowns and 1 interception over the course of that span. And I just think that when you're able to absorb the negativity of playing without your quarterback and maintain your offensive rhythm and take care of the football, I just think that's an asset to a collective. And to be quite honest with you, I think that 3-game stretch that he had was really the catalyst for this 9-game stretch that they're on. And when they got CJ back, they've just taken off from there. And so we certainly have some challenges in that phase. They do a nice job strategically, particularly in situations of attacking tendencies. We got to be thoughtful about repetitive calls and situational calls. They do a really good job of strategy in those kind of moments. On the defensive side of the ball, they just got a kick butt unit. They do. They got a top flight edge tandem in Hunter and Anderson. They got a top flight corner tandem on the outside, and so they rush very well. They cover very well. They're not trying to split the atom schematically. They don't have to when you have corners and edge rushers like that. I'll start first with the edge rushers. Will Anderson and Hunter are simply the most dynamic edge rush tandem in the National Football League in 2025. They got 27 sacks between them. I think it's 12 for Anderson, 15 for Hunter. they're a formidable group. You can talk about the things that you need to do schematically to minimize them and all of that. It's nothing that they haven't seen. We better stay out of a bunch of one-dimensional passing circumstances, because if we're in those circumstances, we're going to be in trouble. And that's just the reality of it. They do a good job of being aggressive and combative in coverage. They got a really good secondary. Petrie, their safety / nickel, is very versatile, and he displays that versatility on the back end and in safety circumstances, and also in his ability to cover and blitz as a nickel. They got a real good linebacker tandem, man, that's highly active and productive. They minimize big plays. I was just looking at their statistical profile. They're top 5 in most statistical categories. Points, I think they're number 1 in yards per game. They're in the top 5 in rush defense and pass defense, scoring, yards. And so certainly they've been top tier and elite in just about all areas all year with that group. That group sets the pace for them. They play with great energy and emotion. They play well as a collective. They have an appetite for rising up in moments. It just seems like every week you're seeing game-changing and game-deciding plays from their defense in terms of closing close ball games out. They make the necessary plays in weighty moments, really in all 3 phases. I think about a 3rd and 14, I think, versus Jacksonville, where Davis Mills scrambles into the corner of the end zone to give them a late win at home versus those guys, for example. But you don't get in this tournament unless you had your moments. You certainly don't win 9 straight unless you have continuity and complementary play. They're good in all 3 phases. I think about DeMeco Ryans when I watched their tape and how he played the game, and I tip of the cap to him. I think the Houston Texans play collectively the way that he did. They're tough and smart. They play to win. They play with emotion, as I mentioned. And so, man, really excited. Don't take home playoff games for granted. Certainly don't take home Monday night playoff games for granted, man. It's an honor to be in this position, excited about it, but I and we show respect to that by training with an edge and preparing with great urgency, and I'm looking forward to a full week of doing so with our collective. Certainly awesome to have DK back, but we're not going to exhale and think that DK automatically, with his presence, is going to be a difference or the difference. Football is the ultimate team game. It's going to require great effort from all parties involved, but certainly excited about doing it with them. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
What did you learn about your offense, if anything, without DK?
I just think sometimes when you're lacking significant players, it's opportunities for others to show what they're capable of and to accelerate growth and development and cohesion in other areas. Adam Thielen, for example, is a new acquisition for us, and he made some significant plays for us in recent weeks, and that cohesion has probably been accelerated. Scotty Miller is a guy that's always ready to make plays for us. He's not always given an opportunity, but certainly in the 2 years that he's been here, man, he's been a credible playmaker when called upon. He's displayed some of that in some significant moments over the last several weeks as well. Again, as I've mentioned, our running backs have been a major component of our passing game in recent weeks. Maybe not down the field, but their ability to turn short into longer has bridged the gap for us in a lot of ways. I think we lead the league in yards after catch as a collective for the season, and I think the running backs are central to that. And I think we all grow as strategists. I think as a collective, as a coaching staff, when you're faced with adversity, it's important that you pivot. There's an expiration date on adjustments, and certainly we had to make some adjustments. We felt the effects of it in Cleveland, but as I mentioned, in this setting, it was reasonable to expect us all to be better, the players themselves, us as strategists, and I think we displayed that. And so hopefully returning him to the fold, we get the benefits of all the things that I've just discussed, our adaptability, the growth of individuals, the growth of continuity and new individuals, and you couple that with his presence, hopefully we're all continually, collectively better. I know it's going to be required.
How much of that, Mike, is Aaron Rodgers trusting in and believing all the other guys?
You know, certainly relationships and trust and the ability to anticipate and work with others at the quarterback receiver combination is significant. And so it's not only, DK missing games, but he missed practices and those balls go elsewhere daily in practice. And so certainly I'm sure there was some residual benefit in terms of him doing so, not only in the 2 games, but in the 2 weeks.
Mike, you guys, the offense struggled against the Browns. You guys were putting the effort in to stop Myles Garrett as a pass rusher. Now you're dealing with 2 elite edge rushing threats. How do you guys make the plan work in pass protection while not avoiding the pitfalls that hit you guys against the Browns in the offense?
Let me be clear. I've mentioned this several times, but you guys don't seem to hear me. We didn't do anything uniquely against the Cleveland Browns from a protection standpoint that we don't always do when we play the Cleveland Browns. We did the same thing the first time we played Cleveland. We won the game. We scored more points. He had 0 sacks. And so there was no significant sea change. We certainly got a challenge this week because they have a formidable tandem. But as I mentioned, we better do a really good job of minimizing the amount we're in those one-dimensional circumstances.
Do they move those 2 guys around a lot, or they tend to kind of be where they are?
They move them around, but, sure, they move one to one side, they move up the other one to the other side, and so it's still big issues.
I guess, partially where I was going with that is not just Cleveland, but like also Minnesota and Detroit are 2 other teams that you played against that are 2 of the few that have a higher sack total than yourselves and Houston. How did you feel collectively that your pass protection held up against those 3 teams?
I think there's no price that you can put on rush. It's probably the most significant component of good defense collectively. I think that's why the edge rushers make what they make globally. They might be the highest paid position in our sport outside of the quarterback. And so anytime you have a significant rush, it is a challenge for the opposing offensive unit. That's why we value top-end rushman and depth at that position. I'm sure that's why some of the teams that you mentioned do as well. And so it certainly is a challenge, but it's certainly not a new challenge. Our unit and units face it week in and week out because it is that significant in today's game. The weightiest downs are generally one-dimensional passing moments. Those guys, more than top-flight cover guys, have an impact on what goes down in those moments. And so we got our work cut out for us. It's certainly going to require some strategy. But as I continually mention, minimizing those moments, being in manageable one-dimensional passing down moments where you can maybe throw the ball shorter and let legs do some of the work and things of that nature is a major component of minimizing their impact on the game.
Mike, what have you seen from your team in terms of how they bounce back from adversity, whether it be in the middle of the game or week to week, especially down the stretch?
We generally have, but we're not patting ourselves on the back for that. That is required in this game, and particularly at the highest level, and doubly so as the road gets narrow. You're certainly not getting into this tournament, and you're certainly not going to be in this tournament long based on talent alone. There has to be some substance. There has to be an intangible quality, a display of individual and collective will, and certainly we have a collective that's capable of doing that. But as I've mentioned many times, we not only work at developing that individually and collectively, but it's really the building block of team building for us. We look for good men that love football, that enjoy the process, that enjoy the drudgery, that got great relationships with the game, and I think that aids us in doing so.
With the lack of playoff success over the last 8 seasons, what would a win on Monday mean to this organization?
It's not about the organization or myself. It's about this collective. And quite frankly, most of these men don't care about the last whatever years that you mentioned. Most of them are new to us. And so that's where my focus is. I'm certainly not going to, unpack my bags on the collector's bed, if you will. I'm excited about doing it this week with this collective.
One of the guys who has mentioned, though, that it means a lot to him is Cam Hayward, that he wants to join the guys like Brett Kiesel and Aaron Smith and make a run in the playoffs. What would it mean for a guy like him or the guys who have been around here a long time to end that streak?
I'll let him and TJ speak for themselves in that regard, but most of the others, the other 51, it's less significant.
Back at the recent playoff games, there's been first quarter's been outscored by a lot. What have you guys learned looking back at that? Is there a trend or anything?
I don't know that I've analyzed it in that way. As I mentioned, man, so many of these guys don't share that experience, and so it's less relevant. I'm really just trying to put together a good plan for this collective in an effort to combat what we anticipate getting from Houston this week.
Have you had a chance to talk to DK yet, and where do you see him at mentally right now?
I think he's in a great place. I am. I know that he's happy to be back. He's happy to be in this tournament, and he's ready to go to work.
Mike, Cam said one of the things that he really appreciates that you do is how you choose and pick when and what pots to stir, what bears to poke throughout the week to get the right responses out of guys. How do you go about finding that week to week with who you want to kind of get under?
I think it's my job to provide individuals and the collective what it is they need. And so I don't know that I come in with a specific agenda. It's my job to listen and to watch and to do what's required for those people. And I think that's the spirit in which I go about it.
Mike, you mentioned the play of the defensive line on Sunday. Where have you seen Keanu specifically really take a step this year?
You know, I think he's whooping blocks and making tackles. There's a difference between being active and productive. And certainly he's athletic and active. And there's a lot about his profile that was really attractive, even dating back to draft evals. I love the heavyweight wrestler, for example, and he certainly was a formidable heavyweight wrestler in high school. Those guys generally are better conditioned than most men their size. They have an appetite for working through fatigue that's a little bit different than others. And so certainly he brings some of those things, but I just think there's been an increase in productivity. And certainly we love activity, but productivity trumps activity. And I think he's taken a big step this year in terms of productivity. He's got 5.5 sacks. He's coming off blocks in the run game and winning. Shedding and tackling is a major component of run productivity. And I think his arrow pointed up for him in just about all areas of his game, which leads to more productivity.
Mike, after the game, the cameras caught a cool moment between you and Aaron Rodgers at midfield. Just what's the importance of the head coach-quarterback relationship, and how has that relationship grown or evolved throughout this season?
You know, it's very important because they're unique jobs. I think we got to be connected. There's a loneliness with leadership. There's a responsibility with leadership. And so I've just learned over the years to embrace that component of it, that we got to spend time together. We got to have an understanding, and certainly that's been a fun process with Aaron. It's been really fun because he has an appetite for it. He loves the process as much as he loves competing. He's got an awesome relationship with football. He's at the point in his career where he's really reflective and excited about giving back to the game and the young people in the game. And so it's fun to do that with him and help young guys like Will Howard advance in his career. And so it's been an enjoyable process, but certainly it's work. We respect it in that way. And certainly we respect the work that's in front of us this week in terms of leading this group.
When you look back and review the tape, what led to sort of Baltimore's ability to kind of get behind you guys defensively?
You know, I think Lamar, first and foremost, on a lot of fronts. He makes you do some things schematically that could make you uncomfortable. But if you're trying to win moments in the game, you do what you have to do. But also his just unique talents. I mean, one of those touchdowns, we had two of our, most significant guys had him wrapped up in the backfield, and somehow he came out of Benton and Highsmith and threw a long touchdown. And so his talents were directly impactful. His talents also dictate schematics at times. And so succinctly, I can just say Lamar Jackson.
So my follow-up was, you view it as more of a Lamar issue as opposed to sort of the problems in an execution standpoint on the back end.
Certainly we could execute better. Certainly we could put him in better calls. That was all a component of my opening statement.
Mike, Herbig was good rushing, blitzing from the inside. Does it take a special skill set for a guy who can rush from the edge and jump inside and do the same thing?
It does. He was one of those interesting hybrid athletes, if you will. We studied him when he came out. We didn't know if he would be an inside backer or an outside backer. He had that versatility, and so we put that versatility on display at times in an effort to get, TJ and Highsmith and Herbig on the grass together, and his versatility kind of allows some of that to happen. But we move all three of those guys around. All three of those guys will play that hybrid position from time to time in an effort to maybe get matched up on a running back. And to be quite honest with you, if you get edge rushman on a running back, you view that as a strategic advantage, and certainly he confirmed that when he got on the back on Sunday night.
You touched on it briefly in your opening statement, but what does it mean to this organization to finally have a home playoff game, home field advantage, your home fans here?
You know, I don't know that we're big picture in anything right now. We just got a big week ahead of us. We got big days ahead of us, and that's just kind of where we are. That reflective big picture stuff is just not realistic as I stand here. I understand why you asked the question, but when you're in it, I just think your perspective is a lot different.
Mike, you guys went 9 of 16 on third down. A lot of those came in the second half. And with Aaron being able to throw the ball downfield. What did you guys capture against the Ravens that you guys can replicate or need to replicate to continue that in the playoffs?
You know, we're never trying to replicate things. Variables are different week in and week out. What the Ravens did schematically in those circumstances might be dramatically different than what Houston might do. And so I just think week in and week out, you got to win the moments. And certainly we have a mode of operation in terms of winning the moments. We won a bunch of third and longs in Detroit, for example, but those were different types of third and longs that we won than when we won 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8 versus Baltimore. And so it's about winning those moments and understanding what this week requires. And certainly it probably is going to be different. And so it's not building upon, it's just simply readdressing the situation in the effort to highlight our talents, individuals, and keep the ball rolling.
What's special about Aaron to be able to win in all those different varieties of moments that you're talking about?
You know, we could talk all day about that, man. He's got a 20, 21-year resume in that regard.
Mike, do you recall how long ago quarterbacks started wearing the wrist plates? And is it impressive to you that Aaron doesn't need them or want them?
Man, I don't know, man. That's been going on for generations. Man, I remember my quarterback wearing it in college in the 90s. And so I don't, you know, that's old news.
Not too many don't wear them, though.
Yeah, but I think, again, if you've been on the job 20-plus years, you know, you don't need the cheat sheet.
Mike, was that issue just like an equipment issue when he didn't have communication? Was Mike shut off? Do you know?
We had coach-to-player communication issues.
Mike, one of the things that Aaron mentioned after the game was that he was grateful that you and the organization let him be himself completely. Why is it important for you to let a player be themselves instead of trying to fit them, you know, into a role or into a box?
I just think if you're going to get the best out of someone, particularly someone that's in a leadership position, they got to do it in a natural way, in their voice. And so, you know, you're cutting their leadership legs out from under them when you're asking them to be somebody they're not, or to not do things in a real natural and organic sort of way. And so I think it's negligent to ask him to be anything other than himself.
Was that something that when, you know, you're recruiting him in the free agency that you said to him there that, hey, if you come here, we're going to let you be you?
I think a component of those questions were answered before we even talked. I think he wouldn't have been interested in us unless he knew that about us. We don't keep any secrets in that regard. It not only applies to him, but it applies to everyone. As I mentioned, we value good men that have great relationships with football. And when you value those things, why not let guys be themselves?
I know you were really a draftable position for C.J. Stroud, but what did you remember about him coming out of Ohio State, his development arc over these first 3 years? Is it along the lines of what you anticipated?
Again, I was a bystander because I wasn't in draft position. And I remember specifically being at his pro day and around his pro day. It was just so much more work for me to do with the multitude of others that were coming out. I probably wouldn't give him a fair assessment. And that happens sometimes. We at a place like Ohio State, and there's so much to comb through in terms of the depth of the talent and the amount of talent. I don't waste a lot of time on guys that I know realistically don't have a chance to coming into our range, if you will.
Just what a game you got. We're down 10-0. Is getting off to the conventional wisdom will say cliche, get off to a fast start is important in the playoffs. You talk about weighty moments more than that, or is how much of an emphasis is or importance is to.
I'm certainly not opposed to getting off to a fast start, but a fast start or a slow start doesn't ensure us of anything, positively or negatively. And I just think that, we understand that, but you still don't want to minimize the importance of bursting out of the locker room in a single elimination tournament.
Mike, how was it that Cam became the guy that replaced Darnell in the Pittsburgh plunge and the tush push, whatever you want to call it?
We had a big guy, and so we needed a big guy, and very few come bigger than Cam.
Does it say something, though? You talk about leadership. I mean, Cam pretty much does whatever you guys ask. Heck, the first play, he gets dinged by Pierre because he's 30 yards downfield chasing a guy. What kind of example does that set for the rest of your group, especially because you know how much it means to Cam specifically because he's been here for so long?
He's had a special career. It needs no endorsement from me. He displays why it's special, not only every weekend, but every day. He is a Steeler through and through. He just is. I just saw him a few minutes ago in there taking care of himself, getting ready for the week. He cares hard. He's got big shoulders. He wants the responsibility of leading. He got trained by some awesome men a football generation ago. I love having reunion weekends and seeing Cam's former teammates here. I love messing with him that way. But those guys those middle-aged guys, guys like Casey Hampton and Brett Kiesel and Aaron Smith, they view Cam's career with great pride because they were impactful in terms of his growth and development. And it's cool from their perspective to watch him do it with young guys like Derek Harmon and Y.A. Black, for example.
You talked about your appreciation for NFL brothers like TJ, JJ, and Derek, and the connections they have and how they push each other. What did you make of the first tush push? Connor was kind of mad at Cam because he got to me too early.
I'll leave that between them. Connor wasn't so strong in game. He wanted me to relay the coaching point to his brother. But that's the nature of their relationship. Cam is the big brother.
Mike, Jalen Warren might not be a household name. I mean, even in the old running back room, Kenny won the MVP. But what has he meant to this offense, Warren?
His contributions have been immense, to be quite honest with you. He's highly competitive. He's tough. He's really consistent. As I've mentioned, he's good in the backfield. He's good out of the backfield in the passing game. I don't think it's a knock against him that Kenny won MVP. I think it was a totality of Kenny's contributions. Kenny is a significant contributor to special teams. He's returned kicks all year. He's been on kickoff team and other components of the units. And so it's more of a tip of the cap to Kenny than a slight to Jalen.
Anyone else? All right.
Thanks.
All right, there you have it. And what stands out in all of that, and it was lighthearted at times, fun, interesting, is that the Steelers are a healthy team going into the playoffs. When was the last time that happened? Somebody tell me. Even last year, you could tell that TJ and Cam were both banged up going into the playoffs. This is a healthy football team right now. It's a team on a roll. They've won 4 of 5. If they had DK Metcalf, it would be 5 of 5, right? They'd be on a 5-game winning streak right now, not to mention Watt missed that game in Cleveland, too. It's a healthy team. It's getting its most explosive offensive player back. Its most explosive defensive player is a week healthier. Yes, I'm swigging the Kool-Aid. Yes, I am. In terms of news from that, really not a lot that I heard. How about you, Limits?
Yeah, I thought there was some fascinating things about what he said about just Rodgers in general, and also the relationship that he has with Cam Hayward and stuff like that. Just Tomlin being reflective on not fully saying how much the moment means, but saying it in his own colorful way.
Man, for me, it's the health. It's the health of the team. Came out of it relatively well, he said. The Ravens game from TJ to Isaac to Calvin Austin, Juan Pierre. James P. Remember Juan Pierre? Limits, leadoff hitter.
They're of all time.
Really, of all time.
That's
one of the
Juan
best of all
Thornhill.
time. Juan Thornhill.
And Eccles, everybody's healthy here, including the ancient quarterback.
Wasn't Juan Pierre like a third baseman for the Dodgers?
No, he was a center fielder for somebody and let off, but
No.
that's beside the point.
Okay.
If you would have told me at the beginning of the year that they would have a home playoff game with all of their older players, and a lot of the significant ones are 30 and well beyond in some cases, ready to go and looking pretty good, I would have said, man, sign me up for that right now. And that appears to be the case. And that is a big, big deal. Do you know what exercise I was just engaged in, oh Limitless Wonder?
No.
And it's a good one. And we're going to do it with Brian Batko. Oh, are we going to do it? Rank the playoff coaches in the AFC. Do you like that, Limits?
I do like that.
Yes, you do like that. Who would you rank number one? Wrong.
Probably Sean Payton.
Sean Payton. I think I would. I see. Well, let's talk about this next with Batko, because I've got a whole thing here. I think there's different tiers. I think there's similar categories here, Limits. And I know you're talking to somebody who just walked in the
I'm
room.
talking to Marty Tupper, who you
but
talked
you
to
and I
earlier
are
today.
doing a radio show together. So maybe if
Marty
he could
thought it was
hold off.
funny.
What, when I ripped him earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
He did.
funny. It was fun. And the tiers are Sean Payton and Tomlin belong in one. Guys who have been around, done a lot of winning, won a Super Bowl.
Hold on,
Have
you're
it-
putting Tomlin in the top tier?
I didn't say top tier.
Okay.
I might. I don't know yet. I'm saying there's groupings where guys are similar. Him and Peyton have
Okay.
similar profiles. Harbaugh, Vrabel, McDermott, similar profiles. They've won more than they've lost for sure, but they're all right around 500 in the playoffs, and none of them have finished the job. Correct? Then
Correct.
you have Liam Cohen and D'Amico Ryans, both guys young, both guys winning. Ryans already has 2 playoff wins, 2 division titles in his first 2 years. Now he's a wild card in the 3rd year. Those 2 belong in the same category. This is getting mighty interesting. Limits. Why don't we rank them next, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right. First, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at pittsburghtravelsshowcase.com. Where your vacation is waiting for you, the fan text line. You can get in touch with our dear friend Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the meantime, JP Roofing and Siding. Man, this guy and his mustache have been doing it for over 40 years. That's the situation with JP. I've had him to the house a number of times. One time it was raining in the living room. That's never a good thing. Something had gone wrong, Limits, and I still don't know what, because even after, I looked at it, I what is flashing? I know what it is.
What is flashing?
On a house.
Don't do that.
No.
Don't
This had
go
nothing to
around
do with that.
flashing.
This had the flashing on your house, which is in conjunction with the. I don't know
Not
what
your
they were.
flashlight? You
No,
were flashing your
in
light?
conjunction with the gutter. Well, the guy from JP Roofing and Siding came right over, identified it, said that's where the issue is, and fixed it.
That's the key.
Wasn't raining in my living room anymore. Owens Corning, Platinum Preferred Contractor. You can't buy that type of thing. You got to earn it. JP has. Did I mention he has a hell of a mustache? Give him a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin confirming that the Steelers are relatively healthy going into the playoffs. Derrick Henry only ran for 120 yards on the Steelers, and they were able to get the job done. And we did see Jalen Ramsey go down in game, but was able to come back. And all the players that came back from injury, including T.J. Watt, Isaac Seumalo, Calvin Austin, James Pierre, were able to play and are good to go and are healthy. Probably the healthiest that the Steelers have been all season long, outside of long-term injuries for Deshaun Elliott from many weeks ago, and Darnell Washington out for the year. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Nobody outside of Philly, Boston, or Pittsburgh is rooting for the Eagles, Patriots, or Steelers in these NFL playoffs. Been there, done that. If you're one of the 18 fan bases figuring out where you're going this offseason, you got to figure out who you're adopting over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And is there anyone not rooting for the Bills to finally get over the hump and get that Lombardi trophy that's eluded them for so long? I'm Chris Mack.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
NFL playoffs? Let's go! DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa's
He's talking to you, Bridges. I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and I'll tell you something I never thought the old me would be able to say. I actually like seeing myself in photos, videos, on TV. Before Awaken 180, every photo, every clip, I'm judging my chin, my waist, my posture, everything. I smile on camera, but in my mind I'm thinking, ew, that's not great. I didn't feel great either. Those feelings have been gone for almost 2 years now, and it's not just because I lost weight. I made the lifestyle change I needed to, but didn't know how. I had my end of the year Awaken 180 weigh-in, and the scale was 52 plus pounds down. The crazy part, 60 pounds of fat gone, 8 pounds of muscle back on. That matters. I didn't want to just be smaller. I wanted to be better. I think that's what everyone wants, so why not just do it? Awaken 180 makes it simple, and you'll see what I mean after you lose weight your first week in January. The confident, the healthy you, just one click away. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside. Just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Text us us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Limits, you failed to inform me how long the Batconian mongoose is staying.
That's because he hasn't told me.
Is he there?
Yeah, let's ask him.
Well, wait a second. Why didn't you ask him? Don't blame him. He's not going to say, "Oh, hi, Limits. I'll be on for 2 segments today."
What I wanted to do was back Brian into a corner where if I don't ask him, maybe he wouldn't feel entitled to join us for 2.
Well, it's going to be awkward either way when we ask him on live radio. How long you with us, Mongoose?
You don't want to back a mongoose into a corner. you could get your face ripped off for doing something like that, Limits. No, I mean, he didn't ask me. I think he would have, but we were making small talk about television shows and reality stars, so we didn't get around to it. But I think if you guys are nice to me, I can probably stick around for a second one.
That'd be great. What stood out to you about the Tomlin news conference? That's why we pay you the big bucks to come on. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette.
What stuck out to me, Joe, is Mike Tomlin's just like me. When he gets to a hotel room, he puts his suitcase on the bed and he unpacks.
Yes.
On the bed. Maybe he hangs up some of his collared shirts and, his blazer and his pants, and certainly takes out the dress shoes. But yeah, because when he said he's not going to unpack his baggage on the collective's bed, I thought, he's in that same state of mind when he travels. I like that.
Yes, and he also, that was the same thing. One of the same things that stood out to me was, digging a little deeper on that. His 8-year drought of winning a playoff game, or really even come close to winning, he doesn't want to put on the collective, as he said. And that
he's used that line before.
Yeah, he used the exact same line last year.
And I think Cam Hayward said last year, we're playing with house money, and they lost. So they're both reminders of how long the Steelers have been on this treadmill, hamster wheel, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But, it feels. I was going to say, though, it doesn't really feel as much like Groundhog Day because of the way that they got in this year. They didn't back in. They had to beat the Ravens to do it. So I'm not considering last week a playoff win. But, yes, it feels like they're bringing more momentum into the field and
better health.
To do it at home, which is different.
Yeah, a lot of things are. I mean, everything's different to me. Different quarterback than lately. They're healthy. They're at home. And they're not facing an elite MVP-type quarterback. I mean, you couldn't ask for bigger differences than a lot of their recent playoff games, could you?
Well, they're 10-7 again. So in that sense, they're kind of the same old Steelers of this, what do you always call it? High-end mediocrity.
Yes.
Joe. So there's that. C.J. Stroud, I don't think anybody would put him in the same tier as Mahomes, Allen, or even Lamar. But it'll be interesting for me to see, hey, is this going to be another game where the stark reality is you don't have one of the up-and-coming stars at quarterback in the AFC, and you're reminded of that in the first round of the playoffs, in the wild card round. So that stands out to me as a juicy subplot as well.
Limits, why don't you play a couple of clips from the Tomlin news conference, and we'll give the Mongoose center stage here.
I'd love to. I first would like to bring this to your attention, Brian, because Tomlin does not like when Myles Garrett is brought to his.
Mike, you guys, the offense struggled against the Browns. You guys were putting the effort in to stop Myles Garrett as a pass rusher. Now you're dealing with 2 elite edge rushing threats. How do you guys make the plan work in pass protection while not while avoiding the pitfalls that hit you guys against the Browns in the offense?
Let me be clear. I've mentioned this several times, but you guys don't seem to hear me. We didn't do anything uniquely against the Cleveland Browns from a protection standpoint that we don't always do when we play the Cleveland Browns. We did the same thing the first time we played Cleveland. We won the game. We scored more points. He had 0 sacks. And so there was no significant sea change. We certainly got a challenge this week because they have a formidable tandem. But as I mentioned, we better do a really good job of minimizing the amount we're in those one-dimensional circumstances.
Brian?
Is that one of those Shakespeare "thou doth protest too much" type of answers?
Might be.
There, right? I think maybe I made this point last week on the show with Austin, but like I think there's a little bit of a sliver of truth in between. Yeah, you did nothing different schematically versus the Cleveland side of it, which is you changed your whole game plan to keep this guy out of the box score. I think there's a gray area. There's a middle of the Venn diagram where yes, the Steelers did what they often do to try to minimize Garrett like they did in that first game, but that Aaron Rodgers himself was sort of making some decisions of, I'm not even going to attempt to extend this play or hold on to this ball a little longer for something to develop, because we can get out of here with a win and we can get out of here without Garrett getting that record on us and potentially knocking me out of the rest of the season with a sack. So I get what Tomlin's saying, but yeah, that struck me. I'm glad you played that clip, Limits, because that is one thing that stood out to me, the way that he kind of not jumped on Chris Carter's question there, but he clearly bristled at the line of questioning yet again.
I mean, go tell Myles Garrett that. Go tell Brian Baldinger. Go tell Chris Sims. Go tell.
He's got no dog in the fight.
A lot of different people who said they looked to be more interested in avoiding the sack record than winning the game. Obviously, everybody wants to block Myles Garrett, right? Well, it seems to me that other teams like the Patriots basically said he's going to get his and so will we. We're not going to alter things to a ridiculous point. I don't know. Did Kenny Gainwell in the first matchup sacrifice himself as much to blocking and chipping Garrett as he did in the second one? I honestly don't know the answer to that question. Seemed a little odd. Seemed a little odd on 3rd and 4 late in the game when you need to win to run the ball with Gainwell on the far opposite side where Myles Garrett is. You don't even risk a pass, and you do a running play on a situation 3rd and 4 that's almost 100% pass in the NFL. Some things seemed very odd in that game, but who cares? We're on to the playoffs.
Yeah, we don't need to relitigate that. It comes down to the Texans pass rush giving them trouble
from both sides, right?
This week.
Yeah. All right, Limits. What's next for the Batconi and Mongoose?
Yeah.
First, I'm sorry. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cloudy, 85% chance of rain, high of 49. Dwayne Woodruff. Wow, a low of 31. Donnie Shell. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Mr. P?
So one player that's gotten, I think, significantly better as the season has gone on, a couple of bumps in the road, is Keanu Benton, and Mike Tomlin definitely thinks that's the case.
This was good.
You mentioned the play of the defensive line on Sunday. Where have you seen Keanu specifically really take a step this year?
You know, I think he's whooping blocks and making tackles. There's a difference between being active and productive. And certainly he's athletic and active. And there's a lot about his profile that was really attractive, even dating back to draft evals. I love the heavyweight wrestler, for example. He certainly was a formidable heavyweight wrestler in high school. Those guys generally are better conditioned than most men their size. They have an appetite for working through fatigue that's a little bit different than others. And so certainly he brings some of those things. But I just think there's been an increase in productivity. And certainly we love activity, but productivity trumps activity. And I think he's taken a big step this year in terms of productivity. He's got 5.5 sacks. He's coming off blocks in the run game and winning. Shedding and tackling is a major component of run productivity. And I think his arrow pointed up for him in just about all areas of his game, which leads to more productivity.
Goose?
Or maybe it's just having Derek Harmon next to him. The only thing that was missing from that answer was Mike Tomlin taking another dig at the Harmon narratives. But yeah, I think he's right in that Benton's gotten a lot better over the course of the season. I thought he was struggling early on in the year against the run. He had some really nice flashes against the pass. I think back to that Vikings game where he was just dominating in Dublin. But I thought teams were taking advantage of him on the ground. And when he talks about destroying blocks, I think that's his way of saying, yeah, he's been less of a liability when teams want to just run it up the gut on us. So credit to Benton for the development. And I don't know that we've talked, and the coaches too, and I don't know if we've talked much about the future for him. We've talked a lot, I think, about Joey Porter Jr. potentially getting an extension this offseason, but obviously Benton in that same draft class, what will they decide to do with him? That remains to be seen, especially with a couple rookies coming up in the pipeline as well.
Yeah, the more I think about it, Brian, as we all know, there's only so much money to go around. I think the guy who could be left out in the cold here because he merits a big 5th year is Broderick Jones. And these other guys that we're talking about are going to get theirs, and he's not. That's what I think anyway. That makes sense to me. You?
Well, yeah, I mean, the 5th year does, it changes the calculus a little bit, but only if you pick it up. And I don't really think they're in a position to do that with the way that he's played. And then, you hope that neck injury can be as routine as a neck injury and subsequent surgery can possibly be. But, it's still a health concern going into next year. And obviously, Dylan Cook has had a good string of games at left tackle. So, yeah, I mean, that class, it'll be interesting to see how the chips fall there. As much as I've liked Benton's improvement over the course of this year, I don't know that I'd be rushing to go out and sign him. That's a position that commands a lot of money in today's NFL. And you've got Derek Harmon waiting in the wings to be kind of the Batman or the Robin to Cam Hayward's Batman. And you've got Y.A. Black, who can maybe develop into a starter based on some of what we saw in training camp and things of that nature. So, yeah, we'll see with Benton. I'd prioritize an extension for Joey Porter Jr. over him still, I think.
That's a pretty good question moving forward. Okay. Brian, are you up for this? A little homework assignment during our very brief intermission, because we are going to rank the AFC playoff quarterbacks and the AFC playoff coaches. And I'll tell you, I've been trying to do this, while you were talking, and I'm having trouble. Obviously, I'll just say the candidates. The quarterbacks are C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence, Rodgers, Herbert, May, and Allen. The coaches are Peyton, Tomlin, Harbaugh, Vrabel, McDermott, Cohen, and Ryans. This is not easy. I'm telling you right now, this is not an easy exercise. Yes, Josh Allen is the best quarterback. At least I think that's what everyone will say. But after that, you've got some work to do, Mongoose. I hope you have a writing utensil or a computer handy. Limits, I know you do. We'll do all of that.
All up here.
We'll do all of that
Joe.
Next on Very Rarely Pomp and Joe.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Check on the Penguins, who have won 5 in a row. Their last game was Sunday against Columbus, winning in overtime 5-4. Points-wise, they're 5th in the Metro. We'll play against New Jersey at 7 o'clock on Thursday, January 8th, as the Penguins are back home for just a couple of games. We'll play Calgary on Saturday at 3:30 before going back on the road to Boston Sunday at 5 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
New year, new rewards on DraftKings Casino. Start the year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players get a free chance at 50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your 1-year free chance at an out-of-this-world reward. Download the app now and sign up with code THEFAN. And then launch 3 rockets for a chance at $50,000 in credits. Come back to launch rockets daily for more rewards. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Think Verizon, America's best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Verizon has you covered with the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Black and Gold Football is brought to you by Schley Deck and Fence Company, composed of skilled professionals who take pride in their work, ensuring that every project is completed to the highest standards. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype?
Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went, and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking or your money back. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers and Texans, Monday Night Football next week. Fan Game Day will get you going beginning at 6 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUD-ACY. Jeff Capel Show for Pitt Basketball this weekend. You can listen to that on Thursday at 6 and also on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What a 1 o'clock hour we have planned here. Of course, it is almost a quarter of the way over because limits went over the limit at 1 o'clock, ironically.
Yes, sure.
We have lots of things to talk about. The Pirates' first over-under win total is out, and I think it'll surprise you. At least the first one I've seen from Jimmy Shapiro. In the meantime, there was a little faux pas. We have Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette on. I don't know if you were listening, Brian, but the TV went out. We do our Tomlin news conference through a TV feed, I believe. And the TV feed went out, and there was panic in the streets. Can we hear what happened, Limits?
Yeah, this was not good for a moment here, Brian.
In possession down moments where we were allocating the appropriate number of people.
Limits?
Joe, I think we lost the signal. Let me try to fix this here.
I know we lost the signal. It seems rather obvious at this point.
Well, we found our footing offensively.
And then it came back. The pause was much longer, Brian, but for radio purposes, we had to cut it a little short.
I think we lost the signal, he says, as there's complete silence on the air, Brian.
I wasn't listening at the time. I was listening on the Steelers YouTube page, but I did click it on right when it ended because kind of like a coach, if I'm able to, I want to do a little pre-scouting of the segment, so I wasn't taken aback by this coach ranking exercise.
Okay, well, that's fair, and now let's get into it. We're ranking the AFC quarterbacks and coaches 1 through 7, and this was way more difficult than I can ever remember. We do this every year, and it's obvious some years. This year, it's just like we've been saying for a long time, the AFC is wide open, and there's a lot of, parity here. And I mean that Parity, although you could take it the other way. The Chiefs aren't in anymore. They used to be the automatic, and Mahomes would be at the top of the list, him and Josh Allen. So let's do this quickly. Let's do it succinctly. First, I want your rationale for the quarterbacks before you tell me your ranking. What was the rationale you used here? You going career resume? You going this season? You going some combination? You asking yourself a question? If I had to win a game, what would you do? That's what I did. If I had to bet everything I owned on one of these quarterbacks to win me a football game so I don't lose my earthly possessions, that's how I ranked them. What was your criterion, Brian?
Mine was similar. Because it's the start of the playoffs, I looked at myself at my criteria as, okay, you give me 52 other random guys around the league. Who do I want as my quarterback to go into a playoff run?
Yeah.
Let's say we're the number 1 seed and we've got a bye in the first round or whatever. So that's what I kind of used, not going on career resume or anything like that. Just right now, today, who I feel the best about playing good football in this postseason.
Limits, what was your criterion?
Yeah, it was similar to that. Basically, coaching-wise, who do I trust the most in big moments? And quarterback-wise, if it's a final drive of the game, who do I want the ball in their hands of? And that's why I went with the list that I did.
Well, I think that's a little different.
Yeah,
but okay, Limits.
That was very creative by the limitless
Very Mike
wonder.
Tomlin of you. You don't want a 2-score or 3-score lead going into the fourth quarter. You'd prefer to have the game come down to the final seconds.
Oh, if we could be up 35-3, Brian, I'd take it. But that's just not how the train rumbles on the tracks.
He wants to engineer victory less fluidly, Brian. All right. Who
Yes.
do we have as our number one? Everybody. Number one quarterback in the AFC playoffs. Let's go. Brian, Limits, Joe.
Josh Allen, and I assume we all will, unless Joe vaults Bo Nix ahead of him here.
I'm going with Josh Allen, but I think Joe is going with Bo Nix.
Everybody wants to poke fun at good old Bo Nix. Well, they do belong together because Josh Allen, Bo Nix, and I think, is it Lamar? There's a third person in here, have the most combined rushing and passing touchdowns through 2 seasons in NFL history.
Congratulations to
So
Bo.
take that. Yes, Josh Allen's my number one. Who's your number 2, Mongoose?
Justin Herbert.
Wow.
Limits?
You know, I love Justin Herbert, but I actually went with Drake May, number 2.
As did I. I think Drake May is a star. Now, he hasn't done anything in the playoffs yet. He hasn't had the opportunity. But, man, if it was riding on one guy, I would take May over Herbert. Please explain your choice, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, my criteria being what it is, it still has to be informed, I think, by what we've actually seen from these guys over the years. And while I really like what I've seen from Drake May in this season, it is one great season for him thus far. I think Justin Herbert has had multiple great years to this point. Now, he hasn't won the big game, but that doesn't all just come down on the quarterback.
He hasn't won a big game. Not the big game, a big game.
I know, but then I also look at these questions as, if you put Justin Herbert on the Eagles last year, do they win the Super Bowl still? And I think unequivocally, yes, they do.
Oh.
So, you strip away some of the context from it, and eventually you have to just kind of use your eye test to evaluate the player, and that's why I've got Herbert too.
Okay, fair enough. Number 3 on your list is who?
Drake May.
Limits?
Yeah, so Brian and I, we just flip it. I have Herbert 3.
I have Aaron Rodgers 3.
Wow.
How do you like them apples? You're giving me a choice right now of who I trust to win the most in the AFC. Even with a random group of players, man, I'm taking Aaron Rodgers, number 3. And I'll defend.
He can barely move anymore, Joe.
You don't have to move when you beat people with your brain and your arm. And I might add, he had twice as many rushing yards as Lamar in the last game. Boom. Who's your number 4 quarterback?
20-yard run. That was nice. Joe Flacco had. What was Joe Flacco's? What was his run against the Steelers in that first Bengals game? Was it like 16 or 17
on the
yards
quarterback
to seal
keeper.
it?
Tremendous stuff.
Yeah.
Who's number 4 on your list?
I think you're crazy for having Aaron Rodgers 3, but we'll move on. CJ Stroud 4 for me.
Wow.
Whoa.
You think I'm crazy? You have Herbert 2 and C.J. Stroud at 4 above Rodgers and everybody else.
That's not crazy. You're just drunk on Steelers Kool-Aid, Joe.
Holy ostrich milk. What's this guy doing?
Join
this
the party,
mongoose?
Brian. Come on.
Who's your 4 limits?
It's 1:20 in the morning. Act like it's 1:20 in the middle of the night, Brian, and you're trying to have a good time enjoying the Steeler game. I have Aaron Rodgers, number 4.
Yeah, that's not so crazy. I had him number 3. My number 4 is Bo Nix.
For Pete's sake. I wish I could say
My
something
number
more
4 is Bo Nix, especially playing in Denver. I love Bo Nix. You cannot like him.
And you hate Herbert.
What has Justin Herbert won?
You hate Justin Herbert.
I didn't say hate. What has he won?
What has Bo Nix won?
Why should I trust him?
Why?
Bo Nix
He's
had
6'5",
Why
rocket
don't you wanna
arm,
trust
runs
him?
like a deer. If you gave him the Denver defense this year, Joe, do you think they'd have the same record?
I don't know. He certainly
they'd
didn't
be
play
better.
very well when they blew whatever lead it was to Jacksonville a few years ago in a playoff game, did they? Well,
Everybody has bad games.
Limits. Well, that was a bad time to have one when you have a 27-0 lead. Limits. Tell me, Bo Nix. Tell me Justin Herbert's stats this year. Call them up, please.
Sure.
Okay. Got him?
I missed the part where stats were your criteria.
2
Joe.
seconds.
Okay.
I thought you want to win a game.
Give me last year's touchdown total, passing touchdowns for Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert, 3,700 yards this past season.
All I wanted was his touchdown total last year in 2024.
You want last year's?
Yep.
Okay. Last year, Justin Herbert threw for 23 touchdowns and 3 interceptions.
So he gives me the interceptions. Oh, my God, Brian.
I gave you
I
both.
gave him a simple task, and he went 18 different things.
Oh, my word. I can't
How
give
many
more details
touchdowns
to the
did
people.
he throw for last year?
He threw for 23.
Thank you.
For the
Bo Nix
third
threw
time.
for 29.
How many interceptions did Bo Nix throw?
How many touchdowns for Justin Herbert
How many
this year?
interceptions did Bo Nix throw?
Please go along with my exercise.
26 this year.
25 for Bo Nix. How many touchdowns did Justin Herbert run for this year?
He ran for 2.
Thank you. Bo Nix ran for
Why
5.
are we doing this? Do you want to just rank them on quarterback
What is the
rating
point?
and we can't have this segment?
So
What
we're
are
just
we
going to
doing,
use because
Joe?
I'm insecure about Bo Nix, and I want to show that he has better numbers than people think.
Your Bo Nix is
He took a
is
crap
big
team
enough.
to the
He's
playoffs
big enough, all right?
last
It's okay.
year.
You don't have to be insecure about Bo Nix. He's
Yeah, and you're
plenty big
talking.
enough.
Yeah, okay, good. He went into Philly and won. He won a lot of games for them this year. All right, who's your 5th quarterback, Brian?
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, Wonder Twin.
I also have Trevor Lawrence 5.
Okay, I have Justin Herbert 5. Does that make everybody around here happy?
No, you should have him higher.
Brian, who's your 6th?
Aaron Rodgers.
So okay, I'm going to question that in a minute. Limits, go ahead.
I have Bo Nix 6.
Thank you. I think that's a very wise decision on your part. Who do you have 7th, Brian?
Little Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Both have Bo Nix.
You know what? I should
You know
move Bo
what?
Nix to 7.
Who do you have 7, Limits?
I have C.J. Stroud 7.
So do I. I have Trevor Lawrence 6 and C.J. Stroud 7. So here's our lists, and then we can ask each other questions. You guys either memorize these or write these down. Brian's list in order. Quarterbacks in the AFC playoffs. Allen, Herbert, Drake May, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, Rodgers, and Nix. Limits. Allen, May, Herbert, Rodgers, Lawrence, Nix, and Stroud. You and Brian feel very, very differently about C.J. Stroud. Me, Allen, May, Rodgers, Nix, Herbert, Lawrence, and Stroud. Brian, you have some explaining to do. Why is C.J. Stroud 4th, and why do you have Aaron Rodgers way down at 6? You really, on a team of evenly talented players going into these playoffs, would trust C.J. Stroud and Lawrence to win a game more than Rodgers.
Yeah, I like my quarterback to be able to move a little bit, and not just one time a season with a nice 20-yard run. That's just my personal preference. Aaron Rodgers has had a better year than I expected. I'll give him credit for that. All these guys are good. They're all playing well.
They're
so
all
we're
playing
splitting
well.
hairs here.
Well, that's
but
what
you
we
asked me
do.
to rank them, and that's where I would go.
Now, that's a Ron Cook cop-out. All these guys are playing well. You're asking me to split
Great
hairs.
for talk radio.
They are. They're in the playoffs.
Who cares?
I'm not trying to dump on Rodgers. I'm just telling you
So
why
is-
I have
so
him
is
below
Bryce
a bunch
Young.
of
You
guys
think
that are
he's
younger and
good?
more
Of
athletic than
course.
him.
These guys see these players every day. Who am I to rank them? You got Allen, Herbert, May, Stroud, Lawrence, Rodgers,
I did rank
and
them.
Nix. Yes, you did. And I think you did a fine job. Do you want to question myself or Limits on anything? Why don't you have Aaron Rodgers ahead of Stroud? Because you like Stroud's running ability, right?
He's got more than Rodgers. Yep.
What about the ability when it's Rodgers compared to any of these guys, the veteran acumen, beating people with his brain? And also, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that a lot of those guys make some of the throws we've seen from Rodgers in the past 3 weeks.
I think these guys can make those throws. They haven't done it as often as Rodgers over the years because he's going to be a future Hall of Famer. And if we're taking all time, any of these guys in their prime, don't get me wrong, I want Aaron Rodgers. Maybe Josh Allen, but I'd probably still take Aaron Rodgers. But this is 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who's a week removed from looking very feeble against the Browns. It's been an up and down season for him. And he's a guy who this offseason, not a lot of takers, not a lot of suitors for him after the way things went with the Jets. So, yes, I think as far as cerebral football IQ, all of that, he laps these guys. Although he didn't check out of that play at the end of the first half, which was strange. We might have to ask him about that this week, what happened there.
Very well-spoken man, Brian, is he not? He defends his points very adroitly, Limits. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with his Rodgers point at all, Brian. So you're basically saying that if you can't move around at all, despite being a statue, but able to win with still a stellar arm and win at the line of scrimmage probably better than any other quarterback in the AFC playoffs, maybe outside of Josh Allen, that you are unworthy of being praised. You are unworthy of being able to win in the playoffs. That is what I'm taking from what you're saying.
No, just less so than the 5 guys I put ahead of him. I didn't say Aaron Rodgers was bad.
Yeah, he never said
You asked
Aaron
me to rank
Rodgers was
them.
bad. He was asked to rank them. What do you both of you see in Trevor Lawrence that I'm not quite seeing? He did have a good year, but I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got the talent and the pedigree, and this year it's clicked for him. Maybe it's just having a better play caller in Liam Cohen and someone who fits him better. He's got a good cast around him, but not, stars. I guess Brian Thomas Jr. is maybe becoming a star, and Jacoby Myers is in that next tier. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously had a good season with that supporting cast, but 5th on my list. And I think you could certainly argue for Rodgers above him, but I'm not going to do a cop-out answer and say I can't rank them. I put Lawrence 5th, Rodgers 6th, and it's close.
Once again, very well defended. All right, the coaches. Same criterion here for me. The same rationale. I said if I needed to win a game right now in these playoffs with a random team, which guy do I want coaching random team? And that's how I did it. Brian, what was your rationale?
That's a little trickier because I think that really comes down to like game management, clock management, how to deploy guys where, and that's tough with a coach because they don't all call plays. Some are offensive, some are defensive. I took mine as who would I want running my team for a season at this point, and again, and give them all the same roster because I think that is kind of the hallmark of coaching, right? He can beat you with your guys, or he can take his guys and beat you.
Wonder Twin?
Yeah, I thought of a similar perspective as that. I just kind of thought, who do I trust the most overall in a game to be able to put together good game plans, and who are good in-game coaches?
All right.
That I would feel the most confident with.
Fair enough. Mongoose, who do you have first on your coaches list in the AFC playoffs?
I'm going to go with Sean Payton.
Limits?
I have Sean Payton.
I have Sean Payton as well. This is where it gets very, very interesting. Who's next, Brian?
Jim Harbaugh.
Twin?
I have Jim Harbaugh second.
I have Jim Harbaugh second.
So much for interesting.
Who do we have third?
Now, if we're doing like sort of the tiers and whatnot, I think Payton was a somewhat easy choice for me at 1. Harbaugh, I like definitively at 2 because he's won at the college level. He's won with the Niners. He's won with the Chargers, everywhere he's been, which is impressive to me. But now it gets very muddled on these next 3.
Now it gets muddled.
I'm going to go Sean McDermott, 3.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Limits, who do you have?
I have Mike Vrabel third. I really like the job that he's done first year with the Patriots. They were horrible last year, and he's turned them all around.
I have Mike Tomlin third.
Whoa! Brian, Mike Tomlin.
How do you like them apples, Brian?
I thought about it. Like I said, these next 3 for me are all bunched up very closely, and it's a razor's edge of who to go where. But my 4th is Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel, okay. Limits, who's your 4th?
I wowed you just for dramatic effect, Joe, because I have Mike Tomlin 4th.
Now, let me ask both of you an honest question here. Why Vrabel over Tomlin? And I realize Tomlin's playoff record, I believe now is 8-11. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I think so.
But he seems to have had success against Vrabel whenever they've matched up, and Vrabel has never gone to the promised land or even really come that close. Why Vrabel over Tomlin?
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Gannon beat Mike Tomlin head-to-head, so those sort of arguments only go so far. But larger sample size with him against Vrabel-coached teams. I think the Patriots game this year was sort of weird. Vrabel didn't put the ball on the ground for those guys. But while it's close, Vrabel having gotten it done with multiple teams now and turning around what the Patriots had, I think speaks to his coaching ability. And that's a little unfair to Tomlin because we've never seen him coach another team. But I'll take Vrabel's resume combined with more recent playoff success just to put him over the edge in my mind.
Okay. I think Tomlin is 3-0 against Vrabel, and Vrabel, again, has never been to a Super Bowl, never won a conference championship, only been to one. But I do hear your argument there. I mean, I thought about it as well. He's doing a hell of a job in New England, and he did a pretty good job for a while in Tennessee. Limits?
Yeah, for me, it's more of a demerit against Tomlin and the what have you done for me lately type of situation where they have not been successful in the playoffs. Mike Tomlin's defense, it's highest paid in the NFL, and they're middle of the pack in many different categories, and there's blown coverages and so many reasons that make you want to pull your hair out with his side of the ball, where I feel like he's turned a Patriots defense that last year didn't have that much talent on it, and this year has been dramatically better.
When you say, what have you done for me lately, you're aware that Vrabel hasn't won a playoff game since 2019, and that was the only year in which he ever won a playoff game, right?
Yes, and Tomlin has not won a playoff game longer than that.
I'm aware of that, but there's been one season that Mike Vrabel has ever won a playoff game. He won 2 in 19, and none since. That's a pretty long time, too.
I also think that there are higher expectations and a higher level of what your success should be when you coach the Steelers compared to coaching Tennessee. And we saw what the Titans became once Mike Vrabel left.
Who's fifth, Brian?
Mike Tomlin.
Who's fifth, Limits?
Who did you have fourth, Joe?
Oh, I'm sorry. DeMeco Ryans.
I have DeMeco Ryans fifth.
And then fifth, I have Vrabel. I think DeMeco Ryans is doing a hell of a job there. He's only 41 years old. This is his third year. He's got 2 division titles and now a wild card. He's won a bunch of games, and he's won a playoff game each of his first 2 years. I think he's doing a hell of a job.
He is. I mean, the number one defense for a reason. He's the one that's leading it.
Who's sixth, Brian?
DeMeco Ryans.
Limits?
I have Liam Cohen sixth.
So do I. And then I have McDermott seventh. Brian?
I have Cohen seventh.
Limits?
Yeah, I have McDermott seventh as well. And it's not really trying to take a shot at Sean McDermott. Liam Cohen's a coach of the year in my mind. Same thing with Vrabel.
You're absolutely taking a shot at McDermott if you're putting a guy who's never coached a playoff game ahead of a guy who wins playoff games every year.
Yeah, I couldn't even, for me, I wasn't putting Ryans and Cohen in the same tier as those other 5 because there's just not as much of a track record for those two. I have to look at them very differently.
You have McDermott third. The reason I have him last is I don't trust him to get through the playoffs. He hasn't done it, and he's had a superstar quarterback that I think he's riding the quarterback's coattails. And not only that, he had one of the great manglings of an endgame situation in the history of the sport. 13 seconds left against the Chiefs, and somehow the Bills blow that because he treated it like that Kansas City had to score a Hail Mary touchdown when all they needed was a field goal to put that game into overtime. I just think you give a lot of these other guys Josh Allen, and they would have won a Super Bowl by now or at least been to one. That's why I have McDermott 7th out of 7. Do you understand that, Limits?
Yeah, I think that does make sense.
Do we give McDermott any credit for developing Josh Allen?
No. I give Brian Daboll.
Just a question.
And I give Brian. I guess you could because.
Who hired them?
Right. You're right about that. You are right about that. Who else was involved with
Joe
Josh
Brady.
Allen?
Joe
Brady, and there's another name that I'm forgetting. But yes, you're right.
Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey. He hired those guys. You're right about that. That's a good point. And again, that's why you're on
Thanks,
an 8-figure retainer here, Brian.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Is that it?
Yeah, we have to go.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay. That was fun. Bye, guys. See you next week.
Do you think he thought it was fun, Limits? Or do you think that was Brian's dry and sarcastic sense of humor?
I think it was a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Just didn't know what you were going to pull out at any given time.
I think it's a fascinating exercise, great ranking these quarterbacks and coaches myself. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're right.
South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline on which you can communicate with our dear friend Limits is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. JP Roofing and Siding, man, things can go wrong this time of year, right? It's cold. You might be cold in your house. You might have drafts happening. You might have leaks happening. You could have anything happening. These people, why, thank you, Limits, for handing me that sheet of paper. These people know what they're doing. That's the bottom line. JP has been doing this for over 40 years. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred dealer. It's not easy to get that status. Only 1% of the dealers around have that honor. So if you want it done right and you want somebody with a proven track record and just a really good guy with a hell of a mustache, it's Joe Potochnik. Call 412-829-7711 and receive $500 off your next roof or siding job. That's 412-829-7711. And Limits, let's finish this segment with social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I think it's me for putting Bo Nix so high on my list. Usually we choose Mulsey, but I think we're under strict orders. We can't choose Mulsey every day, so why don't we just do him once a week?
Yes.
And I'll take it today. I put Bo Nix too high on my list of quarterbacks because I'm so darn proud of him.
Sure. Thank you very kindly.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joe. The Penguins are on a 5-game winning streak, and they try to continue that as they will play against the New Jersey Devils on Thursday at 7 o'clock. Artur Shilovs has been named to Team Latvia to represent the country in the Olympic Games. And Mike Tomlin saying at his weekly press conference that really no injuries, thankfully, that the Steelers are dealing with. Just a couple of bumps and bruises associated with play. Nothing of real significance. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Nobody outside of Philly, Boston, or Pittsburgh is rooting for the Eagles, Patriots, or Steelers in these NFL playoffs. Been there, done that. If you're one of the 18 fan bases figuring out where you're going this offseason, you got to figure out who you're adopting over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And is there anyone not rooting for the Bills to finally get over the hump and get that Lombardi trophy that's eluded them for so long? I'm Chris Mack.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Joe is being called for a 5-yard delay of game penalty as he has failed to report back to the studio. So while we wait for Joe, one thing that I thought was pretty fascinating out of the Tomlin press conference was the communication and the relationship that he has with Aaron Rodgers. And you saw there was an NFL Films clip that went pretty viral on Twitter yesterday of Rodgers and Tomlin embracing after the game right at midfield, and Rodgers saying to Tomlin, "Thanks for bringing me here." And he basically said in colorful words, like, "Are you kidding me? Like, seriously? Of course. This is why we brought you here." And that's kind of been reiterated in Tomlin's words, and it's the truth. This is why you bring Aaron Rodgers here, for moments like this, for that Ravens game to lead a game-winning touchdown with 55 seconds left, and for a playoff game trying to break a streak of over 8 years.
Like after the game, the cameras caught a cool moment between you and Aaron Rodgers at midfield. Just what's the importance of the head coach-quarterback relationship, and how has that relationship grown or evolved throughout this season?
You know, it's very important because they're unique jobs. I think we got to be connected. There's a loneliness with leadership. There's a responsibility with leadership. And so I just learned over the years to embrace that component of it, that we got to spend time together. We got to have an understanding. And certainly that's been a fun process with Aaron. It's been really fun because he has an appetite for it. He loves the process as much as he loves competing. He's got an awesome relationship with football. He's at the point in his career where he's really reflective and excited about giving back to the game and the young people in the game. And so it's fun to do that with him and help young guys like Will Howard advance in his career. And so it's been an enjoyable process, but certainly it's work. We respect it in that way. And certainly we respect the work that's in front of us this week in terms of leading this group.
Mike Tomlin on his relationship with Aaron Rodgers, and I give them a lot of credit. I remember writing and saying at the beginning of the year, man, I don't know if this is going to work. When has a situation like this ever worked? You have a coach who's been around forever, was great at the start, and has pretty much flatlined as far as winning big games, trying to recapture it 20 years, 19 years into his career and with a 42-year-old quarterback. So far, so good, right? I mean, they won the division. It got better late in the year. They look like they're on an upswing headed into the playoffs. Meanwhile, I thought that we might have left the Mongoose in a bad place there, Limits. I just went back and re-listened to some of that. He got hot at one point. And also the YouTube commenter, somebody saying the Mongoose looks like he's in a prison suit.
Wow.
Did you see that? And then the YouTubers were crushing me. I mean, crushing me.
Well, that's just an everyday occurrence.
Well, no, they usually crush you.
Well,
but
that
today
definitely is an everyday occurrence.
They were crushing me, but then a couple of them defended me. So that's become a YouTube commenter issue.
You have some defenders in the YouTube chat. That's good. I think we all have a couple of defenders.
A couple of them. And then I was comforted by the fact that I got a text from the Mongoose saying, and I quote, "I thought the exercise was fun and the essence of sports talk radio."
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. Believe me, I didn't agree with him putting Rodgers so low on his list of AFC quarterbacks, but maybe, I guess the YouTubers did. They didn't like me putting Bo Nix fourth among these guys. Bo Nix gets no respect around here, and I resent that.
No, I had him sixth.
I had Rodgers third.
He needs to earn it.
So do all these guys, except for, well, let's see. How many of these guys, Rodgers is the only one who's won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
And the rest of them are, it's mostly, that's an interesting way to look at this. Allen is starting to get up there, and I wonder if he's running out of chances. And then you have Drake May, Bo Nix, Herbert has been in the league for a bit now, but still young. Same with, Allen, is Allen even 30 yet? And then Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. So it's Allen and the 20-something club, is it not?
It is. And, Joe, it's time to go.
It is?
Yeah, it is.
I thought we went till 52. I thought you said we had a rule that I had to come back for 5 minutes after every segment.
Well, no, because I came back. I brought us back in.
And Josh Allen's only 29. See ya. I have to do weather, and I can't find it. Can you?
Yes. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions, with a high today of Jeff Locke at 49. Joe, What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly.
Is that it?
That's it.
See you tomorrow, buddy.
See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin talking at his weekly press conference just reiterated the importance of TJ Watt being back and that he's healthy and ready to go, but he also signaled the importance of being able to be effective against the pass rush of the Houston Texans. 27 sacks combined for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson on the outside, and also a very valuable secondary led by Derek Stingley. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and the PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books. Lakers are in the Big Easy to play the Pelicans, who got on a little bit of a roll last month and won 5 in a row, only to swoon again and have lost 7 straight, and they've lost 3 in a row by at least 15 points. I know the Lake Show are still missing Rui and Reeves, but I trust Luka and LeBron to take care of business. LA's heading on the road after spending the entire holiday week at home. I trust their effort against the lowly Pels. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
New year, new rewards on DraftKings Casino. Start the year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players get a free chance at 50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your free chance at an out-of-this-world reward. Download the app now and sign up with code THEFAN. And then launch 3 rockets for a chance at 50,000 in credits. Come back to launch rockets daily for more rewards. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin gave a very clean Steelers injury report, said there's just bumps and bruises associated with play going into Monday night's playoff game against the Houston Texans. Houston has never won a road playoff game. The Steelers have won all 12 of their Monday night home games with Tomlin in charge. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We did some things in game that were really awesome, and we did some things that were JV, to be quite honest with you. And not only from a playing perspective, but I just thought from a strategic perspective. There was growth opportunities there. I thought that's why it was important that we get in here yesterday and analyze the tape and learn from it. It's always provides a good foundation for our next plan.
And the next plan is Houston. And do the Steelers have a problem with that Texans defense? Ranked number 1 in the league, and a young quarterback, C.J. Stroud, who has won playoff games in his first 2 years in the NFL. How many guys have done that? Rookie year, sophomore year, playoff wins in both. Ben, 04 and 05.
Oh, yeah, thanks. He almost didn't do it in 04, but thanks to the good grace of Doug Bryan, he did.
Ben, Stroud.
First 2 years? Did Flacco do it? What did they do in 09? Flacco would have been a rookie getting him to the AFC title. Sanchez had to have done it.
I'm pretty sure Flacco did it.
Yep. Sanchez, because he made it to the AFC title game his first
because there was a run there early in the Harbaugh-Flacco partnership where they were just winning playoff games.
They were going into New England
Russell
and just
Wilson.
smacking them around. Yeah, Russ did it. Didn't Bo Nix just set the record for regular season wins in his first 2 years?
Yeah, but they lost last year to Buffalo.
No, I know. I'm just saying regular season-wise, he's doing well.
That's 5 off the top of our heads. That's a pretty nice list, other than Sanchez.
Man, you want to talk about a weird
Is Stroud more like Sanchez, or is he more like the other guys on the list?
What about Purdy? What about the Brock Star? Donnie, I think he got in my ear with that one. I think he's right.
Yes, I think you are right.
That's a jack assist.
You think AI knows? What if I ask AI?
No, because then you got to get the prompt correct, and you got to do all sorts of random crap. No, I think AI is not as good as PI, Pony Intelligence.
Did you see Charles Woodson admitted that he just gave a nonsensical stat or fact on Fox's pregame Sunday that he got from AI? He's like, yeah, I had ChatGPT dig that one.
I think that's my bad. He should be embarrassed by that. He should be embarrassed. Charles Woodson always struck me as a pretty smart dude, and he's into all these random things off the field that I think suggests that he's an interesting guy. And he's just piping it into ChatGPT and letting him do the work. Come on. Getting all dumber here collectively because of that crap.
All right, I think we have the list here.
All right. Oh, because ChatGPT spat it back at you. Here we go. Donnie, I can't wait to prove several of these wrong when it didn't understand the prompt.
You're right, it didn't understand the prompt.
Of course.
I'm not even doing it.
Of course.
All right, let's get back to Tomlin here who talked today. He's talking again because the Steelers won one of the greatest games in Acrisure Stadium history, and Steelers, last 30 years, set a timeline and make a list, and that game is going to be on it as far as not just regular season games go, but just games that got played here. And he came out triumphant, and he pounded his chest and blew a kiss to the camera. And now he's on to the playoffs. And he even admitted today, which is very rare of Tomlin, that they did, quote, JV things against the Ravens, and said that some of them were strategic mistakes, which that's not on the players. That's on them as a coaching staff. So as far as Tomlin goes addressing the previous game, that actually is pretty big of him, because I can't think of many times in 19 years where he has started a press conference. Now, it's easier to do that after a win. They won. So he can.
It's always easy to say you made mistakes after,
Yeah, he can be his own harshest critic because they won and he knows he's not getting pounded for winning a game. If anything, his team got a reprieve from fans all day yesterday on the radio station and all around town. My sober analysis of the situation today, now that we've come up from the euphoria and nirvana that was
Truce
the
is
win
off,
Sunday
right?
night. Yeah, everything's back to normal.
No
Now that they
armistice.
won Sunday night and we had all of yesterday to enjoy the
Chances
win.
of a brouhaha are rising now that the armistice is off.
Tomlin's off the hot seat now. Schefter said this could be a game where the loser thought about his future and weighed his options. Tomlin's off the hot seat. They won. He gets to 10 wins. He gets a division championship. I'll give you a stat that's pony generated and not AI generated. In the last 10 years, you want the number of coaches who have won double-digit games, have won a division, and have been dismissed by their football team after that season?
I'm going to guess can I guess the number first?
Go ahead.
0.
0. No one's done it. Only 2 coaches in the last decade have been fired after winning seasons. I'm not going to make you guess those. They're kind of archaic, but one of them actually is relevant to Pittsburgh.
There are 2 coaches who have been fired after having winning seasons?
Yes, that's it. In the last 10 years. Brian Flores in Miami, and then he sued. And the other is, shockingly, Jim Caldwell in Detroit.
Oh, yeah,
the
'cause after
Lions
a 9 and
fired a
7
9
year.
and 7 coach.
Yeah, he got a raw deal there.
That's
he was
it.
actually doing a good job
2
there.
guys. So the Steelers are not. They preached stability and continuity with coaches more than anybody else. They're not going to be the all-time outlier here and get rid of a guy after winning 10 and winning a division. It's just not going to happen. So he's 100% back next year unless there's something going on with Tomlin or he just has some kind of weird feeling of contentment or peace with his coaching career and wants to step away, which would be a really odd time to do it because he's tied with Noel for all-time wins, and next year is his 20th season if he wants it. And why would he look a gift horse in the mouth with either of those two, like, kind of touchstone, milestone type endeavors? He wouldn't. I can't fathom that.
And if you ever listen to Mike talk to the point of him just having this weird epiphany, I don't need to do this anymore. My God, does the guy say anything more frequently than this is basically all I care about and all I'm interested in?
He did an interview with Tony Dungy for Sunday Night Football, and he's more honest with Dungy than he is anybody else, to the point where he's put his foot in his mouth with Dungy before. And it came back to bite him in that playoff loss to Jacksonville, which probably got this whole cycle going. Fans really turning on Tomlin when he said, get ready for part 3 against New England. Then they got their butts kicked.
Yes.
He sounded like a coach who in no way is ready to go do TV like Dungy or resign and take some time off and relax in that interview. He was waxing poetic about how bright the fire burns and how the passion has never been stronger to coach. And I don't think he would give Dungy, of all people, that lip service. He might give Dulac on a Tuesday that, or Brooke Pryor. He's not going to do that to his coaching mentor. The whole point is, sorry, this got a little wordy. The whole point is Steelers fans have to come to the realization that because they won, he's now here again next year. And I just wonder how that makes fans feel at 412-928-9370. And I will start, and I will let you guys obviously talk because we have 4 hours, and you both do a great job.
Well, thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
Nice of you. That's kind of you.
I am okay with it as long as they don't get embarrassed Monday night. As long as it doesn't look like the playoff losses during the last 8 years. If it's anything better than that, I'm cool with it. And that would include hard-fought loss. Like, let's say the game plays out like Sunday night's game, except Fairbairn makes the kick instead of Luke missing. And that's how they lose by 1 point. I'm fine with him coming back in 2026. He is coming back, but I will be supportive of the decision to bring him back if it happens that way.
How fine with it will you be if it's all based on the specific nature of one game's outcome? Where a blowout, you're not fine with it. Other than that, you're fine with it. That suggests to me that this really is not a sturdy position he finds himself in your mind. You are allowing 60 minutes of football.
Yes.
Where a lot of random crap can happen.
Yes.
To completely determine your level of your level of peace at which you are with his return.
Uh-huh.
I think that just suggests that you are not really feeling that good about the guy.
I'm not feeling great about him. You're right about that.
It tells me that, what I have consistently tried to do whenever we have these debates,
but
and
I'm
I know
not
we're
feeling
gonna have
awful
one
about
today,
him.
I don't really feel
if it's a close loss,
different.
I don't feel awful.
I don't feel appreciably different about the job he's doing though as a coach and the way he goes about his business. As a matter of fact, maybe this cuts to the heart of it for me. A lot of what we talk about with Mike is lack of results, right? He talked about activity versus productivity today. He was talking about, I think, Benton specifically. He's saying he's productive. He's not just active. A lot of it for me, we talk about productivity, but a lot of it for me is his process and the way he likes to go about building a coaching staff, building a philosophy. My God, he talked about his gunners before he talked about anything else in his press conference today, his punter, right? The field position component
Punting
of play.
and gunning.
Right. Yes, exactly. That should be a fantasy team name next year, punting and gunning. And I just think that even if
that's bound to barely make the playoffs and lose in the first round.
That is correct. Even if they lose close, win close maybe starts to change it a little because, okay, the formula maybe can work again if you've got certain personnel running it the right way. But a lot of this, if they lose and it's matters of degree, still doesn't show me that a guy who is going to be 20 years in on the job next year when he comes back is anything but an old dog who doggedly refuses to learn any new tricks. Now, he talked, I think he also alluded today to getting, strategically better over the course of a year and everything else. He talks about, that evolution that happens for players and coaches. I think my biggest gripe with him, and the reason why if they lose in this first-round game, I will be pretty frustrated still with the general state of affairs, is we don't ever see, their actual approach look like it's changing very much. The calling cards of a Mike Tomlin football team have been the same since, time immemorial here. They do it the same way, especially post-Ben, when he could really control what he wanted to control and did not have a quarterback who was going to be pushing back on him a lot. And I don't really think the outcome of one game changes that for me, Pony. I don't.
So you're saying...
Specifically if it's a loss, I should say.
Well, then it does matter. If they win, it does.
You were talking about, the only way, you won't be okay with it is if it's a blowout loss. So let's just take let's take at face value that it's a loss, though. A loss, period. I just don't really divide up by type.
You're making what sounds like sometime is a flat circle argument against him, which I would agree with if they get out to a bad start, look flat as a pancake, trail. The only way the final score looks good is it's completely cosmetic because you kind of fought back, but you never really made it a game, and they kept you at arm's length the whole time. If that happens again, and it's wash, rinse, repeat in the playoffs, I'm going to agree with what you just said. It is time immemorial. Nothing has changed. So he'll be back, but I will be upset about it. If they play a close game and lose, I will feel like two things have changed. They will have won the division, and they will have put up a better fight. And I know that that's not anything you hang a banner for, but that, in my opinion, will be considered progress in a better year, in an improvement on recent years. And that would be enough for me to want a guy back to show what he can do next season.
I think I would be way more encouraged about the trajectory of what Mike Tomlin's trying to do here or what he intends to do. More than a close playoff loss where you're the home team but you still are the underdog. If they let go of Austin this offseason and there's some obvious, and I know this is how the Steelers just refuse to do things, publicly stated change. Hey, we're hiring so-and-so to replace Terrell Austin, and Mike respects and thinks highly enough of this particular person that this guy actually is going to run the defense. It's his defense. I'm stepping back a little bit from that side. And that I know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, because that would be an admission on Mike's part that he wasn't doing a good job. He's not going to do that.
It would be that, and that would be how it would get framed. If I were going to say it positively about him, though, it would be an admission that he realizes he needs to do, that you have to keep changing as a coach. Would you say that Belichick, before we get to Donnie's take on this, just quickly, would you say that post-Brady, Belichick's biggest sin was he tried to keep doing things the Bill Belichick way? I'm going to be domineering over sort of a system quarterback. Mac Jones was a similar guy to Brady, not that athletic, cerebral, whatever. I think Bill tried to do everything the exact same way he had been doing it, and the major linchpin that had held that all together was gone, and it didn't work.
I thought Bill's biggest problem was maybe along the same lines was his hubris and feeling like he could be the best GM in the NFL while also being the best head coach.
And I don't think Mike is as ubiquitous on the player acquisition side because I know those other guys in that room actually have say-so, and Art Rooney has major say-so, unlike maybe the way Robert Kraft would do it. I guess my point is, though, both guys victims of stubbornness. Mike's just still around. Bill is now coaching at UNC, for God's sake.
Donnie, we know that Tomlin's going to be back now that they won the game on Sunday. Will your feelings on that decision change based on the result Monday night?
I think I feel pretty similarly to what you do, Pony. I mean, if they get blown out again, it's going to be right back to that sour taste because this is no different than what we've seen for the last 9 seasons now when they get to the playoffs, especially the last few when they've been on the road, and it has been an absolute bloodbath. But I do get the feel that I will take it better if they actually hang in there, if they look like they have a lot of life, if they look like they could be, in a winning spot if one thing happens to go their way at the end of the game. Because, I mean, let's say that a field goal is made and they lose at the last second. I think you take that better than just typical playoff.
So, Chris, if they lose the game by 1 point, you're going to come on the air Monday and say it's still time to move on from Tomlin, fire him. I know they won't, but they should.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to feel. 1 point loss.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think I am.
But I've seen it not generate results enough on a frequent enough basis that if he's back, I know there are no wholesale changes into how they do their business. Like, he's never going to just completely gut his staff and say, I need to rethink how I structure all this and who I delegate to and who I don't. And they always obfuscate it as a franchise, so we can always never know for sure. If they lose by 1 point, it doesn't really change my mind on that front. It just it's more the same. How many years have they won a playoff game in his 19 years? They've won a playoff game 4 times. They've won 8 total playoff games. That's less than one every 2 years. I know if we were in Las Vegas or Cleveland, people would be saying we'd sign in blood for that. We're not. And we're at a place, more to the point, where there isn't just tradition, but where the people who run the team talk about it like that shouldn't be the standard. Still. So why would I be happy with a 1 point loss? You're still ending up this season the same place, basically, that you ended up last season, just by a different point spread.
412-928-9370. I was about to say something, but I'm going to bite my tongue because I want to get to our listeners. Let's start with Ike in Wilkinsburg. Hello, Ike.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got to give you a little hard time, man. It's I don't know. I understand the last game was really fun and emotional, and we got into the playoffs, but you've been ragging on Tomlin all year, and now you're like, if they lose by a little bit, it's okay. I'm with Malsey and Donnie, man. I mean,
no, Donnie's
on Pony's side of it.
Sorry, Ike.
Sorry.
It's 2 against 1 here, so you even things up with Malsey.
It's a handicap match right now, but
okay.
Thank you for joining me as my tag team partner.
That's good, man. It's all right. A little rare democracy in here. It's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still think if you look at a lot of the way the last game was managed, I kind of give a lot of the credit to Rodgers in terms of
Rodgers is here because of Mike.
Okay, sure, but it still doesn't make it different that Mike depends on a quarterback who can fashion his own drives at the end of games or in clutch time and is not a coach who creates an offense around any player or half-decent players on his team to succeed, besides having a semi-decent defense and running the ball and trying to contain time of possession. I would argue that if his defense didn't give up so much splash plays in that game, we would have lost to the Ravens or at least lost the time of possession.
Sure,
because that's kind of what kept it out of their hands.
But I don't see how Tomlin handing over the offense to Aaron Rodgers is anything but a good thing, and you're trying to twist it as a negative against him in this argument.
I agree that is the right thing to do if you have that player,
and he's here because of Mike.
Sure, yeah, but I'm just saying we watched this happen for 10 years here, where you need a coach to come in and create a full 4-quarter game plan in a playoff game. Like the Jaguars game. Nothing came alive until the second half. That was all Ben. Is Ben here because of Mike? I don't know.
No, he's not.
Really.
He's not. I would say that. He's not here because of Mike. He predated Mike. Exactly.
And
yes.
we look completely lost and pedestrian offense without a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback.
I don't know. Can I actually I'm actually going to say this and you can try to disagree with it all you want, but just based on the 2 minutes you've been on the air, it sounds like you don't actually derive much satisfaction or feel like it was much of an accomplishment to beat Baltimore on Sunday.
I think that given the amount of scoring opportunities we fashion for ourselves and I just look at the first half of that game.
Okay,
it looked like
so
the same
the answer
old
is
script.
so the answer is you don't. I mean, if you can't come out and say yes, it sounds like you really are kind of like stuck in the middle on whether or not that was some kind of glorious victory or not. And if that's how some fans feel, I understand why they would be disagreeable with me to start the show. I'm choosing to put stock in that game Sunday night.
You had to call a truce yesterday on the air in part because I agreed with this. I think it was the time to celebrate a really fun win over a team we love to see get the knife twisted on them. But you had to do that in part because you knew innately that a lot of people feel the way he does. And I kind of do as well. What if they lose 16-6 to what I think is probably the best defense in the league? They just don't get anything going. Their defense does a pretty good job, but the game is like them getting put in a vice.
If they're never competitive, then I'll be pissed off. And if you're saying it's 16-6 where it feels like you're actually trailing by 30
like that
points,
Chargers-Broncos
you could play 4 games and not score 17.
Yeah, we've seen games like that.
Then I will not feel good about it. No.
Okay. Because I think that's like a distinct possibility. I actually think they are playing, by the way, in Mike's version of events. They are playing the team he would love to be. Think about how he described.
He sounded that way today.
Think about how he described the Texans. They protect the ball better than any team on earth. They take it away, third best on earth. They what else? Oh, he said their defense doesn't have to play tricks on you basically because they're so violent and so good.
Yeah,
he is playing the mirror image of what he would love the Steelers to be again.
We'll get to calls on the other side. The last point I'll make about fans wanting Tomlin fired regardless of how they lose the game Monday night is one of the things we've brought up is like the Eagles and other organizations that have moved on from coaches and it's paid off. They haven't been loyal. They've demanded results and they've demanded not just mediocre, slightly better than average things. But if the Steelers were to fire Tomlin after this, we just went over the numbers. It would be something that would be one of a kind. Like, based on what I said, all other 31 teams would keep Tomlin after this season, Chris. No one has fired a coach after winning a division with double-digit games.
I'm aware that they
not
would.
Not the Eagles, not the Chiefs, not
and
the
how
Ravens,
many teams have stuck by a coach? Granted, he hasn't had a losing season. Tell me if you've heard that one before. How many teams have stuck by a coach with this many years between playoff victories?
Very few. You can count them on one hand. Yeah. New Orleans and Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. That's it.
And one of those two teams we routinely look at as one of the most poorly run organizations in sports.
412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin is safe after beating the Ravens. Are you cool with that? How does everyone feel? Are you of the opinion that if you were running the Steelers, he would still have to win Monday night to save his job? 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text on Edgar Snyder where they never charge a fee unless they get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Semifinal round of the college football playoff later this week. Miami and Ole Miss, the Fiesta Bowl Thursday at 7:30. Oregon and Indiana Friday at 7:30 in the Peach Bowl. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Oh, it's 2026, and it is still the year of Blue Chew, my friends. Yes. Blue Chew, fellas, is not just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for where? The old downstairs region. Like you got a pep talk and a gym membership for down there. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. In 2026, guys, with Blue Chew, you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. And you, maybe most importantly of all, in a very serious way I say this, can be ready when she is. Guys, not just about performance. It's about her group chat and giving them something to talk about and gossip about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Rose Bowl averaged 24 million viewers in Indiana's win over Alabama on New Year's Day. The unlikely rise of Indiana football under Curt Cignetti, going from the bottom of college football to having a chance to win the national championship, is one of the best stories in all of sports, all time. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I went from a size 40 to a 36. I went from a 48 jacket. I bought a suit the other day, 44. And they took me off 3 meds, including blood pressure. It's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. I actually had a steak the other night. I had asparagus, and I had a piece of cake. And that's the week I lost 5.8 pounds. So you know what? If you think you can, you can. I feel like a young man again. Energy levels popping because I'm doing 14 to 16,000 steps Monday through Friday. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss. Go get it.
Thanks, Brian. This is Donnie Football. Increased energy, reducing medications. The benefits are endless when you do what Brian did, what I did, and over 21,000 others have done. We called the solution for weight loss Awaken 180 weight loss. Proven weekly results, and then you receive free support for life. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. it's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
Yeah, I'm going to admit, if it looks like that on Monday, I'm going to come on the air Tuesday morning and say, or Tuesday afternoon. Maybe I will charge in here Tuesday morning and see if I can get airtime with the morning guys or midday guys and say, it's time. Get them out of here.
I think it's interesting that, like, very few people that at least hit us up on YouTube or whatever believe for 1 second that you are as complacent's not the right word, that you're as sanguine about Mike Tomlin right now for next year, provided he doesn't get his doors blown off, as you claim to be. People just don't believe you.
Really?
Yeah. Like, there are a lot of people just basically chiming in with the sentiment that, like, if X, Y, or Z happens a certain way, Pony is going to be out here breathing fire. I will say this much, and you can trace it back to Mike, since that's what we're talking about. You know why I don't think they're actually going to be in a situation like that against Houston? Couple things. One, the Texans' strength is on defense. They really are like what Mike wants to be. Young, ridiculously good defense, quarterback who can make plays but really doesn't make a ton of mistakes. If they ran the ball better, which they don't, they're a bad running team, all things considered, even though he couldn't wait to talk about their backs. Mike would truly love them.
Because they don't fumble.
Yeah, they don't put the ball in the turf. That's right. They're a team that wins with defense. Stroud is not Jackson as far as how he plays. There is no Derrick Henry there. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't think that's going to happen for that reason. I also don't think it's going to happen because I am of the opinion that part of the reason last year's team cratered was because I think a lot of those guys genuinely could not stand Russell Wilson. Would you agree with that? There was no,
especially the offensive
there
coordinator.
was no capacity to, like, rally behind the most important position on the team because most people are like, for the love of God, dude, would you just shut up? Like, him and Hayward having that exchange after the Bengals game where Hayward looks like he wants to vomit pea soup all over him, and Russ is sitting there completely oblivious, tells me a lot. And I do think, just to finish the point, I do think these guys genuinely believe in and respect Rodgers, even though he's often caught on camera like dog cussing one of them because they ran the wrong route. I think he commands respect from these guys. And so I do think that there's much less of a chance that they just come out and lay a complete egg.
I put value in what they did Sunday night. And if I just turn around and say, regardless of how the game goes Monday, as long as they lose, Tomlin should be fired, then what good was Sunday night's game? It will have meant nothing. Like, I'm attaching some meaning to Sunday night's win. It's one of the greatest home games in Steelers history. To me, it can't just be, well, you avoided the electric chair for 7 days unless things go really, really, really crappy against Houston. That's really the way you give it back.
What you're legitimately saying is it's as close to a real playoff game as a game can be in the regular season, and so you're giving it like at least partial credit as being a playoff win. That's what you're saying, which isn't wrong. I mean, there are very few instances in NFL history. We had another one, obviously, with Panthers Bucks, although not really, should have been, where it was loser goes home in the regular season, winner goes to the playoffs. Like, yeah, they won like 2/3 of a playoff game.
Here is Don on the Fan. Hello, Don.
Hello.
Hi, Don.
How we doing?
Good, Don. This is when you usually talk and give your opinion on something that we're talking about.
Well, I don't care what they do. Mediocre Mike needs to go.
Okay, they win the Super Bowl. He's mediocre Mike.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, you said you said
they made it to the
you said I don't care what they do. I gave you something they could do, albeit far-fetched, and you already changed your mind.
Well, no, if they win the Super Bowl, I don't expect much out of them next year because who's going to have a quarterback? We're going to play the same conservative game. We're not allowed to throw the ball between the hash
If they
marks.
won the Super Bowl, you would say, I don't expect anything out of them next year because they're going to revert to their old ways. That would literally be your opinion on a Super Bowl victory.
Yes, I think Mike Tomlin should have been gone 10 years ago.
Thank you. You must be great at holiday parties and Super Bowl parties.
He's not too far off of where you were with Mike. I think you wanted him gone 8 years ago.
Okay, they win. You've got the noise makers and the confetti, and you're popping champagne. And Don raises his hand and says, guys, can we cool out for a second here? You know things are going to suck next year. They're going to go back to their old ways. and start playing conservative
I don't think
football
I don't think he's just one man out there. I don't think there's just a singular Don who feels that way. I think there are a lot of people who actually would say.
Yes, but that doesn't mean groupthink is necessarily right. People would criticize him after a Super Bowl win. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard on this radio station ever.
If Mike
And I said Kenny Pickett was going to be Joe Burrow 2.0, which was really bad.
If Mike won the Super Bowl, but did it in a way where like he made a pretty obviously bad coaching decision, like a go for it or not or whatever, and they managed to surmount it, we would get a call that following Monday morning, this glorious Super Bowl Monday.
No, we would not.
And somebody would say, guys, it's great, stairway to 7, but can you believe that he called timeout with 5 minutes to go?
People would say that like with love in their voice. They would not say it in a derogatory way.
I disagree with that in this. I'm not condoning it. I disagree, though, that there would be no people out there saying it with a laugh in their voice.
Joe is in Cannonsburg. Hello, Joe. Joe?
Yeah.
Yes, you're on the radio, Joe.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment and say, I think Mike Tomlin was going to be there regardless, win or loss the other night.
Maybe.
It was a great game.
Maybe.
I just don't see them making a change. They haven't done it in 50-plus years. If you don't retire from the Steelers as a coach, you're going to be there till, whenever. But anyway, I just wanted to comment. It was a great game the other night. I don't want to take anything away from either team.
But you're about to.
I just think that the Steelers, they have to tighten up things. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I just don't think the Steelers are going to be able to score a touchdown, which is going to create a loss.
All right, so if they scored 6 points and lost by 10, if you were Art Rooney, would you fire Tomlin after that?
No.
Okay, thank you. I kind of wasn't expecting that answer.
At the end there?
Yeah.
It was building towards a yes. I mean, am I crazy here? Am I going too esoteric or too like in the weeds here? My main issue with Mike has been this way for a while, and this is why one game wouldn't change it. I do think they need a wholesale just reevaluation of what does their coaching staff look like every year. How does he philosophize about like what good offense is versus what bad offense is and what matters and doesn't matter?
Fair
and
enough.
none of those changes ever seem imminent or even possible.
But one game would change things, as in one more game for you than for me. If they were to beat Houston, you would not want Mike fired after losing a divisional round playoff game. You would not.
It would be at least proof of concept that somehow, even if it's only a one-off for 60 minutes, his way of doing things beat a team whose both personnel and way of doing things, I think, is better than his.
For years and for most of this year. They've won 9 in a row, and they've won playoff games the last 2 years.
The sort of scary thing is this. Because of how the Texans play and because of the fact that they generally are not built to run away from a team offensively, I can squint and see them beating them. And then all you need is Jacksonville winning their game. And you need chalk to hold here, Pony, and guess who the Steelers get? The other team in the AFC that is by far the closest to the Broncos stylistically.
Yeah.
And guess what? You know who would love to roll around in the slop in Denver? Make it a muddy mess of a game, metaphorically? Mike.
Yeah, I think if somehow it were to be this Cinderella run that got them to the AFC Championship game and they beat Houston and Denver, I would not really be in the mood to hear people say, yeah, but they beat Houston and Denver to get here and try to cheapen the AFC Championship game run because they played lesser offensive teams.
If they beat like Houston and then somehow beat Jacksonville or beat Buffalo, I would be impressed. Because I think those are probably the two best teams in the AFC. And they're playing in what amounts to a de facto eliminator.
I would be impressed if they won
I'll be impressed
Monday
if they
night,
beat Houston, yeah, because I still don't think they're going to win. But yes, I would be somewhat impressed. But I'd much more like reconsidering my own priors if they beat one of the teams I just mentioned.
Mark is on the fan. Hello, Mark.
Gentlemen, first off, Happy New Year. I wanted to call in yesterday.
Larry David thinks that you can't say Happy New Year after January 3rd. Are you aware of that it becomes socially unacceptable to continue wishing a Happy New Year this late into the year?
I wasn't too familiar with Larry David's thoughts, but thank you for bringing me up to speed, gentlemen. The point is, this is truly all for nothing. Barring a Super Bowl victory, that's the only way you keep Tomlin. We were in a situation Sunday. We're fighting for our lives and begging the football gods for that kick
Mark,
to
if
go
they got
wide,
to the
left,
Super,
right.
Mark, if they got to the Super Bowl and Seattle's kicker Myers hit a 59-yarder to win by a point after the Steelers play this unbelievable instant classic Super Bowl, and they lose on a 59-yard field goal at the gun.
He'd be the first NFL head coach in the history of the game to get fired after losing a championship.
To be very clear here, you would want him fired.
I can't support mediocrity any longer.
It's not
That's
mediocrity.
what we're doing here,
They
guys.
would be the Super Bowl.
They would be the
It's
reigning
not
AFC
mediocrity.
champions.
But what does that get us long term?
Who cares?
That's
It's a
the
trip
thing.
to
What are
the
we
Super
doing?
Bowl.
Mark, at some
if you don't win the big dance, what are we doing? Good.
So wait a minute. That means 31 teams every year have there's nothing to take out of all of it. Like it's just if you don't win the Super Bowl every year, there's nothing to be gained.
So the Steelers right now, one team's going to win the Super Bowl, and then all the other 31 teams have the same season. The Steelers have had the same year as the Raiders, Jets, and Browns.
But we're getting behind the fact of just, hey, we made it to a playoff again. We might get blown out on Monday night. Maybe we beat Houston, which I think is a great match for us. But we're okay
But it doesn't
with
matter
that.
because they need to win the Super Bowl for this to mean jack squat.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Well, I do think there's something, and I've theorized this for a very long time. This is one of my pet takes. I actually think for a ton of people who listen to what we do and who follow sports these days, I actually think a lot of it is games are secondary. I think people now love to play like strategist and GM, and I get why. It's fun to have those discussions about who would fit.
Yeah, everyone's a fantasy football
But
guy.
it's an endless carousel of just really wanting to play that. Did you hear what he said in the middle of that? What does winning the AFC and coming one play away from the Super Bowl really do for us? Because all it is about how are you set up for next year. It's way more fun to think about which draft picks could they take that I personally think would make them a much better team. Then guess what? When you get to next year, it becomes about the following year's draft.
Tomlin got off the hot seat, if there even was one, with that win against Baltimore, so we know he's here next year. How does that make you feel as a Steelers fan? 412-928-9370. We'll get to our PM team Tomlinism of the week next as well. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Watch us on X. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back on the ice Thursday night hosting the New Jersey Devils. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Offense, I think the strength of the pack is the pack. I think they've displayed that in a lot of ways over the course of the journey. Certainly, they went through an adjustment at the early stages of the season playing without Joe Mixon, but they've certainly found a nice division of labor in Woody Marks and Mr. Chubb. Those guys have done an awesome job in terms of dividing the labor up and running the ball for those guys. As I mentioned, their ball security is top tier. Neither one of those guys or no one in their backfield has put the ball on the ground this season. They got some quality young eligibles in Higgins and Noel from Iowa State. They've done a nice job of growing and evolving over the course of the season. There's certainly assets to their passing game and good supplements to Nico Collins. Collins is a big-time one-on-one playmaker. He's oftentimes on the backside of formations. You get in single high defensive structure. He's in one-on-ones with corners, and he wins a lot of them.
Listen to us, the PM Team on Demand, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. At 2:46, it's our PM Team Columnist of the Week. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. You got two in there. The strength of the pack is the pack. That's not unique to Tomlin. That's a way of saying that either a team or a unit is not very good. So who are their good players? Well, they don't really have good players. The sum is greater than the parts. They get more out of them than they should.
Is that the football equivalent of committing the sin of calling a woman cute?
Or a guy plays hard.
Oh, plays hard.
Yeah, he works hard.
I've heard he has an office with the team, with the coaches, because he's studying so hard.
I mean, that was 60 seconds. No mention of C.J. Stroud in there. Just a complete afterthought. More on him later, what Tomlin said, which was really interesting. And he brought back Mr. Chubb. He dusted off the Mr. moniker. I don't think we've heard that all year. That used to be Tomlin's unique way of. That's like
that was his Monsignor.
Yes.
If he calls a guy Mister, that basically is his equivalent of Monsignor.
That was his way of saying you're elite. You're the best at what you do. You're a Mister.
Mr. Chubb, unfortunately,
Mr. Jackson,
post-knee injury,
Mr. Chase,
is more of a situational back. Mr. Chase, Mr. Burrow,
maybe.
I don't know if he ever. Maybe he said Mr. Garrett, but I think the way he reacted to a question about Mr. Garrett.
I can't wait to get to that later.
He might not have ever said that.
Jack tells me he goes Mr. Higgins for T. Higgins.
I thought he just called him, he's a big goon. Yeah, he loves to call T. Higgins a goon and say he's like somebody, implies that he's somebody you want to cross the street to avoid. Or a hockey, he's the Eric Goddard of wide receivers.
Hearing Tomlin talk there just gave me a great idea for a topic this week that I want to get to with you guys. But I don't want to waste it here because we've got.
Do you have to write that down, or once you think of it, is it in your brain? No, it's stored away.
I just got to figure out what day and what time to do it.
Donnie, he just closes that vault door, spins the wheel, and it's gone.
Here is one of my favorites, Emmanuel in Carnegie. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, guys. I'm not going to move the goalposts. The goal coming into this year was to win a playoff game. Doesn't matter if we lose by 1 or lose by 30. That's not going to change. We have to win a playoff game, and that be that. Especially now, the fact that we won a division, we'll be hosting a home game, and the level of difficulty is at an all-time low in the last 3 or 4 years, the opponents that we're facing in the playoffs.
And I have said all of those things in the past. However, winning a division and winning double-digit games and winning it the way that they did on Sunday night, that just doesn't feel like something that you should fire a head coach for.
Wait a minute. Emmanuel, this is why you're one of our favorites. You're not just Pony's favorite. I enjoy your calls. You just jogged something in my brain, and I'm going to make the argument here that I think is pretty ironclad in your favor. You just said winning double digits and winning a division, Pony, and how you won the division matters. If they had just beaten the Browns and then gotten to rest players and lost to the Ravens and done what they should have done, they would have won double digits and won the division. And I guarantee you, no one would be saying it's acceptable if you lose to Houston. They'd all be saying win a playoff game. The only reason Yes, the only reason he's getting sort of a pass is because his own team's struggles and inability to close the deal in Week 17 necessitated what became an all-time classic in Week 18.
True.
Yes, that's my argument. I'm not going to support it anymore.
Okay,
it's right there.
Yes, it is. But then
his own failure in Week 17 helped him set up a Week 18 that's now gotten him grace.
Right, but then the classic game happened. I just don't think you can fire a coach after a classic game unless he really screws the pooch the next week.
To Emmanuel's point of
he's
overall,
really got to blow it.
To Emmanuel's point of I'm not moving the goalposts. It was a playoff win was the goal. That is a good point to make in the context of how I just brought up how the season ended. He goes 10-7, or maybe if Baltimore's got nothing to play for, they play Snoop Huntley and Mason Rudolph balls out. He goes 11-6 and runs away with the division.
Yep.
We are not talking about this in the context of he can have a moral victory against Houston if he keeps it tight and close and everything else.
He's not like he would not be getting an ultimate seal of approval or vote of confidence from me. He just wouldn't lose his job. He would survive for an extra year. Again, if I were in charge, which I'm not. That's how I would view this year. Better, still not good enough. Because it's better than last year, I'm not going to fire you. Like, if your boss told you that, you're happy that you're still going to get a check every 2 weeks, but you're not exactly like feeling like you're on easy street in that situation.
No,
you just barely got by, which is how I would look at winning a division, winning a classic game, and winning double-digit games, even if they lost a close one to Houston. Here's Ron in Penn Township. Hello, Ron.
Hey, guys. Hey, to Emmanuel's point, there's no – you know what? I'm going to skip it. I got some other ones. First of all, the other game was great. We beat the Stains, the original Stains. Anytime you do that, it's a win. It's a great feeling. Tomlin secured his job.
To be clear, you consider a win over the Ravens a win over the real Cleveland Browns?
I mean, it is what it is. They moved out of the town.
No, I kind of respect that level of, like, old-school mentality. And keep going. I don't mean to derail you here.
But you didn't.
So the other thing was, I think I said Tomlin secured his job because of that win, and he won the NFC or AFC North. There's no way Rooney's going to have the Irish stew to fire him.
We all agree with that. Yeah. We started by saying that. That was the preface for all of this. We know that his job is secure now, but if you were running the team, would he need to win Monday to save his job? And I'm saying no, he would just have to not get blown out in the game.
Man, if he gets blown out, he will still be here.
Did I not just say that? Did I not just say that 2 seconds ago?
Do people not realize that we're asking the question or having the argument and discussion, should that be the standard? We all know he's going to and should are the two things here. And going to we know is happening. It's whether or not it should happen. I respect that. Hold on, by the way. He says it's a win over the Stains, it's a win over the real Browns. Does that mean that the real Browns have a couple Super Bowl titles in 2000 and 2012? If you're going to call it a win over the Browns, then Cleveland has actually won 2 Super Bowls.
No, the Browns franchise has, but not the city. It's not like Baltimore won championships after the Colts left.
I do think it's a very like the Colts Super Bowl is actually Baltimore's.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Rain in a low 41 degrees. One of our former employees, who I love, asked Tomlin a question today about his lack of playoff wins. And put him, I think, under the heat lamp for really the only time in this 35-minute press conference. Hear what he said in more of your calls on Tomlin getting off the hot seat with the win over Baltimore. How does that make you feel at 412-928-9370? If you were running the team, would he need to win Monday night to keep his job? 412-928-9370 is the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Mike Tomlin went over the Steelers' injuries for the Texans, and it is pretty clean bill of health. Only bumps and bruises. Guys might be limited, but no real injuries going into this matchup against the Texans other than Darnell Washington's broken arm. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
playoff success over the last 8 seasons. What would a win on Monday mean to this organization?
You know, it's not about the organization or myself. It's about this collective. And quite frankly, most of these men don't care about the last whatever years that you mentioned. Most of them are new to us. And so that's where my focus is. I'm certainly not going to, unpack my bags on the collective's bed, if you will. I'm excited about doing it and doing it this week with this collective.
Shelby Cassesi, who used to work here and does an awesome job, miss her, on Mike Tomlin's playoff win drought. She asked him right to his face today. It's been a long time, and every fan who follows the team and is not really in love with the job you're doing brings it up almost daily. What's your take on it? And he tried to really not take ownership or not want to make it relevant for this game at all.
He didn't want to make it about him, and he told a fib there, even in that, in my opinion. He did say most of these guys are new, and basically I did like I'm not going to unpack my bags on their bed. I think Aaron Rodgers, who is as new as it gets to this team, absolutely cares about trying to help end that. Not just for his own purposes, where if this is his last year, it would be a hell of a way to go out winning a playoff game, playing great down the stretch in the last game of the regular season, etc. I think he likes Mike enough as a person.
Yeah.
And there's enough of a bond there that he gets probably, I bet you he would say, ticked off that Mike takes so much flack. Because Aaron Rodgers is aware of it.
Tomlin could have scored points with a better answer there. It would not at all wash away the sins of going this long without a playoff win. It's the longest drought post-merger for the Steelers to go this long without a playoff victory. There are 24 teams that have won playoff games more recently than them. So they are in the lowest quartile of the NFL as far as time spent without a playoff win. That's the company they're keeping. The Browns, Bengals, and Ravens have all won playoff games more recently than them.
I'm trying to think. It's just Jets, Raiders, Dolphins, and one or two others.
Jets, Raiders, Dolphins, Bears 2010.
Right.
Broncos 2015. Panthers 2015. Cardinals 2015.
Not keeping great company.
That's the list. That's it right there. And 3 of those teams are in the playoffs and have a chance, if the Steelers lose, to fall off this list. Bears, Broncos, and Panthers, even though that would probably take a miracle.
And Raiders and Cardinals just fired their head coaches.
If he had just said, what would be the harm in him saying I'm embarrassed by it?
Or I'm frustrated by it?
Yeah. If anything, we'd all say, we share your pain, Mike.
I always say...
We're right there with you, man. Thank you for acknowledging it. The first step in attacking a problem is admitting that you have one in the first place.
Yeah, I always think that...
Way to go. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud.
He just refuses to give people... I don't even think it's because he doesn't want to give the media or the fans what they want to hear. I just honestly think he is wired to be so forward-focused and ignorant of any past failings. I just think that's how he views it and how publicly and privately he probably talks about it.
How about if we asked him after the game, if after a loss and there was no game to preview and look forward to, would he admit embarrassment
if they
and
get
shame
beat,
then?
If they get beat by the Texans and it's not close...
that's 9 years.
And Shelby pipes right back in there with Mike. It's now 9 seasons without a playoff victory, and you haven't been really close to one. How does that make you feel?
Does he give one of those boilerplate? Well, I haven't really had much time to ponder that. I haven't been thinking about that. I think that's kind of
his usual. I think that's his usual, though. He would have been like, man, I'm still so close to it. I haven't had a chance to take a big picture view of it. I mean, he loves to point out that we look at the big picture. He'll even give you the conciliatory, I know why you're asking these questions, but that's not how I think. He's got basically a stock answer for any kind of question of that ilk. I do think he is very well prepared. I'm sure Bert and the rest of the PR staff said, you're probably going to get asked about your playoff win drought. Make sure you know what you want to say about it. And he did.
Let's get back to the phones here and talk to Sean about Mike Tomlin. Hello, Sean.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Look, I think part of the reason why Tomlin is wired
to look ahead and not behind is, why he says his rearview mirror is so small, because the picture, and it's disgusting. I mean, I think it's survival is the reason why he doesn't really want to acknowledge the past so much. And as far as, like, whether or not, to keep him after this year, based on a win and, against Houston, look, I think he's done enough to lose his job. I mean, already. I mean, let's use his own rubric for evaluation. It's not about being active. It's about being productive. He has not produced. He doesn't hire quality coaches. He hasn't produced quality coaches. He has never produced or developed a quarterback. I mean, the fact that he chases these veterans, I mean, God bless Aaron Rodgers that he still has enough in the tank to be, mostly great. But the fact that he's grabbing for straws. I mean, he can't take is this the guy going forward? Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but we can keep coming up with these extraordinary scenarios. Like, what if he wins a Super Bowl? Should he be fired? Well, what if Aaron Rodgers goes down? What if we get to the Super Bowl and Aaron Rodgers goes down in the first play and Mason comes out and wins it? Do we sign Mason to a long-term, like, high-value quarterback contract?
Somebody probably would. Somebody would,
yeah.
I mean, maybe, but if you look at what he's done, is this the guy you want to enter the next era with? I mean, we're at the cusp, whether it's this year's draft coming up.
Sean, let me stop you right there. He's not really the guy I want to enter the next era with, just because he refuses to move on from this era. Like, he's never he has very famously never done what pretty much every team does at some point, which is preside over a group that bottoms out, make some changes. In that case, it's draft picks, and then come back up.
I agree with that. But as far as this season goes, all right, the two things we hold against him are not winning a playoff game and not being able to get the quarterback thing right. I would ask you on the quarterback question for this season, did he get it right, yes or no? Sean?
You mean with Aaron Rodgers? Yes. I mean, he relies on, but he doesn't coach a win. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, we got lucky and we got Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think that's luck. I mean, I'll bash Tomlin, especially when he deserves it. But to me, like, you're really reaching here as a Tomlin hater, detractor, to try to somehow use Aaron Rodgers against him. That makes no sense to me. She's saying he's got to coach Aaron Rodgers to a win. What does that even mean?
I do think that their passing game, and Mike admitted it, is, in fact, I know their passing game is not like something that people who watch every team throughout the league will tell you is good. They rely disproportionately on short passes to running backs who then help them lead the league in yak.
Yeah, but I think the things downfield in the middle of the field got better as the season went along.
They did, but here's a
look at the Freiermuth and Thielen catches, for example, in this last game.
Why does it take until it's getting kind of like to put up or shut up time for Rodgers to do that, Pony?
I agree with you on that. But I'm just happy that it happened, and it did happen in enough time for them to still rally and win the division.
If I suddenly see against a Texans team that makes almost everything difficult, but against whom you have to challenge them down the field, if I see Rodgers early in this game taking shots because he's actually getting protected and they're attacking the middle of the field, I'll take some of it back. But the fact of the matter remains, they only seem to do that when there's a gun to their head, metaphorically, and they have no other choice.
Does Mike Tomlin need to win a playoff game to get back in your good graces? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, a Persinger Law Firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline. Intern Jax.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
College football playoff semifinals this week. Miami, Ole Miss, Thursday at 7:30 in the Fiesta Bowl. Oregon, Indiana, Friday at 7:30 in the Peach Bowl. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
6 nights from now, if you're going to the game, instead of setting up and tearing down a tailgate in cold weather, when there's a big game you can't be late for inside the stadium, go to Mike's Beer Bar instead, right on the North Shore, right next to PNC Park. Watch the pregame stuff there. Get a great bite to eat with their steak on a stone, yinzer wrap, steak wrap, wings, burgers, you name it. Wash it down with one of their great local beers, 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. and then either take the tea or walk over to the game. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robin Hood, your money, your move. The Seattle Seahawks are the favorites to win the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. Mike McDonald has the Seahawks defense playing at the top of the NFL. But when you look at the path to the Super Bowl, it all comes down to Sam Darnold. He's good enough to win with, but like we saw last year with the Vikings, Darnold turns the ball over too much, and that could be Seattle's fatal flaw. I'm Chris Black.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Bumper-to-bumper traffic backs you up on the Parkway East as you head outbound. That slows you down as you approach Technology Drive. And 28 outbound is brake lights from the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to Starkey tomorrow to hear about his card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at 937thefan.com's contesting page. Maybe a Tyler Loop rookie card. Look at that.
He'll try to give it to, he'll give it to the winner and the wind will blow it.
Man, Donnie got a weird call about Loop last night that completely derailed his show.
Was it our buddy Chuck in Uniontown who called and made the reference?
Absolutely
no way, right?
not.
Somebody accused him of it?
No. It was Chuck. It was a Chuck. It was not Chuck in Uniontown.
Okay, because somebody in the YouTube comments was saying Chuck, and there's a ongoing debate like Chuck in Uniontown did that, and I thought Chuck would know that story, but he wouldn't bring it up on the air. He knows better. Yeah, not great.
No. And it was early in his show, and I could tell with Donnie, he's like, well, I have to attempt to try to do my show again, and this is not easy.
He's got to start that bad boy up from the beginning. By the way, I think Crowley tried to get this going. I don't know how much traction it got. Bengals fans or Bills fans have famously donated to causes to like help out the Bengals when Andy Dalton got them into the playoffs that one year.
Yeah.
And they've continued, Bills fans, with that tradition of donating money to causes that players support, etc. I know Crowley tried to get one going to like the Johns Hopkins Children's Research Center, donations in Tyler Loop's name to try to put what is for him easily the biggest negative of his career into something of a positive. I don't know how much it got, though. I don't know how much like people grafted onto that.
I don't know either.
That's not a horrible idea. On like a human level, I feel bad for Tyler Loop, but, buddy, that's what they drafted you to do. Kind of unfortunate that it's a very binary business.
So what would you do it in the number of the length of the missed field goal, maybe?
Well, I would probably, I'd say like
so $44.
Yeah, $44. I might do. I didn't go and actually click through it, but I would do that.
Here's Billy on the fan. Hello, Bill.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Hey, back to what Sean was saying before we took the little break there. I agree 100%. You know, when you look at these coaches in the NFL, a grading stick I would use is their coaching tree. And you look over the years, I mean, name a few good guys that have come out of Mike Tomlin's. You know, I don't think he has any branches.
There are none.
I know he's a player's coach.
There are none.
But is he a coach's coach?
No, he likes guys that he's known for a long time in football who are almost always, not that you can be an older coach and be really good. Andy Reid is really good. He's in his 60s. He hires older guys that he's familiar with and friendly with, and who also will let him do things as he wants to do them and never push back.
We've got to double check this, but somebody texted in and said the last time a coach won a division with double-digit wins and got fired was Marty Schottenheimer with the San Diego Chargers. That's got to be almost 20 years ago now. So that's.
I get the fact. I get that. But guys, come on. It's time.
He went 14-2 and got fired.
Great. Go out on a high note. It's time to get rid of Mike Tomlin. I mean, we've all said it. It's been. You can't just go get a Hall of Fame quarterback in here for 1 year.
I know, but your point is about the coaching tree, which I agree with. Like, it is a piece of evidence that he's not a great coach or surrounding himself with other great coaches because nobody wants to pick coaches off his staff. He doesn't have a list of lieutenants that people view as head coach caliber, which usually means they're good coaches to begin with. That's true. But you're saying it's time. If they won playoff games, you'd still feel that way?
I kind of do because of the past. I mean, I'm a season ticket holder. We go down there. Look, you beat Cleveland 2 weeks ago. It's a different conversation. That's a must-win in that game in my eyes.
But it ended up not being. But it ended up not being a must-win because the next week was a must-win, and they won the real must-win. We were there. It sucked. It really made me angry. It was one of the worst losses of the Tomlin era. given what was at stake. He followed it up with one of his best wins. Anybody want to argue that last one?
No,
It's
but
one of his better wins as a head coach.
But he doesn't get the afterglow from that win that has carried through this narrative that, hey, he's kind of done enough unless they get completely humiliated, that he should be back on the job. If he just does what he was supposed to do the week before, what I think most people assume they should get done around the league, he doesn't have that afterglow because that game isn't that game. It's played at 1 o'clock on Sunday, and it's a complete afterthought.
I think one of the hangups here is I just have a hard time firing a head coach when he wins his division and at the end of the day is the best team in his division. When they lost in 2020, they weren't the best team in the AFC North because the Browns beat them in the only game that mattered. They were the best team in the North this season. They won some good games. They lost a couple of awful games to the Bengals and Browns.
The reason they were the best team in the North is because of all the teams in the North, well, of the 3 teams that matter, I don't even count the Browns. Of the 3 teams that contend more often than they do not, they are the one that is least based around having a quarterback that's elite, that carries the mail for everybody else. And that is, I think, both to his small credit, but to his greater detriment.
But that shouldn't be the case with the Ravens when the football cognoscenti said before the season that they had the best record in the NFL. It wasn't all Lamar based. It was look at their defense, look at the guys they brought in, look at Derrick Henry, look at their offensive line, look at the weapons they have. They were, according to the odds makers, the pick to win the Super Bowl. Better odds than Kansas City and Philadelphia going in the year. That wasn't strictly Lamar-based.
It's majority Lamar-based, though. There's no doubt.
Well,
all those other things are nice, but they don't mean nearly as much if you don't have an elite quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I wouldn't say that the Ravens were set up this year to be a team that was altogether quarterback dependent like the Bills. In fact, I think we have proof that they're not. They beat 2 playoff teams without Lamar. They scored 30-plus points in 2 games against the Bears and Packers and beat both of those teams without him. So isn't that proof that they're more than just a quarterback team there?
I mean, they still went 8-9.
No, but I'm saying in the games they didn't have him, they beat 2 really good teams. They held the Rams under 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they still lost by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I know that.
I mean,
but
I don't really care about holding a team down.
But their defense did a good job against the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL this season.
I mean, I think their
Lamar.
defense played 6 or whatever very bad games and then played mostly good football down the stretch until the Steelers got to them to a pretty good degree. But I'm just saying, the best teams in the league typically are built around a very high-level quarterback. And while it's nice that Mike has managed to figure out a way to win 10 games without doing that, that also puts a very hard ceiling on what they're capable of.
Ben is on the fan. Hello, Ben.
Hey.
Hey.
I think that Molsey pretty much just said what I was going to say. We're always trying to figure out, get rid of Mike, keep Mike. But some coaches can push a team beyond the quarterback's ability. I mean, look at Pete Carroll with Geno Smith, Shanahan with Jimmy G-Spot, Reed with Smith. Peyton doing it right now with Nick.
I mean, Pete Carroll just had the worst record in the NFL with Geno Smith this year.
I didn't talk about him with Geno Smith this year. I'm talking about he was in Seattle with Geno Smith.
But then he had Geno Smith again and was the worst team in the NFL this year.
That's the Raiders, bro.
You need to specify Seattle Geno Smith when you do that next time because you really threw both of us for a loop there.
All right. Okay. Well, still, I think Tomlin's going to be as good as his quarterback. We can go whatever the middle of the schedule is now. What is it? 9-9 or whatever the record, the 17 games. Yeah, 9-8, 10-7, whatever. We can do that year in and year out until we get a lottery ticket and get a lucky quarterback who can elevate the team. But we're just sitting around waiting for that to happen.
I would. All right, let me just try to answer it this way. I don't think Mike is somebody that I trust to draft and develop a quarterback. And I would say that that's probably why, more than any other reason, I'm pessimistic about his long-term future as Steelers head coach. But there's not a quarterback to draft and develop this year. We're not going into a draft based on where they finish this season and who's available, where I'm thinking they're going to get that guy, and now it's going to be up to Mike to mold him. That's really not on the table right now.
The closest thing they would have realistically this offseason to getting a player like that is signing Malik Willis, and then Mike getting to right the wrong of actually picking the worst possible guy.
And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I don't mind the idea of Malik Willis in Arthur Smith's offense.
Well, neither do I, because Arthur Smith's offense, I think, is at its most dangerous when the quarterback actually can take off and move a little bit.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie listened to 33 minutes of Mike Tomlin today as a football guy and picked out his Tomlin tidbit of the week. More from you on Mike next. He beats the Ravens. He lives to coach another year. How does that make you feel as a Steelers fan? 412-928-9370. Are you of the mindset where if he loses to the Texans, he should still be fired at 412-928-9370? Right now, an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball back in action after a tough loss to Clemson at home. They'll take on Syracuse. That's Saturday at 2. Pre-game coverage right here on The Fan at 1:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Let's talk about Comer and Cross. I was in my Comer and Cross garage today because it was not that cold out when I woke up. And we have like a unusual abundance of toys right now because Christmas is done and we're trying to sort through which one Stella's going to keep and which one she's going to donate because she doesn't really use anymore. And we were picking through the toys that were on the bubble in the garage today. And we were doing that because we can use that space thanks to what Comer and Cross did. Gave me a brand new garage floor. And they've got their preseason sale going on right now where you can have your garage floor installed when you want it, not on their clock, but on your calendar. They are the gold standard. No chips, cracks, or tire lift. No subcontractors at Comer and Cross. These are their guys, and they do it themselves, and they do a great job, and I can raise my hand and say they did it for me, personal experience, and they did it in one day. So lock in that new floor now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, this player made me mad, I'm going to risk the 15 yards just to have a quick moment of satisfaction?
Absolutely not. I wasn't a cheap player. Now, if there was under a pile, sometimes maybe I'd do something cheap where nobody saw me.
What are we talking about? You're doing groin twists?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, eye gouge, for sure.
Rip your testicles off, and you're not going to know who did it.
Yep.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Certainly awesome to have DK back.
Here we go again.
Certainly awesome to have DK back, but we're not going to exhale and think that DK automatically, with his presence, is going to be a difference or the difference. Football is the ultimate team game. It's going to require great effort from all parties involved, but certainly excited about doing it with him.
Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Mike talked for 30-plus minutes today. Donnie picked something out that appealed to him as the ultimate football guy, as a guy who went through the range of emotions live at Acrisure Sunday night. The ecstasy of the win, the agony of defeat, all rolled into one there in the last 5 minutes of that football game.
Something your fiance documented photographically and sent to me and said, I thought you'd get a kick out of Donnie living and dying with every
She was sending like voyeur video of you.
No, just pictures of him with like his head.
I had the head in the hands after the likely catch.
The other one was just like him staring very focused. I also respect that Sarah knew enough to know that you and I were doing live TV and therefore we're still awake. I mean, she's sending me texts at like 12:55 at night. Going, I thought you'd enjoy these candid shots of Donnie losing his mind.
What time did you get home from the game on Monday or Sunday? I guess it would have been Monday by then, probably, right?
Honestly, it timed out for us pretty well. I mean, we were both happy because I parked at the casino, had the show there pregame, and we probably hit the casino after the game around, had to be close to midnight.
Is that place buzzing?
Yeah, I mean, and I remember like the whole walk out of the stadium. I remember looking at my phone and it was 11:45, and we're still on the rotunda, so probably not to the casino until midnight. We got home by like 12:50. I mean, I think that's a pretty.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, to get out of that garage, and you could just tell that people were in such good vibes after that because the way I was parked in the casino garage, I kind of had to make a pretty narrow turn. I was on 7th floor, and this guy, like, I'm going to let him go, and he puts his window down. He's just like, hey, man, like, complete that whole turn. I'll block this whole side off. Get out of here, and I'll follow you right out of here.
That's if they lose
an all-time move. Yeah, if that field goal goes in, that's never happening.
Yeah, you're getting the middle finger in.
Yeah, I'm in that garage until 1 a.m.
I used to park on the 8th floor for Kenny. Like, I thought it was like a luck thing.
Please tell me you're kidding. Don't. You couldn't waterboard me and get me to admit something like that in public.
Because of the way things ended so horribly here, I'm back on the 7th floor for Ben.
Why don't you go 6th for Bubby?
Can you park on the 6th floor?
Yeah, 6
How
is the lowest that I think if you're a non-member you can park at.
No, I go to 7.
Well, now you should park on 8 for Rogers.
Yeah, maybe I should actually. I can't start
if
now.
If that casino had a 15, well, because if
it's
you're
a little
going
late for that
if
now.
you're going 8 to 7, then you're getting 15, which is Kenny's current number with the Raiders. You can't do that. I can't believe you just admitted that.
You didn't actually do that.
Yeah,
That's
it's
horrifying.
True. I used to park on 8.
Don't say that
Good
stuff out
vibes
loud.
Thing. I just did.
God, Kenny got turned into a bobblehead on that corner blitz and that
got benched.
Oh my God. Anyway, Donnie.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had Jack pull up the clip about DK Metcalf because that's going to be a big storyline as this week goes on. The Steelers do get DK Metcalf back. They survived the suspension, and now they have their offense at full strength, having the man back, and they had to have some dudes that had already 1 foot in their retirement home step up big on Sunday night, but they do get Metcalf back here.
You know what I will admit about, and I thought Collinsworth made a very good point that I didn't think about or notice when it happened live. That ball to Thielen was obviously probably the best pure throw of Rodgers' whole year.
I still have no clue, by the way, what the safety was doing on that play. If you go back and watch that, he came in like it was a run play, but then he never got back and was just like paralyzed in this no man's land. So there was no threat when Rodgers threw that in.
I think that's a classic.
Of somebody coming in to either like pick that ball off or bat that ball down.
I think that's a classic. If Kyle Hamilton's out there, how does that play look? We went over this yesterday, but Collinsworth brought this up, man, and I got to give him credit because I hadn't thought of it. And it's definitely something Roman Wilson, who's just desperate to try to make anybody, if he even gets a helmet, like impress them with something. Thielen didn't put his hands up for that ball. And he had Humphrey on him, and Humphrey's a beast still. Sometimes.
Really?
Sometimes.
I think he kind of sucks.
Sometimes. Well, and also punching the ball out and playing the ball at the catch point. I think Humphrey's always been pretty good at that. He's slowed down now, I'll admit. Thielen's hands don't go up until that ball is maybe like 2 feet away from him. And Humphrey is at least savvy enough that he's watching the hands probably. And if it's like a guy putting his, look, hey, I'm open, look. He's probably trying to get his arm up just reflexively. So, like, if you're going to give me that in the context of a win where Thielen puts his hands up about a split second before and he's a sure-handed enough player to catch it, I'll live with it. You better be making 3 or 4 of those kinds of plays to the old guys per game, though. The AARP to Geritol ball.
Do you feel like you've shamed Ray Fittipaldo into going back to Thielen and not sticking with Adam Thielen?
Yeah, but I think Joe and I did the right thing there because that's how you say his name. It's Thielen.
Was he? Oh, yeah, that's right, because he was...
I love Ray, one of the nicest guys ever, but yeah, he kept saying...
He was afflicted with Jim Thome disease.
Yeah, he went Thielen for 2 straight weeks, and Joe and I were like, we got to say something here. Like, the guy's been in the league for 15 years.
The announcers haven't stopped Freiermuth. No one says Youth.
Yeah, everybody says his last name wrong, but he just doesn't care. I did that interview with him over the summer, and he...
Said it again.
He said Muth.
It is kind of a pain in the ass to say Fryer. That's a lot of syllables, and then you got to hit that.
I think that's why.
Well,
I can be lazy and say Freiermuth.
Is Mueller or Muller easier to say?
Muller's easier.
The way we say it, but everyone else goes Mueller. Hey, Mueller.
Yeah.
I love when I do interviews and people will introduce me and say, what half of Pony and Mueller?
Oh, yeah.
And I will go to great pains to correct them just to make them feel bad for saying
Do you know what the irony is?
Wrong.
I've been brought – this is also a sign of, like, is this show or host prepared usually? Like, it's a direct correlation between how good is the interview about to be on their end, not on mine. I always try to give my best. If I go on in a city where I've never been on before, I went on in Milwaukee multiple times during the U.S. Open on the Mason Crosby show, which at no point Mason Crosby was hosting.
They needed U.S. Open analysis in Milwaukee?
No, it was they wanted to talk Rodgers because that was when he had finally announced,
Yeah, all right, that makes more sense.
But then they were asking me U.S. Open stuff too. Mason Crosby show, Mason Crosby not hosting either time. The guy said 97.3 The Fan, I think, both times.
Jeez.
And he called me Chris Mueller both times. And I just like...
And you never stopped to correct him, huh?
No, I didn't have the heart to because like he was so enthusiastic and like upbeat. I was like, man, I can't rug pull this guy right now.
You could have just no-sold and said, that's not me. I'm completely misidentified.
I think that Metcalf... I think 2 things need to happen for Metcalf to get completely in the clear here. I think they either need to win... or I think he needs to have a big game, or both. If they lose and he has a quiet game, I don't think all is forgiven.
You know what he really cannot afford to do that he does a pretty fair amount for a good receiver?
Drop.
Yup.
Yeah, dropsies.
Because also that secondary, especially Stingley, who's as advertised, he's good enough, I think, to take Metcalf completely out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's not physically as big, but
Alec Pierce went off against him until the refs decided to take him out of the game on Sunday.
I understand that. I also think that Houston was like half paying attention because they were scoreboard watching Jacksonville. So I don't think that was the best you're going to see of Houston or even close to it. They're going to have so few opportunities that when they take deep shots, like quality opportunities, they've got to pay him off. If he gets at all open and drops one like 30 yards down the field, people here are going to freak out, and rightfully so.
Some boo birds, maybe.
How close? I don't think I
think so.
I don't think I asked you this yesterday, though. Early on the first touchdown, you could on the radio you could hear because I was driving in to get down to TV when the game was happening, and so I had to rewatch the first drive for the Ravens. Don, after that busted coverage in TD, you could hear boos. How loud were the boos in the stadium?
Well, they also have the thing where all of the Ravens fans do the thing for Tyler Loop. So you heard some Ravens fans, every time he made a kick, what sounded like boos, because they would all go, Lou.
Yeah, how'd that sound in the last one? Lou, oh my God!
Yeah, it looks like that one
I
went
can't
silent.
believe that the guy.
But I know sometimes those got misconstrued for boos because I had other friends texting me like, man, already booing. And I'm like, no, like that.
So Donnie had the guy who caught the Loop missed field goal on his show last night. The Steelers in Acrisure Stadium let him keep the ball. I don't know the authentication process with that. I don't know like how he would be able to prove to them like that it's clearly a ball that was used in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily how he would be able to prove that it was the ball from that play to make sure that, if he put it up for auction that people would know that was the ball for sure.
Yeah.
But if he ever did that, I think there's a chance he would get a lot of money for that thing. Because it's one of one.
Define a lot.
I think thousands.
Like we talking 20,000?
I don't know. It depends. If the team went on a run and that was like the starting point from it,
yeah,
I think it would get a lot. I think if the Immaculate Extension ball went up for auction, it would get thousands of dollars because there's only one of them.
Wait,
like anything that's just this is the only ball or the only jersey or the only cleat that was used in this situation. Those things are gold for collectors.
Wait, the Immaculate Reception ball.
Yeah. I think it's now at Nemacolin.
How much did that go for?
A lot. But it wasn't up for auction. I think
somebody just
eventually the guy that had it for a long time
just sold it directly.
Sold it to the Hardy family, and now it's at. He
Probably
got it for his 100th birthday.
Probably several $100,000.
Well, that's a good question.
Joe Hardy, I believe, passed on the morning of his 100th birthday.
Yeah. He did.
That's a hell of a way though. Just even 100.
That's almost a flex.
By the way,
you made it to 100.
By the way, just a follow-up on something unrelated. So remember how we had a good laugh yesterday about how Steelers-Ravens dual citizen Rod Woodson on the color call in Baltimore, like yelped like a man who felt like his real team.
He was like Joe Block in that Colorado series.
Correct.
Loop's kick is on the way. It is up. It is no good.
He missed it. A guy named Zach has tweeted me because I just said there's no way it wasn't a case of Rod forgetting who he was actually working for. He said, my cousin has met Mr. Woodson and said that when asked about what organization treated him or treats him better as a player and retired player, he mentioned the Ravens treat him way better, hands down. It's not even close, he said.
I mean, isn't Exhibit A for that? He's the Ravens color guy and not the Steelers color
guy.
I know. I'm just saying, like, the retired
and sadly, because of deaths in the Steelers broadcasting family, those jobs have been open, and he hasn't gotten that job. So, but it sounded like the Steelers, the black and gold in his veins came out in that call.
I know, it's just very funny.
He missed it.
I got a lot of people. I thought our buddy, like Joey Smeltzer, America's sweetheart, would come out of the woodwork with this. I agree with it. In the like letter of the law, he did step all over the call. That's what a lot of people were mad about.
Yeah,
that he stepped on the Jerry Sandusky.
That was a comment I was going to make. If I was Jerry there, I wouldn't be thrilled with that final call of the season, even in a loss. Like, hey, pal, it's my job to let the people know he missed the kick.
I'm with you on that.
God, that's got to be tough.
I'm actually 100% with you on that.
But I think the problem is a lot of color analysts do that. Like, especially most of them are all former players.
Because they just get, like, so excited.
Yeah, the Browns guy is not. Nathan, Zagura, right?
Yeah.
He's not a former player. But if you're a former player, I think most of the time you get so into what you're doing. And, like, I'll give Max Starks credit. They showed the Steelers booth for that, like, with him and Rob King. And Rob King calls it. And you can see Max, like, I think knows it's no good before Rob even, like, is able to definitively glean that. And Max shuts up. He doesn't say a word.
It's not the length. It's the girth.
Yeah. That was just saved in there, too.
Just because?
It was right next to the Ravens radio call, so I figured when it says Kabali, not length, it's girth, I might as well play it.
It's not the length, it's the girth.
Now, let me tell you something right now. That is a clip whose label is all you need. There's not really any mystery as to what that clip is about. Very accurate.
All right. That was Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Yeah.
Caballi's really something, isn't he?
I'm trying to find the thing of the hold on, let's see if I have this other clip here before we take a timeout. Oh, here it is. Wait, no, is that it? Oh, it is. Here it is.
And I love to stuff my nuts in my nuts rolls. Actually, sometimes they ooze out because I just stuff them so much.
That was on AM,
If you
right?
missed us during the Christmas break because of vacations
Family
and
habits,
everything
yeah.
else, you missed that. Classic.
And I love to stuff my nuts in my nuts rolls. Actually, sometimes they ooze out because I just stuff them so much.
And that was a lady. That was a lady on KDAM. I'm convinced of two things. She realized what she said and was embarrassed at the start, and then made a very curious but funny decision to just lean in hard to it after that. And she said, screw it. I'm making a scatological sort of reference here. I'm going for it.
All right.
Good work.
Coming up, more of your calls on Mike Tomlin on a Tomlin Tuesday as we get ready for the playoff game against the Texans. Many of you are disagreeing with me. I said, if the Steelers lose a close game to the Texans, I would not fire Mike. And the consensus among our callers is he needs to win this game for you to want him back next year. 412-928-9370. And if you think I'm being soft on Tomlin, wait till you hear what one fan host said about him today. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. And we've got this big playoff weekend at our disposal, the wild card weekend. And FanDuel is turning it into playoff mode. All customers are going to get a profit boost pack. Every NFL playoff game day and each game day during the wild card round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. So pick the matchups you believe in. Right now, the line for this game between the Steelers and Texans is sitting at 3.5 for Houston. The total in the game is 39.5, which is the lowest of any wild card game this weekend. So bet that on FanDuel. Take your shot on upset or build a parlay. Visit FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL, and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly cloudy with rain showers, gusts around 20 miles per hour and lows in the upper 30s. A few early showers Wednesday, then becoming mostly cloudy with highs in the mid-40s, and patchy fog overnight Wednesday and partly cloudy skies with temperatures near freezing. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Two of the top 6 defenses in the country meet in the Peach Bowl with the physicality and strength in the trenches both Indiana and Oregon exhibit. It's hard not to foresee some good old-fashioned smash-mouth Big Ten football. With a total that's already ticked down from its open at 47.5, the market's telling you under 46.5 is the play on Friday night. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like health care, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play. All from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of The Fan. And FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost on every college playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. You can ride with the favorite, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay and apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. FanDuel, the best place to get into the football action all playoff long. And when you win, you'll get paid
instantly. How about Miami? The last at-large team in, they got in over Notre Dame. Now a 3.5-point favorite against Ole Miss Thursday night. I like Miami to win this game and get to the national championship game. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get your college playoff profit boost today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt in. Required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at some heavy congestion on the Parkway East as you head outbound. That is from Technology Drive, and also seeing a problem spot on the Parkway West as you head outbound from 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers injury report is clean for wild card weekend, Monday night against the Texans at home. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Última jugada de la temporada. Luke con la posibilidad. Snap. Hold. Allá va. Lo falló. Lo falló. Steelers a la postemporada.
¡Qué bárbaro! No lo puedo creer. Tyler Luke le mete todo el empeño, lo gira al sector derecho.
Spanish call.
Yeah, I think we
Tyler
can figure
Luke's
that out.
miss.
Thought it was French. I could actually pick out a little bit of that.
Oh, here we go.
Little bit.
Oh, I could dictate that whole thing back to you if you'd like.
There was like a Creo in there, which is like doesn't know how he missed it or something. No Puedo, which I feel like I've got a little bit of that. And
I'm going to say context clues tell me that means no good.
No Puedo is not no good. It would be, be like no bien, no bueno.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was a Spanish call. I hadn't heard that yet.
Here's a thought. The Spanish call of almost everything is like way more fun just because of how the language sounds. You know whose calls, and there was a guy who used to work for the old Deadspin and now is on his own. He would go and aggregate. He had like all these channels, so he would have access to all these other feeds and everything. Russian calls of like regular American sports, because there is a Russian broadcast, are just unbelievably dry and boring. Like you'll get like the Russian call of a Super Bowl winning field goal, and I'm not going to attempt to like speak a Russian accent. They just sound like they're ordering like food at a diner.
So you think there's a Russian call of that Steelers-Ravens game we could find?
I think the event has to be bigger than that. Like it has to be Super Bowl level big or World Series big. But he used to always play the Russian calls or like Final Four even. And it just, those two dudes, whoever they always were, sounded like the least excited people on the planet.
All right. So I have, as per usual, pissed some people off by saying today, and Donnie has said the same thing. He agrees with me, that if we were running the Steelers, the two of us, as long as Tomlin didn't get blown out Monday, we would keep him around. And I would say the majority of our listeners are still the opinion, if the Steelers lose Monday, Tomlin should be fired. Even though only 2 coaches in the last 10 years have been fired the season in which they produced a winning record. So 2 guys have finished over 500, been fired. No coaches won double-digit games, won a division, and been fired in that season. I think we found out Marty Schottenheimer was the last coach.
He went 14-2 and
that
got
happened
fired,
too.
Which is wild.
Crazy. What I found to be the most charitable thing I've ever heard when talking about Mike Tomlin this year was said on the morning show today during, I thought, and maybe this was the whole point of saying it, a pretty fun exercise. And the exercise was grade Tomlin's regular season. What grade would you give him for the 17-game regular season?
You heard this when it happened, correct?
Yes.
Can I just
almost
make a
drove
sidebar?
off the road, but I didn't because I had Stella in my car.
Can I tell you what and I won't give away what Adam's grade was till you say it. I heard it too. I was watching it on YouTube. I thought Harry Kalas absolutely slapped him around in the argument. It was the best argument I've ever heard Harry Kalas make.
We got it during the break. Go find that. We got to get that.
Kalas gave his best take I've ever heard on this station that didn't involve like Don Mattingly or something. Like talking about like the 20s Yankees. He just absolutely put Crowley in a blender.
Crowley gave Tomlin an A. He gave him an A for this season.
No way.
I don't see how that's possible.
I no. If he goes
an A season?
13-4, that's an A. Even like 12-5 is probably an A. 13-4, sure. 10-7 and scratching and clawing down to the last play of the season to get in.
The A seasons
with a defense, by the way, that is supposed to be your baby that you spent a lot of money on.
And they finished what, 17th?
Very like as middle of the pack as it gets, and looked worse than that oftentimes.
I would say Mike Vrabel and Liam Cohen for sure.
Are A seasons?
Shanahan's
an A season this year.
Okay,
I think.
another good one.
Mike McDonald.
How about Sean Payton? A season. They finished in first in the entire conference.
Yeah. I think McDonald.
Those are A seasons. Yeah, Mike McDonald, obviously, Seattle.
I give Ben Johnson one, given where the Bears were and what they turned into.
Why not? You cannot lump or include Tomlin in with. If you think your coach did an A, what you're saying is he's not going to necessarily win it, but he did something akin to or close to a Coach of the Year coaching job. They lost to the Browns 2 weeks ago in Shedeur Sanders and scored 6 points. They lost 7 games. They needed a missed field goal the last game of the year on the last play to get into the playoffs.
See, now you're going back and using my argument as to why like one victory shouldn't put a bunch of shine on his season because he blew a chance to make it easier.
But in no point over the last 2 hours have I said let's give Mike his shine. I haven't said that. I just said I wouldn't fire him. There's a big line between.
I know.
Okay, if you think a guy did an A season, follow me on this. If you think a guy did an A coaching job, not only do you want him back, you want to extend him, right?
You would think.
That's a season you reward.
Yeah.
That's not a season that's in limbo.
Correct.
An A grade?
That is heady. A grade means if there's a medal stand for Coach of the Year,
he's on it.
At worst,
he's in the conversation.
At worst, it means you're on the second medal stand for 4, 5, 6.
And Callis, to his credit, with no door in there,
Callis
came in like the Kool-Aid man and said, "What are you talking about?"
Callis bodied him, dude. And I think Crowley kind of knew it. He was like, "Yeah, I guess I got put in my place a little bit here." I messaged Crowley and said, "I'm actually proud of Callis."
Did Crowley retract the A grade?
He kind of sheepishly did not have a strong defense of himself. He did I'm sticking with it, but it was he goes, "I might have gotten beaten here."
Might have.
He goes, "I think
it's not an easy take to beat, though. In all fairness to Callis, it's a pretty easy fight to win.
Still, Callis went in there and knocked him out.
Yes, for a man that didn't know where Michael Jordan played college basketball and didn't know that the Big Ten was a college football conference, I am impressed in any argument, in any rhetorical discussion with Crowley that he was able to win.
It was the cleanest and most confident I've ever heard Callis in giving.
What grade would you give Tomlin's season?
It's like a B. He's in that B. I think I even said B plus in the morning. The more it's
B
probably,
plus.
No, it's B minus.
I think it's just a solid B.
I think B is probably the best one because they still won 10 games. They won their division. The mitigating circumstances are what they are. They got in and they did it. But I could not possibly go higher than a B for the regular season. Largely because, okay, if you're doing the old, you're weighting it, right? You're trying to put in column A, column B, good and bad. Okay, he brings in Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers plays well in a lot of their bigger wins down the stretch. That's good.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers also played poorly, but I'm going to look at the totality of it and say it was pretty good. It was better than league average for sure if you go by just passer rating. If I'm going to go other good categories, found a way to beat the Ravens twice, which does matter. Goes into their building and beats them.
Yeah.
When, granted, Jackson's a little dinged up, but he still got it done.
Yep.
Goes into a Lions... the
Lions' den.
Lions' den, literally. A team that missed out on the playoffs by, I guess, technically one game because of that Steelers game, among others, maybe. Beats them when they're desperate. Very good win. Got hot at the right time and had his team playing, because I think this matters when you're talking about coaching, don't you? They go 4-1 to start, 2-5 in the middle portion, then 4-1 again to finish. I mean, that I think is relevant when you're trying to evaluate a coach's job.
Especially when we crushed him last year for collapsing.
Right. And then I think the thing that really, though, goes the other direction is their defense was built to be the calling card of this franchise this year, or this team, I should say.
One guy said who was cut at the midpoint of the season that would be maybe the best in NFL history.
A day one starter, I would add.
Yep.
They were not good. They are 26th in total defense. They are 17th in scoring defense. They were on the field for almost 200 or for 140 plays more than their offense was this year. They couldn't get off the field. To his slight, I guess, somewhat credit, until very recently when Duggar has really started to stink up the joint. He's brought in players on the fly who have assimilated into his system. But the idea that you would give him an A means you have very few complaints or qualms with how the team was run.
One of the queens of the PM team, Carolyn Clinton. Carol, would you give Mike Tomlin an A for this season?
Hell no. I wouldn't give him an A for his whole career.
It's either one, of course. I mean, that's an obvious one.
Carol, I thought you were going to maybe hit us with, I'd give him an A for awful.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I saw you guys on the Showdown.
Oh, nice,
You
Carol.
You burned the midnight oil to watch us. That was at 12:30 at night.
Thank you, Carol.
I know, that was fun, with just the three of you. That was really a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you.
I'd rather see you guys than Cabali or,
Wow. Shots fired. Well, Carol, what else you got for us?
You know what? If he please show up for this game. Please don't start where, we're down 28.
Yeah, you don't want a 14-0 first quarter deficit.
Yeah, if they just look like they are prepared to play, because if they show up like they did in that Cleveland game where they don't even know they're playing football, then here we go again.
Carol, I think if they go down 10-0 to the Texans the way they did the Ravens, the game's pretty much over. I think the Texans' defense is that good.
Right.
Carol, are you optimistic right now about this game? How are you feeling 6 days out?
I'm tentative.
All right.
Because I've seen so much of Tomlin's,
Sure. I totally get it.
You've seen this movie before when the playoffs come calling that they usually just
She's
get
touched her
steamrolled.
hand on a hot stove too many times. She's not going to do it again and get burnt. I understand.
Right.
100%.
Right.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. That's pretty
Kabali catching a stray. Has he texted you yet about being upset that Carol said something mean about him? Not me.
No,
yet.
not yet.
I haven't got one from him. Pomp, by the way, told me he goes, the ratings I got him for that showdown, very impressive.
I could just hear him saying in that tone too. I have a little secret for you.
Let me tell you something about that. We did some very good.
I still can't believe the Steelers didn't get him the priest. And he got ghosted. How do you not even have? Be respectful of Pomp and say, look, Bob, I know you're not going to like this decision, but we don't want him to go on your show.
Yeah, like we're mad at Pony and
he
Muller
doesn't
or
even.
You're getting punished for we're mad at those
others.
two. Yeah, we're mad at those two guys. You're going to get punished by guilt by association. Here.
There was
a
bad apple in there, and the whole bushel went bad.
Like at least tell him why. Blame us.
But he gets ghosted by the Steelers. That's unacceptable, in my opinion. And I think most of our listeners would agree with that too. He at least deserves to get an answer back on that guy, especially when Bechtold made it sound like the early communication was, oh, yeah, sure, he'll be on the show in a few minutes.
Yeah, Bechtold
and
really...
Joe went on the air and said, we got the priest.
Bechtold and Joe really did they put that cart so far before the horse couldn't see it. I'm distracted for a second. Your buddy, Nick Wright, I like Nick too, but I do not know him that well, is making his, I think, playoff Mahomes Mountain, obviously.
Uh-huh.
He's got Drake May and Aaron Rodgers in the same tier?
I can't wait to rank quarterbacks later in the week.
What the hell is he talking about?
Here's Jason on the fan. Hello, Jason.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Hey, I'm a huge Mike Tomlin fan, and all the Mike Tomlin hate has got to stop around the city. This is Pittsburgh, okay, home of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the 6-time Super Bowl champions. What happened to the era of Steeler fan that says is optimistic, and no matter who we are playing, where we are playing, when we are playing, they say, man, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to line up, and we're going to kick these people's teeth out next week. Let's go Steelers. Where's the optimism in this
when you haven't won a playoff game, when you haven't won, you're probably what, in your 30s, I'm going to guess?
40s, early 40s.
Okay, so you're similar age to me and Andrew, very similar. We've actually seen the Steelers, me and you, Jason, win a couple of Super Bowls in our lifetime. This generation that might be like 15, 16 years old, those young up-and-coming fans, they were like 8 the last time or 7 the last time the Steelers even won so much as a playoff game, man.
But I don't think I don't think the pessimism just comes from young people.
They don't.
I think older Steelers fans that are accustomed to watching them win are equally, if not more, pissed off.
Right, Jason, I'm practically the same age as you. I'm similarly pessimistic as all these people you're describing because when they've gotten into the playoffs in the last several trips, the game hasn't even been competitive.
You know, basically what I'm referring to is I grew up in the era of the Greg Lloyd, the Kevin Green, and ground and pound football and the dirty, gritty pound.
What does that have to do with right now?
So what I'm saying is that the fan base, even in the 80s when we weren't that great, I remember then. The city got behind their team, and they didn't take shots at their head coach. And one more thing I want to say real quick.
By the way,
hold on, Jason. I'm going to say
totally
something.
Disagree with that.
If social media, because that's the other thing, you're in an era now where everyone can hear everyone's and see everyone's opinion whenever they want, Jason.
Yeah.
If Twitter and Facebook and all that had existed towards the end of Chuck Noll's run, I am quite convinced Chuck Noll would have been catching strays.
And he was.
Same thing if Bill Cowher was the coach right now doing like the same thing where he would blow games that he should have won at home, like his AFC title game losses at home.
Cowher heard it in 98, 99, and 2000.
He would have been killing Bill Cowher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I do think the difference between Mike and those guys in part. Now, Noel winning 4 Super Bowls, it would have been a little different. But especially Tomlin and Cowher. Tomlin coaches in an era where literally opinions are ubiquitous from everywhere. Like, you can't escape them.
What grade would you give Mike Tomlin this year? Crowley gave him an A. 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder, a person in law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. They sponsor our text line. Come back with your calls right now and interject headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5 wild card round games prior to the Steelers game on Monday. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan via Westwood One. You got the Rams Panthers on Saturday, along with the Packers Bears on Saturday as well. And then on Sunday, Bills Jaguars, Niners Eagles, and Chargers Patriots. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, winter sucks. Cold weather blows. You still need a clean car. You want it to look good. You're not going to go out in your driveway and wash it yourself. So how are you going to keep it clean? My answer in 2026 is Mr. Magic Car Wash. Unlimited wash plans start as low as just $19.99 per month. That's the route I've gone. You go 2 times in 30 days, and that is going to pay for itself and then some. There's a Mr. Magic Car Wash near you, 23 neighborhood locations around town. You can sign up at any of those locations, or you can register online at MrMagicCarWash.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at traffic jam on the Parkway East outbound around Technology Drive. The Parkway West outbound slows you down around 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Start the year knowing you'll lose weight. If everyone else has succeeded with Awaken 180, what's stopping you? Results your first week and every week with a solution for weight loss. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Recent playoff games, the first quarter's been outscored by a lot. What have you guys learned looking back at that? Is there a trend?
I don't know that I've analyzed it in that way. As I mentioned, man, so many of these guys don't share that experience, and so it's less relevant. I'm really just trying to put together a good plan for this collective in an effort to combat what we anticipate getting from Houston this week.
Good question by Chris Adamski about the Steelers' futility to start playoff games. I think the last 6, these 6 games in a row they've lost, the cumulative score is like 75-0 in the first quarter. They've not scored a first quarter point.
That's it. I think Mike's the first quarter doesn't determine like the full scope of the game, good or bad. I think it's so flawed because we know he's a guy that likes to coach a certain way, Pony, i.e. play with the lead, let your defense do a lot of heavy lifting. He coaches the way Cowher did, or like the way 90s coaches often did, ground and pound. Like if you have a good defense, like try to shorten the game. How could he not have a serious preference, like any coach would, for being up something like 10-0 or 14-3 after one quarter? You start fast, you can dictate terms very effectively the rest of the way. You play from behind, you are on some level, no matter how veteran your quarterback is, playing the other team's game on their script.
Adam Crowley, I think, had temporary insanity today and gave Mike Tomlin an A grade for the 2025 season. Is there another human being in our vast audience listening who can call, text, comment on YouTube, comment on our X page, who actually agrees with Adam? 412-928-9370. Here's Dave in Uniontown. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Hey, man.
Well, excuse me. I have 2 dumb things to say and 1 good thing.
2 dumb things to say? Okay, I'm ready for the dumb things. Go ahead.
Okay. But I have to win the year, for the dumbest thing ever said. Pittsburgh will win by 3 points.
Okay. That's not that dumb.
Okay. Now, I just had to go to the store and buy a television because of last week's game when I threw a ball of Iron City beer through it.
Yeah, that's that. Now that one's dumb. The first one, a 3-point win prediction, not that
Dave,
crazy.
why did you throw a bottle of Iron City beer
through there? I do want to ask questions about. Yes. What happened?
Why not? Look, I mean, for God's sake.
Because they ended up coming back and winning one of the great games in Acrisure Stadium
Dave, was
history.
it iron heavy or icy light?
Get out of here. They did not win. The Ravens lost.
The final score was 26-24, and the winner is still playing football, and that's not the Ravens, Dave.
But you know what?
What?
When they're playing next, what is it? Monday, I don't know.
Yep. Get your TV ready for Monday night.
That's right. Guess who's going to win?
The Texans are going to lose the game. So the Steelers are going to advance, but they're not going to get credit for
Dave,
it.
Dave, did you drive yourself to the store to buy that TV?
No. What are you, nuts?
That was bizarre.
The best part is saying, Dave, did you drive yourself? And hearing Donnie laughing audibly from behind the wall that I'm looking at.
I'm going
right
to say
now.
dumb things. The first thing is they're going to win the game by 3.
It got dumber after that, though.
I was going to say
was
a
like
soft
the most
open.
That was the most reasonable thing he said.
Burying the lead. I broke my TV.
Do you really think our guy did that? And also, did he scoff at me asking Iron City or Icy Light because it's obvious he would be drinking Iron Heavy?
Do we know for sure that a thrown beer bottle would necessarily break one of these flat screen TVs even?
It probably would.
You
it
think?
probably would, yeah.
We're looking at one right now. I'm not sure, man.
No.
I don't know if it'd completely break it. I think the picture would be distorted, but I don't think it would be totally unwatchable.
The argument there was just he's just throwing a beer bottle at a TV and then getting presumably somebody to drive him to the store to buy a
and
new
then
TV.
got defensive that we asked him why he did it. He's like, why not? Here's Mr. Old School. Hello, Mr. Old School.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Follow that one.
Hey,
Yeah, you got a tough act there.
Right. I definitely cannot give Tomlin an A. I give him a B-, and I mean I would have given him more, but that Cleveland loss is just inexcusable. I mean, to lose that game and put you in the upper tier is just not possible. However, I do give him credit because he beat teams that all of us were thinking he wasn't going to beat this year, and he pulled it out. He changed some mindset as far as going for it on fourth down. Typically, he didn't bring in offensive players from free agency. It was usually defensive guys. He did make some shifts there, and so he got us to the playoffs. So I would not fire him. You can't fire a guy who goes 10-7 and gets into the playoffs.
It's not going to happen.
No, yeah, but I'm saying it's not going to happen, but I wouldn't even do it if it could happen.
Mr. Old School,
Even if they got blown out?
No, I wouldn't do it because he got on there, and you got to give him a
Would you force him to make
chance.
changes if they got blown out? So they make the playoffs, win the division, but they get humiliated again. If you were Art Rooney calling him into the office for the kind of state of the Steelers, end of season exit meeting, right? Would you be demanding changes in his philosophy and how he runs the team if you were Art?
Most definitely. I would start with telling him, bring Raheem Morrison and let him run the defense. But I would keep him here.
He's going to bring Raheem Morrison, I think, because they go back, and he has said multiple times that he thinks he's one of the best coaches in all of football. And here's his chance to hire him, and Austin's contract is up, and they finish 17th in defense. It's letting him take over the defense that I just do not see Mike ever doing. And he should, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, and guys, here's the one final point. You all may disagree with this, but Mike Tomlin has been a good coach for us, and I think he deserves to be here one more year when the Steelers get to have the draft in their city. I think he deserves to have that.
I don't care about that point. We do disagree on that.
I just think he wants to be the Steelers coach for 20 years. Personally.
And past Noel.
Sure.
He won't admit that.
No, but I mean, I don't think you have to be a genius to figure out if you've been here this long, you'd like to be the winningest coach in the history of the franchise.
I think it eats at Belichick that he's not going to get a chance to pass Shula.
No, don't worry. Somebody will give Bill a shot when he's in his 80s. Maybe it'll be the Raiders.
Is he still dating that girl?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He and Jordan are still together. She's suing Pablo Torre, I think, or thinking about it.
Is he still, being asked to go to her adult cheerleading competitions? Because that was one of my favorite
presumably he's got to still show up for that stuff. Mr. Old School said something there that I just wanted to pick at really quickly here because I think it's an interesting just sidebar. He said Tomlin, one of the things he liked in giving him a B-, but a thing he would put in the pro column is Mike changed insofar as he got a little more aggressive on fourth down. Like, decision to go for it at the end of the half, I like. Bad play call.
Yeah.
Which I put more on the quarterback and the OC at that point. Decision itself is on Mike to go for it. I've actually, I wanted to agree with that and say, yeah, I've noticed he's done that too. And maybe very lately he has under the guise of, well, it's the last game of the season. Like, can't hold anything back. Like the dodgeball line or whatever. Last game of the season. And yet I go and look at these charts, and by those, like, should he go for it or should he not? He is the single most conservative, risk-averse to his own detriment.
Well,
to his own detriment. Like, points he's taken off the board by expected points, he has done a worse job than any coach in the league on those situations.
The all-time example of that is the game against the Browns in the playoffs in 2020 when they were starting to make a comeback, and then he punted on 4th and short at midfield. And then, like 2 minutes later, Nick Chubb, Mr. Chubb,
went about 60 yards on him, right?
Yep.
Ben Baldwin, who does that fourth down decision bot thing, he had it. And Mike is, guess who the second worst team in the league is as far as kicking or not, or being conservative on fourth down when they should go for it?
Baltimore?
Houston. It's the battle of the two teams that like to do the wrong thing on fourth down more often than any others.
Houston's defense is that their defense is great.
I understand that, but like in general,
so make teams go long field.
In general, it's still, yes. I know that football is not just all math equations, and there are obviously mitigating circumstances, but I think most of these try to take that into account as much as possible.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us on Twitter. What grade would you give Mike Tomlin on 2025? Adam Crowley gave him an A. I'm just still baffled by that. Donnie will tell us about his biggest football topic of the day in the debrief, but first, an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back in action on Thursday. They'll take on the Devils at home. That'll be at 7 p.m. They'll try to extend their win streak to 6. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Guys, I love my garage, and I didn't always feel that way. Homer and Cross transformed it in 2025. And let them do the same thing for you. Instead of trying to do an epoxy job or paint job yourself, trying to cut corners and save money, go with the gold standard. Not only is it going to look great, not only is it going to be guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again like epoxy or paint does, but these are guys that are going to do a home service project for you, a big one, in such a short amount of time. You're going to get blown away. I think people now are conditioned in 2026 to have to wait for a contractor, and it gets done on their terms, not yours. That is not the case with Comer and Cross. They can get it done in one day. They did it for me in less than one day. They moved all my stuff out of the garage for me. So I want you to call right now and take advantage of their preseason sale. Lock in your preseason sale price and installation when you want it. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh RV Show kicks off this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next getaway. You can find your new adventure on the open road this weekend at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before. 84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Sean McDermott should be coaching for his job. If the Bills fail to go on the road and beat the Jaguars this weekend, there should be another job opening in the NFL. And the opportunity to coach Josh Allen would instantly become the best job available. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Time for the biggest football topic of the day, the Donnie Football Debrief at 4:30. Make the smart call to the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. Donnie here with his biggest football topic of the day. Before he gets to that, vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacations are waiting for you. All right,
hold on.
Donnie, yes?
I'm derailing this right off the bat. DPJ on the YouTube comments. Mulsey should sell ad space on his head to help fund child number 3's college fund. I take one day off of wearing a hat, and this is the thanks I get from people.
Like a billboard.
Yeah, like, remember those old boxers who'd have goldenpalace.com on their backs during fights? That's what he's saying. I could just have a rotating tattoo that comes off every day.
I kind of like it.
Damn it!
All right, Don, what do you got for us, buddy?
Well, you also don't want to give anybody too many ideas.
I was going to say,
content people listening.
Content Craig's going to have a henna artist in here tomorrow.
The debrief, January 6, 2026. Our buddy intern Dom put this out there a little bit earlier, and I thought we could get into what the ticket market looks like for each NFL playoff game this weekend.
What were the auspices in which he put it out there?
Because the Steelers-Texans game is in last. It is the cheapest ticket to get on Wild Card Weekend.
Well, we know that's not we know that's not Atlanta Braves syndrome where they would win their division every single year, and so their fans just didn't care about the first round at least. That's got to be some Steelers fan two things I think.
Monday Night Football.
I wasn't even going to go there. I'm saying Steelers fan residual misery from constantly having playoff appearances end in disaster. And two, I actually don't think Texans fans travel necessarily all that well. That's not a fan base I think of where it's they're going to come up from Houston.
There were a ton of empty seats at their game Sunday against the Colts at home.
That was a game of partial meaning for them, though. Soon as they saw the Jags running away from the Titans, they were pulling guys out of that game. I just don't think of it as a historic. It's only been around, 23 years, that team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think of them as a historic traveling fan base at all. What Houstonian wants to really come up here, sit in what might be 40 or sub 40 degree weather, and watch their team play a 1916 slugfest?
Daryl in Houston. You think
Yeah.
he's coming up? How about the guy that called on Friday? He called both of us on Friday. He called me in the middays. He called you guys later that afternoon.
Oh, yeah, the guy that was
in
rooting
Houston.
for the Steelers
He couldn't wait
to win
for the Steelers
he
to
wanted
win.
He wanted the Steelers to play as Texans. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that guy.
It was Dave.
Dave.
Dave in Houston.
Yeah, we mentioned Dave and Daryl should hang out with each other in Houston.
I will say, if the Steelers beat the Texans, old Dave in Houston needs to call back in and take his medicine. You asked for it, you got it. If it happens, all right. So Steelers-Texans last.
So
is it like the average get-in price kind of deal?
So
no, I think
Dom's tweet was just the cheapest ticket for the game, and the Steelers-Texans game, as of the time he put this tweet out there, was $152.
When you compare it to the other games, it's not as good of a game as Bears-Packers because of that being a rivalry game and Chicago hosting a playoff game for the first time in a few years since the double doink game. Eagles won the Super Bowl last year playing the Niners. Niners a good team. Fans travel. They played in the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago. Jags and Bills, I think, is a great game. I think you can make a strong argument the winner of that game becomes the favorite to win the AFC. New England, 14 wins at home.
Start of a new dynasty, potentially.
They've gone a few years without playoff football. They're locked back in.
Also, Drake May kind of like cult hero status. They like love him up there. He's actually like a likable, fun player.
I know
too.
that Carolina's gone longer without a playoff win.
Mm-hmm.
I am very surprised that their tickets are more expensive than the Steelers game.
Well, because Rams fans, I wouldn't think would travel either. I'm surprised Jags tickets are more expensive. I just always associate it with they can't fill that building.
Well, the Bills
fans
are going to travel.
Down, yes.
Yeah.
Tables, ketchup. Will the ketchup and mustard guy go down there and get sprayed?
I don't know if he's a road trip guy. I think he might just be a games in Buffalo dude.
Well, because I think it's easier to clean up from getting condiments sprayed all over you if you've got a home base to go to. You go to, like, the Residence Inn Jacksonville, and you're just covered in Heinz.
What's that guy's name? Like Hot Dog Bob or something?
It does
that's a good question.
It does paint the picture that Steelers fans, and this is not just a Pittsburgh thing, because the Steelers fans are a nationwide, worldwide fan base. It does speak to the fact that they're still not a complete buy-in if their tickets are this cheap for their first home playoff game in 5 years.
And think it's the first home playoff game
with fans
in
almost
8
10
years
since the Jags loss. Like, you would have thought maybe that Ravens win got people invested again, and Steelers fans everywhere thinking, I want to be a part of their first home playoff game and see them win it.
Now that I'm thinking
do my
about all
small
this,
part of experiencing it and rooting my team on, etc.
Now that I'm thinking about all this taken together, they're the cheapest cheapest ticket and everything else. If they get blown out, which I don't think is going to happen, I think they probably will lose. Better than 50-50 lose, but I don't think they're going to get blown out. But if they do, if they're down 21-0 to a team that like routinely gives up like 15 points a game, are there going to be fire Tomlin chants at a home playoff game?
If it looks like the Bills game, yeah.
I don't rule it out.
I think so.
If they're down 21-0, if they're just non-competitive, Texans get a defensive touchdown, maybe Nico Collins hits a big play.
Based on how the Ravens game went, I don't think it happened early I don't think it would happen early in the game or in the first half. But if they're listless like they were against the Ravens and that carries over into the second half, like listless like the Ravens playoff game last year I'm talking about, where Herb Street called them out.
Yeah.
If it looks anything like that, yeah, I do think you'll hear
I don't think that's going to happen, for the record. It was a hypothetical.
Where would you just rank it straight up among the best games this weekend?
Last.
What?
No, second to last. Second to last.
It's better than the Panthers-Rams game.
I have my watchability power rankings all out there for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. This is on the internet?
Well, no, I'm just composing them right now.
In your head?
Yeah, I mean, I'm writing them down right now.
No, you're not writing anything down. The pen is on the desk.
Typing them.
Your hands are on your lap.
He's doing a little Mozart act here.
I have it on my personal watchability list. I have it as the third best game.
Oh no, I've got it as number 5. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move it up to 4 now that I'm thinking about it a little more.
You started 7th. Are we gonna get to 1 by
There's
the
only
end of the
6
segment?
Only
6
games.
Yeah. You had it 6 to start.
No. I'm actually gonna bump it up to 4th. Believe it or not. Here's my list. It's
Can I sell you on 3rd?
No, it's in reverse order here. It is Rams Panthers.
Yep.
Should be a slaughter. Chargers Patriots, because the Chargers are very beat up. Like they're beat to hell. Like I have a bad feeling that game could get out of hand.
We have the same rankings so far.
Steelers-Texans because it's a slugfest.
Uh-huh.
Packers-Bears because I think that
I would flip those two.
While that game could get out of hand because I think the Bears are going to run the ball at will, there's still a little that it's Packers-Bears, like it's a big rivalry. Niners-Eagles 2, Bills-Jags 1.
I would have the same list as you, except I would flip Houston-Pittsburgh with Green Bay-Chicago and put the Steelers-Texans game 3.
Did you guys hear intern Jack's take about Eagles games yesterday? He shared it with me.
That if Lamar Jackson was the Eagles quarterback, they'd never have lost a game?
Yeah. Was that what his take was?
No, I said that every time the Eagles play a standalone football game, it's an absolute brutal watch, and I just hate watching it.
You put a lot of thought into that. I would never just sit to think about something like that.
I just feel like every time I see the Eagles on primetime, I'm like, this is going to suck.
I'll tell you what, that Eagles-Rams divisional round game sucked last year, huh? It was brutal.
I'm talking this year. The Eagles were a more fun watch last year than they are this year.
Their offense
Probably because Saquon was actually good last
year.
year.
Their offense is often very painful to
I
watch.
think they're going to get beat. I think the Niners are going to go in there and beat them.
The Niners are very beat up. I like the game a lot as a watchability kind of thing because it should be great offense versus great defense. The one thing in the back of my head here is Seattle's defense just absolutely opened up a can of
I think the NFC is going to turn into just an NFC West tournament with 3 NFC West teams in the divisional round. Rams, Niners, Seahawks.
I don't know if I'm ready to live in a world where Sam Darnold has a very realistic chance of being Super Bowl champion quarterback Sam Darnold. He still kind of has that vacant look in his eyes too often for me.
How do you think it's?
He's got a little bit of Eli Manning face, actually. Which, on Eli Manning was like, I am a cold-blooded killer when I see Tom Brady in the playoffs, but still, he's got a little Manning face.
Got some Daniel Jones in him.
Yeah, we're talking about a dumb-looking guy.
How do you think it's sitting with Jets fans that Darnold has the number 1 seed in the NFC and Aaron Rodgers, after 2 years of suck in New York, got the Steelers to the playoffs?
I think Jets fans are so self-loathing that they know that everything Rodgers says about them is true, and they're probably on some level.
I think they're rooting for Darnold.
Yeah, if they liked Darnold as a pick but felt bad for him because he was a Jet, they probably like him now.
Like they could almost be rooting for both because
I think
they hate the team so much.
I think ultimate pain on them, like they're expecting ultimate pain, so they're probably predicting a Seahawks-Steelers Super Bowl, yeah. All right. That was the Donnie Football Debrief. Adam Crowley gives Mike Tomlin's season an A grade. Do you agree with that at 412-928-9370? Plus on a Tomlin Tuesday, we will rank the 7 head coaches in the AFC playoffs. I think you're going to be surprised where I put Tomlin. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and I'll tell you something I never thought the old me would be able to say. I actually like seeing myself in photos, videos, on TV. Before Awaken 180, every photo, every clip, I'm judging my chin, my waist, my posture, everything. I smile on camera, but in my mind, I'm thinking, ew, that's not great. I didn't feel great either. Those feelings have been gone for almost 2 years now, and it's not just because I lost weight. I made the lifestyle change I needed to, but didn't know how. I had my end of the year Awaken 180 weigh-in, and the scale was 52 plus pounds down. The crazy part, 60 pounds of fat gone, 8 pounds of muscle back on. That matters. I didn't want to just be smaller. I wanted to be better. I think that's what everyone wants, so why not just do it? Awaken 180 makes it simple, and you'll see what I mean after you lose weight your first week in January. The confident, the healthy you, just one click away. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zerorez. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zerorez, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zerorez has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZerorezPGH.com.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City.
Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our buy 4, get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchhealthplan.com/marketplace.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Rain and drizzle tonight, the low 41.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies a monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the MiraFast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. MiraFast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new MiraFast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big